Let's see if YouTube wants to work this time. Maybe. It's black for me. YouTube, please. 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 It's working, I think. Maybe. Question mark. Boy, I love stream. These problems are why I've not streamed nearly as much as I have been. So, you know. I need to fix my chat 1 second here. Alright, pop out the chat. Blambity blam. Okay. I think we're back. Yeah, Sylvan, if you want to update the Discord link for me. I think it'll be fine now. This really annoys me because I know why that issue happened. It's AV1 again, but like I literally tested. I was streaming to an unlisted stream for literally like 20 to 30 minutes or something to see if the issue happened that I had in the past, and it didn't happen. It was fine. It streamed for 30 minutes straight without having any like suddenly the stream stops and like for no reason at all. And literally minutes in, like 30 seconds to a minute into when I started the stream, it immediately just like and died. And like what the F, man? Like I don't know. So I'm sorry for the freaking goopiness, and if it notified you twice, whatever. I blame YouTube. That's all I can say. So, yep. Anyways, let's oh, I have the description. You know what? Here, let me go unlist my other one quick. The stream that lasted all of functionally a minute. Alright, there we go. Fix that one. And oh, the thumbnail was wrong on the previous one anyways. That's probably when no one joined it. Good lord. I didn't even update the thumbnail. I'm a dumb. That's funny. Alright, there we go. Well, let's go. Okay. Hello. I think the stream is functioning now, which is, you know, it's nice. It's nice. It's nice when the streams actually function, believe it or not. Wild, though. I know it's really wild. You still need Fossilor's flowers? Yes, I do. Who's Fossilor's? I only know Furina. I'll join you. So the plan... So I gotta go join... I'm gonna join my Polearm Only account. Yoink the flowers from there first, and then I can... I'm gonna need to go into 2 accounts to yoink flowers. So... I'm gonna go yoink flowers, because the plan for this stream... I should outline this. So if you're a VOD watcher and you care about, you know, the questions and answers section of the stream, well, the whole stream is probably going to be anyone that joins in the chat. To be clear, I'm going to answer any questions for. My Furina is currently at level 70, but I do want to get her to level 90 to, like, properly actually test her. Is Furina compatible with Lynette? We'll get back to that in a second. Anyway, so, yeah, gonna farm for the Furinas. And that's kind of all it comes down to. And then we're going to test some Furina things. And throughout the whole stream, I'm going to answer any questions that I see in chat. Yeah, that's kind of it. So, but yeah, Sylveon, I will probably need to join your world, but just I'll ask you when it comes time. It'll be after I get into the Polearms Only account, though. Yeah. Oh, die frick man habits. Fuck. Muscle memory in this freaking game. I just did that by muscle memory. I didn't need to do that. I needed that resin for the freaking farming boss. Ugh, Jesus Christ, it's fine. It's fine. Like, I should have enough, like, fragile resin, I think. That shouldn't cause a problem. Like, that's 2 boss drops. It should be fine. But, like, also, why can't you just use condensed resin for bosses? It's so freaking... Yes, I have Baiju. So... If you want to see Baiju testing with Furina, for any reason, the big problem with Baiju, as you've probably seen anyone say, is at least without C1, Baiju's burst cost. And I mean, this is a problem with Furina too, but Baiju's burst cost is high, and he doesn't generate that much energy for himself. So it's basically Fab or Amber for him, and even then, you might still have to do an ER timepiece, like Like or no, I have an HP timepiece. Okay, because that's just how I roll, I guess. But anyways, you get the point. C1 Furina or Baiju? That's a good question. I'm gonna go back to is Furina compatible with Lynette quick while I go farm the boss here a little bit. With Lynette, the problem with Furina with Lynette is like not that they wouldn't work together. There's no reason they wouldn't work together. It's more just like Lynette's not the greatest animo in the world exactly. So if you're using Lynette before for whatever you were using her for, she's going to be pretty good. In the context of trying to DPS Lynette, one of the things, so if you want my initial impressions on Furina from what I tested, if you saw my wishing video where I did initial testing, and then I did testing and I've talked to Binge, the Theorycrafter in the video after, she seems probably relatively well balanced, all things considered, for what she can do. But my current vibe, and this is first impressions, this could very easily change. My current vibe I'm getting from Furina is that she might be relegated to more niche utility than I would have thought initially. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, because in particular, what I think one of the things she does best is, and this is one of the things I like characters in Genshin for doing. It's why I like the likes of Bennett and Kazuha for their ability to make worse characters function better. Furina does that same thing. I want to be clear. I don't necessarily think she's the same tier as Kazuha or Bennett, because I think she lacks certain creative utility and is a little bit more annoying to use. But in the sense of like, if you like your question of like just let's say you wanted to DPS Lynette, because you didn't specify if is Furina compatible with Lynette. I don't know how you're going to use Lynette, but because Lynette doesn't have any need to be built with anything other than just energy, Lynette and Furina is going to function together. And if you wanted to do something like I do, where I like DPSing 4 stars, Furina giving a whole bunch of damage bonus to 4 stars is one of those things that like just helps. Can help a lot to making the worst units function better. I think one of the good examples that I saw Theorycrafter Binge find is that he mentioned how like he found a Sayu Virgin composition that was working really well with Furina. It wasn't necessarily better than other like similar compositions for like what the reactions going on were or anything, but it was a way that made Sayu better, and that's cool, right? But that's also like more niche. And so I maintain my original perspective that Furina is kind of like not about how she slots into old teams, but what she enables that's new. And the thing is, what she enables new might not be that amazing outside of the context of making worse characters better, kind of thing, which I think is a really cool thing about her, and that's kind of all that is. So yeah. I don't know why I swapped her. Blam. Okay. This is one of the main teams I want to test with her, by the way, particularly after she's level 50. One notable factor, although you can already see, they obviously haven't been healing at all with Bennett or anything, so that's obviously a fact. What are they doing? See, this character's so weird. Why? No, like why? So, sorry, I'm just gonna get distracted. As far as like Baiju or C1 Furina goes, I would lean towards Baiju. It's probably what I should go finish that thought. I would lean towards Baiju. But like, why do they attack? So, like, chat on screen is broken. Oh, whoops, you're right. I forgot to update the chat link. My bad. Thank you for letting me know. There we go. Appreciated. So yeah, this character, man, is so weird. Like, let's go switch to Yai. I'm pretty sure Yai and like other characters that like auto target things do not do this. Like, this character's behavior works in so freaking weird ways. No, it does do this. Okay, never mind. I lied. I just never had seen that before. I haven't used Yai enough in Fontaine, I guess. So never mind. That doesn't matter. But I've seen weird behavior my point is, that's a bad example, but more my point is I've seen weird behavior out of Furina summons.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, Furina definitely, particularly this is relevant honestly for Overworld. She makes your team more fragile, and I don't know, Overworld, her healing thing is useful, but yeah, she's gonna make your team more fragile, and that's a not irrelevant factor. If you're like, my friend is the type of player who doesn't like this kind of mechanic. Like he would hate this character because he makes the team more fragile. There's ways around it, to be clear. You know, you can use damage mitigation, you can use the likes of Beta, you can use Xingqiu. Xingqiu would fix her Hydra application consistency, obviously, on your team, not hers. So, anyways, this character is really weird. I'm not as solid. I said it in my wishing video that I posted this morning, but I'm not as solid on Furina as like, oh, she's gonna be super good as other content creators are. I think she's going to find very relevant niche utility, and she has the most likely to. She's the most likely character to be relevant long term. Than like any character they've released in a while. But like, if I would say, oh, is she, you know, Kazuha tier? No, probably not. Oh yeah, this burst animation, by the way, I still don't like it. I really dislike it, actually. I really dislike it. The indicator for when the burst is active, it's awful, in my opinion. But it's not as bad as it was in beta. Like, in beta, we saw footage that, like, it had this really awful tunnel vision effect. They seem to have completely gotten rid of that, so that's good. Wait, what am I doing? I need to go fight this boss, because it's got, you know, respawn timers and all that. So, anyways, let me scroll back through chat, see if I missed anything. I like your fits. Say my name in your live. Hi, Jason. Jason Heiserman. So, she's the first Archon with a crit stat and crit weapon. That doesn't matter. That really doesn't matter. Alright. C2 on Furina is good. I mean, C2 Furina is good. It's a good enough constellation that, like, you can. I could definitely make arguments that this constellation is better than new characters. It's one of the rare constellations that potentially has more value than new characters to get. You can see I have. So if you didn't watch my wishing video, I have C1, and I have the ability to get C2. I actually am on a guarantee. I got Ichichi, and then I think I have like 30 or something pity. Yep, okay, 33 pity. So I have more than enough. Like, I could just get C2 Furina right now if I wanted to. The problem is like there's a good chance I do, but I gotta use this character more and see how I actually like her in different teams to see if I want to do that, because I'm sacrificing like a guarantee. I'm sacrificing, if I want to get, let's just in the simplest example, Navia is going to come out next patch, right? If I want to get Navia, you know, it'd be much smarter to just save my guarantee, and then all I have to do is spend 100 wishes, or 40 wishes to get Navia, right? Instead of, this is a bad team, by the way, to fight this boss with, because this boss packs a friggin' punch. I need to hit you. This is an interesting boss, by the way, but this is not the ideal thing for it. So, anyways, the thing with C2 Furina is like, one thing I think the likes of Zajef, I think, are underestimating its potential for supportive utility. The main reason is like because it generates fanfare stacks quickly. When you're using Furina with the likes of, you know, Bennett, like I'm using right now, it's going to enable characters like Bennett to allow her to get max stacks without... There we go. Heal up my characters a little bit. It's going to enable characters like Bennett to get her to max fanfare stacks, so max damage percent bonus, right? Which, if you have C2, you have C1, so you need 250 stacks to get to max bonus, and because she generates stacks at 3.5 times the rate, well, guess what? That you get it faster, and that means healers that are less ideal are better, or not. Okay, they're better with her C2. Less that they're better necessarily, because you still like want the likes of, you know, Jean is like the perfect healer for her because she can just generate like max stacks right away. Jean is still better with her C2 because Jean will get her a whack ton of HP percent as well. But when in the content, but there's reasons to use the likes of Bennett with Furina, like in this team, because the reason I'm using Bennett in this team is not because, oh, I need the attack buff on Furina, but because I need the way that he applies Pyro to and his C6 infusion to be able to do Burgeon things. This is made to be a Burgeon comp with Furina that also gets big vapes on Furina. That's basically what this team, the goal of this team is. I don't know how well it'll actually work in practice, but that's the idea. And C6 Bennett is a very, very key component to this team, more important than Nahida and Kazuha are. And so it's nice if, you know, Bennett was enough of a healer to get max stacks on Furina's buff without having to think about it too much. It's going to be possible to get max stacks without it, but it probably would take much longer and would take like more quick swapping. So like, I think Furina's C2 has higher relevance, less for just its damage it gives for Furina, and more for its ability to make healers that are less optimal with her not as less optimal, because it'll basically make any healer you're using with Furina enough to get max stacks on her burst, but not necessarily enough to get like this max 140% HP. Hopefully that makes sense. So why am I not activating the Constellation? Because I need to test. I need to get a vibe for this character. This character is weird, and like constellations are going to affect my like I was just talking about the supportive relevance of C2 enabling like different utility for like healers. I need to get a vibe of how Furina works with Bennett and other characters without constellations first, so I can like properly judge this character, because like she's hard to judge. She behaves and has like functionality that's not like other Genshin characters' functionality. So like I need to like hold off on that. That's why. I'll probably activate her. Her C1 is not that big of a deal in that context. But if I do get her C2 in particular, I'm probably gonna hold off and like activate her C2 for like a good month or so at least. If I do get it. So anyways, Jason, I think I already said your name, so you know. Where's the crab? Don't kill my sad lady. I haven't done the quest yet, but I'm just assuming she's going to be sad in it, because that seems to be the story direction. Is they're making Furina be a sad, lonely god who does things for reasons that are actually selfless, you know. So I fully suspect, you know, they're gonna do a redemption for her in her story quest, and that's probably gonna make her a better character than most people. Honestly, I think it might make her a worse character to me, but it's fine. All right, commissions are done. We'll I'm gonna fight the boss one more time here when it respawns, and I'm gonna hop around to other worlds so I can get her to level 90 before I start properly testing the lady. Does anyone know if Akila's passive gives fanfare? Akila, I don't have Akila in this count, frick. Okay. Akila heals a little bit, so yes, right? Yeah, it heals a little bit, but if I recall, it only heals. No, don't craft more frickin' resin. It only heals your active character. So like if you have Aquila on Bennett, it'll heal Bennett a little bit, right? So it's not irrelevant. I don't know why the camera swooped like that. Was really weird. It's not irrelevant, but like let's be realistic. So anyways, let me go. Let's see. Just realized you can Nilu Bloom this boss without any Hydra. Yes, you can. Animation when you activate her burst is... Animation when her burst is active is so cute. I highly disagree. I think it's very cheap. I think they could have made it much, much better, and they didn't try. That's my opinion on it. They very clearly were going for the idea they went for, and I dislike it. I disagree with it fundamentally. It looks like a Windows screensaver to me, and it breaks immersion. I don't like it at all. I also don't like that it dims the whole screen for some godforsaken reason. What am I doing? I was gonna go somewhere, and I forgot. Okay, well, whatever. I was gonna check something. Have you talked about your thoughts on Skirk's design? I don't know. Like, she looks like a Honkai character. more than a Genshin character, but gee, I wonder if that's intentional. Oh, I was going to show my build. That's what I was going to show. I don't know why I was on the map. So my plan is to usually use Key of Conscious Suit on her. This is my current build. Of course, this is without having her fully ascended. I think she'll be at like 74% crit rate when she's fully ascended. So, you know, this is an ER heavy build. And it's still, like, in this team, right, when in solo Hydro, this is probably actually not enough ER. I'll find out after I actually use her a bit. Bennett actually needs to be, as far as this specific team goes, I need to change some builds around slightly. Bennett needs to be on Fav, and then Nahida needs to be on Prototype Amber in this team to just try to get a little bit of extra healing, basically, for the team. And arguably, and on top of that, Nahida should even potentially be on a healing bonus circlet, so I might do that as well. I even have a healing bonus circlet. That's nice. So we'll test that. The reason for a healing bonus circlet is just because, you know, Nahida is going to do Nahida things regardless of if she has 950 EM versus 800 EM, and it's not that much of a downside, particularly because I'm already going to have a character with 1000 EM, so I'm still going to get the max like bonus from her burst, so that, yeah, you get the point. Healing is good with Furina, so more healing good, particularly in the context of not having C2 Furina like I don't right now. So yeah. Anyways, but the near enemy to the lake in the new area. I don't know where that is. Is it like over here somewhere? I'm not sure. I can if you want, but so with C2 Furina, you can use Bennett and Kuki. I mean, you can use them without that. But you know what? I want to go, in case anyone didn't watch my wishing video, I'm gonna go to the turtles real quick, because I want to show people, like, this is the best example of like what is going on with this character that like she behaves in this way, right? So we're gonna see any all-female team for Furina. Yeah, that's an interesting question. We'll see. What is my Noelle? Is my Noelle team all female? Yeah, it is, I think, right? I can't configure. So one of the teams I want to test here in this video is a Noelle Wet Rock variation. I'm quite confident. Like, Noelle is one of the best combos with Furina. So this team in particular is one I want to try. Noelle, Furina, Yelan, Yunjin. And Yunjin, based on what we see, we haven't seen enough reliable info to say like confidently or not. But I suspect that Navia, based on what we currently know, so asterisks, based on what we currently know, Navia could be like, instead of using Yunjin to buff Noelle more, and Yunjin doesn't do anything for buffing Furina or Yelan, of course, but using Navia instead as a quick swap off-field sub DPS kind of thing. Instead of Yunjin. Maybe an upgrade, maybe a side grade, but that would be another variation if you want. So I plan to test Noelle here. My Noelle is not like fully to the point. I'm not gonna level 90 my Noelle until I know I really like this team, because I don't really have a Noelle team to use without Furina, basically. But I'm pretty sure of any teams, like this is one actual example again, like back to what I said in the beginning of the stream, where like Furina's, to me, more about what she enables new, but that might relegate her to more niche utility than you might expect. And one of those new things is, not that Noelle's new, but making variations of Noelle teams, making there be more variations of Noelle teams is new, right? And like Wet Rock is one of those teams, right? So anyways, watch the summons. Like, I'm just going to plop her summons down. I'm going to not move. Like, why do they do this? This is so weird. And like, to be clear, I don't know if this is going to be a problem in Abyss. This is just the best example I've seen that's like very easy to show how like Furina summons will do shit like, you know, attack this, and then they'll be like, all right, I'm gonna go attack these, and also the turtles teleport too. Why, I don't know, because apparently Furina summons teleport themselves and they make other things teleport too. Who the heck knows why? And that's probably not true, by the way. There's probably just some goofy behavior that's being triggered with the turtles that Furina's summons trigger. But like, why her summons, when I'm just sitting still, like, switch between that and that? Like, to be clear, it's some amount of, like, they tend to target the thing that Furina is nearby, but it's also some amount of I have no idea, because I was very clearly, you know, next to this one, and, like, I didn't even, there was points where they teleported over to a different turtle, and then I didn't, like, I don't understand, right? Her behavior is weird, and the problem with that is, like, if this kind of weird behavior is weird in Abyss too, then determining her utility and, like, how much you can rely on her is hard, because if she has weird variability that affects, like, how much you can consistently get her drain, how much damage she consistently gets, it's going to affect her a lot as far as her long-term viability and universality. Like, it's so weird. So, anyways, didn't know you watched Soul 2 OMFG. What are people saying in chat? So I missed something. Anyways, oh, I haven't unlocked the area. Yeah, I disagree. A teacher to a child should have been an oldish female for once. Oh, I mean, yeah. I didn't try to. Did I have any take on Skirk's design? I don't know. She looks nice. I probably agree that she should be a tall female, but anyways, so yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen her in game or anything, or heard her voice actor or anything. So, well, other than the trailer. So, blah 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 blah. My Furina is C0. I have C1. I have not activated it yet. Furina weapon as Caesar, probably want ER Sands. Yeah, it'll depend on the team a little bit. We can test Nuvulette teams, of course, although I don't think that's, like, the most interesting things necessarily. So, auto-targeting level Yoimiya beat even crazier. I mean, it's weirder than Yoimiya. Like, Yoimiya will generally, yeah, like, yeah, I don't know. Don't kill me. Alright, do that, do this. This boss is not great in this team. This team just doesn't function because there's water on the ground constantly. So it doesn't actually have the ability to, like, infuse pyro on Kazuo's burst consistently, which, like, heavily nerfs what the team can do. So this boss is not a showcase of this team. I'm just using it because I also like this team for Overworld. Can I get my burst back so I don't die? Okay, there we go. Okay, this boss needs to move around less. Stop it. Bro, stop moving. Please. Ah! I was just trying to get one more Bennett skill out for freaking... Okay, that's fine. Oh, I killed him again. Whoops, that was a mistake. My bad. This is the worst team maybe for this boss, because, like, this team just ceases functioning when there's stupid Hydro all over the ground. So, anyways, 3 drops. Thanks, game. Appreciate it. How many do I need for her next ascension? 4 more. Okay. If I don't get another level 90 here today because of the fact that I accidentally spent resin and condensed it, I'm gonna maul a little bit, but how much is this? This is 3 per 2, so that's 3 times, that's 12. That's 12 runs in this boss. That's 24 drops. 24 drops at minimum, I'm pretty sure is enough, right? I need 4, and then it's literally exactly enough. Okay, perfect. I have enough fragile resin. I might have to use all of it, but I have enough to level 90 her. Good lord. Good lord. Okay. So, anyways, yeah, the as far as, like, the auto-targeting goes, it's, like, it's just really weird behavior. And in my wishing video, I also, like, tested against, like, actual enemies, right? And I saw similar things where, like, when there's multiple enemies, she, like, switched between in really goofy ways. It seems like as long as you're consistently normal attacking a specific enemy, wherein you're forcing the game's auto-targeting system to, like, where it shows that little, like, white triangle above an enemy. That's going to be, let's go, I gotta join into my polearms only world. That's going to be the situation we're in, like, here, sorry, I'm having a stroke. Let's just simplify it. Her auto targeting is jank. Her auto targeting is jank. She has a line in her kit that says like she'll target the priority that, you know, your character is targeting, your active character is targeting. They will attack nearby opponents at intervals, prioritizing the target of the active character. But the nuance is in figuring out how can we manipulate her summons to potentially get them to target other things when we want them to target other things, and also get them to not target other things when we don't want them to target other things, because that can affect her like AoE utility in particular. The number one thing I can see right now is that she probably... Why is this not working? I don't know why. I don't do Genshin co-op very often. I don't know if I just don't remember how to do this. Why is it like... I just want to join my world. Why is this so fucking jank, man? Like, why do I don't understand. I don't understand. Oh, and I have too many friends requests on polearms only, so I don't even have myself in my friends list. Oh, for F's sake, man! Man, this game is jank, friggin' goofiness. Like, I just want to join into my world. Why is it so hard to do this? Like, everything about this game, man, just like for co-op, I should specify, is kind of jank. All right. Check. There we go. Co-op game loading. There we go, finally. That took way too long. Did my chat die, by the way? I haven't seen a message in like 5 minutes. Oh, frick's sake, man. Freaking blame YouTube. The chat didn't even update for like 3 minutes for me. Don't you get a lot of burning and a few blooms in this team? Yeah, that's the point of the team. Hey, look, it's me. What a world. Let's go collect some flowers. In co-op mode, not friend, I guess. Yeah, well, that's what I tried to do, though. I tried to go in co-op mode and enter the UID, and just nothing shows up. I don't understand why. Like, I went into this screen first, and it didn't work. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. Co-op be jank in this game in, like, every single imaginable way. I swear they did not put any thought into how the co-op of this game should actually work. That's a little bit insulting, to be clear, but, like, come on. They advertise this game as having co-op, and half of the game's functions don't even work in co-op. You can't even play this game together. You can't explore around the overworld together in co-op with people. That's so stupid. Anyways, let's stop rambling about co-op. So, any questions I missed? If you asked any questions in the last, like, 5 minutes of my chat, I probably missed them because YouTube decided that my chat didn't want to function. Blam. Is there only one? Oh, no, there. Okay, yeah, there's two more over here. Why does it get so dim over here? That's the Maritime flower. Don't need that. It's just one day and people out there said Furina is not good. I think it's too early to say whether Furina is good. I think the real question, like, the thing is, she's an off-field DPS that has a potential very significant damage buff that she gives your team. I should switch to Yelan so I can run through this easier. Like, and that's not irrelevant, right? Like, at a bare minimum, she should have utility in the teams that's going to be able to make that work, right? It's going to take some effort to make that work, but I think she is not as good as some people might have believed initially. And like, there's a reason I was pretty hard on, like, in my Discord server, as I thought about this character more and more, I went pretty hard on being like, yeah, this character is, like, weird, and she might not end up, like I illustrated on my Discord server what I considered a doom post scenario for Furina after her release, wherein like if she failed these I knew I missed one over here. If she failed 4 criteria, I would become a hater for Furina. She did not fail all 4 criteria. One of the criteria was her burst animation. If it still had this awful tunnel vision effect that like just like the tunnel vision effect was so bad in the leaks we saw that like you can see where my mouse is going. Like where my mouse is going is like the only area that didn't have like awful visual effects going on. As it currently is, it's fine. The visual effects are, I don't like it, but it's fine. It's completely tolerable. So she passed that thing. But then the other aspects of her are specific mechanical aspects, and one of them was her Hydra application and hit intervals, matching what she was in initial beta, and at this point I'm pretty confident they are what she was in original beta. And then another one of the Doom Post scenarios was another criteria she failed, which is that her summons can't, these summons, despite being like Hydra summoned creatures, they don't count as having Hydra on them. They're something else special, and you can't like swirl Hydra off of them with Kazuha, for example, or other Animo characters, and that's a really big downside. Well, it's not a downside. Sorry, it's wrong to say it's a downside, but it would have been a really nice upside that could have been very, very relevant to her creative utility. And the fact that she can't do that just restricts her more, right? It would have made her more useful for doing double swirls, basically. Can I switch to other character? No, I can't. Okay, I kind of figured that was the case. I was hoping I could switch to Yolana and run across the water, but I cannot. It's just sad. I gotta go over here to get some flowers over here. Wait, did I get those already? I might have gotten those already. Crap. If I did, I'm sorry. So, anyways, and then what was I actually have the list here, so let me check my notes. What was scenario number 4? Creative utility. Oh yeah, and then the number 4 was if her summons miss a lot of hits. Because Furina's summons, right, if in practice they miss 30% of their hits, particularly in context of, okay, I must have gotten the flowers already. I'm a twat. Yeah, I think I got the flowers already over here. So if her summons miss, 30% of their hits, that's bad. it affects her entire kit, right? So if there's enemies that move a lot that cause her summons to not hit, that's really bad. I don't know if that'll be the case yet, so that one's an unknown. But my point is she's kind of already failed 2 out of 4 criteria for like me thinking that she's not that good. But that said, one of my Doom Plus criteria, that one being me saying that like her Hydra application matches like what it originally was, is not really necessarily that bad. It's more just something that like you could consider a balancing aspect to Furina. So in that sense, it's like okay, it's like okay, sure, right. So I don't know. I don't know what to say other than that. I think she's going to end up being... My vibe right now is that she's probably going to end up being more niche than many people may have expected initially. And that's not necessarily bad, because you still got to consider what she actually enables that's new. And what she enables new is not insignificant. Is Furina worth it as free-to-play? I mean, she has valuable overworld utility. Like one thing I think I saw early in the stream, like her summons. This is something that's like, I honestly think this thing is more relevant than her ability to walk over water. Her ability to walk over water is cool and will be nice in situations, but more for overworld, the fact that one, her healing is actually relevant, right? Having a heal that just can heal you is nice. I really wish the healing thing teleported with you. It annoys me that like, we have to deal with weird teleporting behavior with her normal summons, and then her healing summon does not teleport with you. Because I don't think she's the best overworld healer, because I think Baiju's the best overworld healer because he has a heal where you press his button and then he heals your whole team and you can keep on walking. You don't have to stand still. Furina's heal for overworld has the problem of it doesn't follow you, but you can also force it to follow you by just doing charge attacks. So it's good, but not amazing, basically, for overworld healing. It's just nice to have. It means you probably don't need to force a healer in your overworld team, right? More importantly than that, her summons will jump around and teleport to things that are like in places you can't reach. So for example, like commissions that have a hilly trail tower, you know, where you need to like, normally you'd want to use a bow character and shoot them. Furina would have the ability to, her summons just teleport up to the hilly trail tower and wham blam, you cleared it, right? Like, and that's nice because it means you don't have to like force a bow character in your team or force a character in your team that has a ranged ability. I think that's like a notable overworld upside. But as far as like free to play, it depends what your like state of investment of your account is. My vibe right now is I don't think she's going to be as relevant as the likes of Kazuha, right? I don't think she's near Kazuha tier, but she is in the same grouping of like if I were to like group categories of characters together as like supportive, relevant, enabling characters, she's in the same category as Kazuha to me right now. But I don't think she's going to end up to near the same relevance as he is. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, it just means she might actually be fairly well balanced.
Take it easy.
Is that can change like jump is okay. I'm not sure what that means.
Take it easy.
Take it easy. Let's see. This is where I think like half the freaking flowers are for her, by the way. So I gotta try to make sure I don't miss anything here. I think there's like a bunch of flowers that are underground or quest locked or something. I don't know if I can access them or not. I know the interactive map says there's 77 available, but when I collected them from my world, I only got like 60. So that's annoying, but I'm gonna find someone else here. Maybe one of you guys let me join. I know my mod Sylveon said I can join their world to get the last flowers I need, but their NA account I don't think has this area unlocked or Fontaine unlocked even, so it might be a bit of a walk. So it might not be my priority. Oh yeah, like I put a sticker over here for that island because supposedly there's supposed to be flowers on that island, but I'm guessing the flowers on that island don't spawn until you complete the quest for this or something, which is annoying. Whoever's making the auto target really wanted to kill everything. Yeah. Yeah. The summons behavior is weird. We'll see. We'll see how relevant she is long term. I highly doubt I'm going to reach into the Doom post scenario for her that I mentioned earlier. To be clear, even if she fails 3 out of the 4 conditions, because I think I might have gotten everything. Yeah. Okay. Might have missed something somewhere. I'm just gonna take a peek around. Even if she fails 3 out of 4 of the... Oh, I missed one over here. I don't think I'm going to Doom post her because I've already realized she's going to have, like, niche relevant utility for me. Like, my favorite kind of units, I said this earlier, are the units that enable me to do weird things. So let's... I'm going to use Charlotte as an example. I plan to build Charlotte as a DPS, but her Charlotte's multipliers, like... they're not good. She doesn't really do much damage. But what you can do, and what I plan to do, is try to do a normal attack DPS. And so my intention is actually to abuse Yunjin. And Shenhe would actually work the same way, where Shenhe and Yunjin add flat damage buffs, wherein instead of it, you know, like Bennett, for example, with Charlotte, would add a whole bunch of, like, attack, but then her low multipliers mean that you're getting less value out of Bennett's attack than you would from a character with higher multipliers, right? Higher attack scaling multipliers. And that basically means that if you want to like see a lot of damage from Charlotte, and I'm not saying this is a good comp, to be clear, this is just what I'm planning to try to like get the most damage out of her for the funsies of just taking pictures and killing things with the pictures I'm taking kind of situation, because it's fun. I plan to use Yunjin, and the way that Yunjin's buff works basically cares very little about Charlotte's multipliers, and instead cares about how much crit damage and damage percent bonus you have. So what I can do is I can use Furina, right, with Charlotte and Yunjin, and Yunjin, where's my Yunjin? Yunjin gives a flat bonus. Let's find Yunjin. Here she is. Go to her burst. You can see she gives a damage increase of 61% of her defense. You can see I have 2k defense. I do have husks, so the defense actually goes higher than that. But You get the point. So, you know, let's just say it adds a flat 1,000, right? It adds a flat 1,000 into like the damage calculation, and it adds that on top of like whatever her multiplier would begin on. So let's say Charlotte has 2,000 attack. She has a 50% multiplier on her first hit. She has a thousand damage on her base damage. It's 50% times 2,000 attack. That's 1,000 damage. We're not factoring any defenses here or anything. I'm trying to simplify things. What Yunjin's flat damage buff, like Yunjin, if she's giving a buff of 60% of her defense, and Yunjin has like, we'll say she has like 2,500 defense because I think that's closer to what she'd have if she was level 90 and everything. You know, that's like 1,200. That's like 1,500 of a flat bonus on top. So we have 1,000 plus 1,500, right? So that's actually like a more than doubling of like the base damage that's used before any damage percent or crit multipliers. So what flat buffs like Yunjin's buff work best in is they make the biggest percentage difference in cases where characters' multipliers are lower, and in particular, buffs like Yunjin are better when you have a lot of damage percent going on. So Furina, because she gives a whole bunch of damage percent, means that I can basically have, let's say I get C2 Furina, right, to simplify things, and I get like guaranteed near immediate 100% uptime, 100% damage bonus, and then I have Charlotte on, you know, a cryo goblet, on Marshall say hunters because Furina's on the team with Yunjin. You know, we'd have like a multiplier of that 2,500, which 1,500 of that 2,500 is from Yunjin's buff. Multiply that by the 100% damage bonus, right? And then also multiply it by crit. And suddenly now Charlotte is doing potentially, you know, I don't know, 15k, 10 to 15k normal attacks should be doable in that situation. Before any like melt shenanigans that I might try. And that's the kind of thing I like characters, like supportive characters, to do. That's why I like Kazuha and Bennett, is because they enable situations like that where they're making worse characters work better. Because that's where I think Genshin shines the best, is when you just have something silly you want to try and you try to make the most out of it. Like you want a normal attack DPS Charlotte. So that was a long explanation of some math and why I like how Furina works on paper, and it just remains to be seen in practice. And in that team, I don't think like the downsides of Furina, like her Hydra application being not great, are going to be that much of a downside. She's going to have high ER needs potentially, but that's a solvable issue by, you know, slapping Fab on her or slapping you know, heavy ER artifacts like this one with 20 ER kind of situation, right? So I have the ability, by the way, with an ER timepiece and a non-ER weapon, the most ER they can give my Furina is... Wait, I thought it was going to be higher than that. It should have been 30% higher. Why was it only... Oh, no, duh, because this had... Okay, it was 20% ER. No, that makes sense. Alright, yeah, ER timepiece, like... Yeah, there you go. So, anyways, I should have the ability to do plenty of ER on my Furina, basically in any situation. But worst case scenario is obviously just Yoldi Fab. I have no spoilers to give because I haven't done it. Anyways, let's go back to my own world quick, so we can farm the boss. I unlocked that area for the flowers and fontaine, just that area though. Thank you, Sylveon. You're awesome. Sylveon is the best. I locked out on having a good mod, that's for dang sure. Sylveon does so much free work for me. I feel bad. I would give Sylveon like Welkins or something, but the thing is, Sylveon has definitely put themselves in Giga Whale. Well, okay, I shouldn't say Giga Whale. They're a goofy Giga Whale. Sylveon literally spent like 650 euros or pounds. I don't remember if it was euros or pounds. Either way, a lot of money. Sylveon spent a lot of money on not Furina, not Baiju, not Weapon Banner. Sylveon spent a lot of money on the standard banner for the most insane thing you could possibly do, which is she did that to get freaking Lisa constellations. So like that's That's the kind of whale that Sylveon is. So Sylveon doesn't need my freaking Welkins. So anyway, point is, thank you, Sylveon. You're great. All right. You don't want to on-field her, or do you need to? Are you talking about Charlotte, Vicky? What artifacts would you recommend, Soul? I'm at 28 pity. What build is most optimal for Charlotte? If you're DPSing Charlotte with Furina Marchose, if you're on-field DPSing Charlotte like I am, if you're talking about Furina, it's basically Golden Troop. Like, there's no other question. It's Golden Troop. The only asterisk on Furina's artifacts, it's going to be so much better for her. All of her damage basically comes from her skill, right? So Golden Troop, it's worth the basically force 4-piece. Yeah, like it's a situation of it's so much better for her that even if you have like, let's say this was my best circlet. This is a garbage circlet for Furina, but 4-piece Golden Troop would still be a lot better for me than other artifacts that I have available, even 2-piece combos. Like, you have to have really bad, like it's so much better for her that even just like 20 CV pieces on like every piece, or less than 20 CV, it'll be fine. and probably better than like really good substats on 2-piece bonuses for Furina. The only asterisk is if you have C6, then her build playstyle can change. Good God, by the way, this C6. This used to be her C2 and I was so sad. I blame all the people who didn't. I don't think most of the content creators I've seen have thoughts on her C6. Don't understand this properly, in my opinion. I'm not going to talk about it because it's not relevant, because it's a C6 and it's in the realm of just being unattainable for most people. So I'm not going to talk about it, but this used to be her C2, and in my opinion, on like a damage improvement level, not necessarily as good, but on a it changes how you can use Furina level, much better, in particular for supportive relevance, actually. And I blame all the people that were like, she doesn't get on-fielded enough with her C2 for the fact that it got changed. That's what I blame. Anyways. Can you move slightly less, bro? Don't get it. Blam. Okay, can you, like, not move for, like, half a second? Alright. Do. Let me know any questions you got or things you want to test. Is there any teams anyone wants me to test? Obviously, I don't have every single character in the game or anything, but I can probably relatively well test things. It's such a non-ideal team, this boss. But it works. It works well enough to function. Blam. Honestly, I should put Bennett on DPS artifacts for this boss, but you know what? I don't care. Anyways, 3 drops. Thank you, game. Wow. Quality. Alright. Yeah, I used 150 resin today. What a world. Okie dokie. Let's go back. You know what I should do? I should probably just go into... I'd have to... Yeah, never mind. I'm just gonna deal with going in and out of co-op. It's fine. It should only take me one more co-op run here to get enough flowers from this world. Predictably, I'm spending a lot... I have no idea how long the stream's gonna last, by the way, because I'm just spending a long time rambling about Furina things. But that's what this stream is supposed to be. All the thoughts on Furina, and then finally actually test her when I get her actually done. Hey, I have enough to level her up. Well, not without this, but anyways. Let's go. Okay, I left off getting all those, so I think I need to go here, 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 and here. So that should not take very long. Blam. Looks like the chat died again, by the way. Let me refresh it. I want to try and make Charlotte DPS to my Furina used all your resin. I mean, yeah, that's the problem I'm gonna have after I get this character level. My problem right now is like my main team. I think I might end up using Furina a lot in is that Noelle team because I've wanted to, for a while to like build Noelle and have a good reason to use her. I can't view my team screen, but that Noelle team I showed earlier is like I'm gonna mess with that in this stream. But like Noelle wants to be level 90, and if I really like how Yun Jin functions in that team, I'll probably level 90 Yun Jin, and then like I ain't gonna have anything left over for resources after level 90ing 3 characters for Charlotte anytime soon. So I don't know. I might prioritize Charlotte just to make a video about Charlotte right now, over the likes of Noelle, because people probably care about. People are probably more interested in seeing a DPS Charlotte video now than they would be in a month or two, but it's just like I don't necessarily want to prioritize my resources for Charlotte right now, but I probably will after I get Furina done. So, anyways. Okay, oh, I forgot to scroll back to my chat. Do. Freeze, I have a question for you. What do you have a question for? Like, just, instead of like being like, I have a question for you, just ask the freaking question. I might miss it, and like if I miss it because YouTube chat freezes or I'm distracted talking about something else, just ask it again. Like, you don't have to ask if you can ask a question. That's pointless. I literally titled the stream inviting people to ask questions too, so like just ask your freaking questions. Does Furina allow everyone to use the Martial Say set? I mean, not everyone. Martial Say Hunters is a notable thing about it. You notice it doesn't say on the set description that this ability works off field. That's because it doesn't. Things that work off field generally say they work off field, basically. Well, it depends on the phrasing for things, but anything that Genshin says like builds stacks of things, generally speaking, only works on field. So like if we look at a good example is actually Furina's sword, you can see this aforementioned effects can be triggered even if the wielder's on field. There's always that phrasing tied to anything that like builds stacks. So if something builds stacks and doesn't have the text that it works off field, it doesn't. There might be exceptions to that, but generally speaking, that is the case. So that is to say, yes, Martial Say Hunters can be used with anyone with Furina on the team, but the two things to keep in mind is, one, her summons will stop draining at 50% health, right? So if you don't have competent healing to always, at least be healing your on-fielder, you'll lose it. So you need a healer, there's no question, but you needed a healer anyways, so it's not that much of a downside. And and if you don't care about the loss of the damage percent bonus, technically all you need is a healer for your active character, which is basically well, it's not basically, it's every single healer in the game at least heals the active character. So, point is that's not that much of a downside, but the bigger one is just remembering that it works only on field. So like in the context, actually, Noelle is, I have my Noelle, we're in co-op here, so the enemies don't pause. In the context of my Noelle build, one of the upsides of Noelle, and like you could make that. Did I go and get these? I don't remember. I think I did. Let me double check. In the context of my Noelle build, one of the things that makes Noelle a really interesting unit to DPS is she wants to spend a lot of field on time, but her C6, right? She gets her burst extended, right? So she can like burst for a long time. But her burst also has the line saying you can swap out of her. So, wait, where does it say that? It says it somewhere. Maybe it doesn't say it somewhere. If it doesn't say it somewhere, she can. I don't remember. She definitely can. Noelle can swap out and keep her burst going, and you can swap back in. So, if you need to like in the context of where, like I said, just Navia might be like a fun off-field DPS or quick swap DPS option with her, where you can have Noelle's burst going, swap to Navia, and then swap out to Noelle. But if you do that, oh yeah, I did come up here. If you do that, the biggest issue with that is you're losing your Martial Say Hunter stacks. So if you're playing Noelle in a more quick swappy fashion, then Husk would, even with Furina on the team, 4-piece Husk might be better than Noelle, than Marshal Hunters. And even then, 4-piece Husk gives so many stats that it's not necessarily going to be the most insane improvement, is my guess. I haven't done any calcs of what 4-piece Husk looks like on Noelle with Furina versus Marshal Hunter. I imagine Marshal Hunter is very competitive, if not better, or slightly better. At minimum. And I also think, you know, the domain with Marshal Hunters and 4-piece Golden Troop, like both those artifacts are really, really good artifacts to have for various reasons. And 4-piece Husk is harder to get, is harder to justify farming for when it's paired with Clam, which is not as useful. Like, you don't really need that many good Clam pieces. And everyone hates, you know, getting the cracked DPS pieces on the healing site kind of situation. So you can farm Husk in the Strongbox now too, though. But that's, you know, Strongbox is still slow if you want to try to get a 4-piece out of something. So, anyways, the point is like, being that Noelle swaps out, loses stacks, you have to like consider the fact that she's going to have to build up stacks of Marshal Hunters again in that situation. But it depends on like what team variation you're using with Noelle and Furina and how much you have to swap off of Noelle, right? Okay, I think I got everything from this world here. I'm guessing. Yeah, okay. So I need like 20 or 40 more to be able to do her last ascension. That's fine. We're going to bounce out of my world here, or my Polearm's only world. Is it worth rowing for Furina? Okay, it's like, depends on your account, man. It depends what you like. For what I like, which is like I like characters that can enable me to do different. Oh, hello. I like characters that can enable me to do fun things, and Furina do that. So I think I'm going to quite like Furina. Is my guess, but I think there's a lot of people that aren't necessarily going to like how fragile she makes your team, and may end up regretting her because of that specific aspect of her. But I don't know. Like, it's hard for me to say how good she is going to be right now. I've talked in this stream already a bunch about like how her downside, so I'm not going to say she's worth pulling specifically. You know, switch to the healing mode. Can I switch to the healing mode? Lord. God damn it. Schmack. Okay. Do you have fun rec, and is Furina fun to use? I don't know what fun rec means. Is Furina fun to use? I don't know. I haven't used her enough to say if she's fun to use. I think she will enable fun things. So, like I was talking about Charlotte earlier, she will make Charlotte, well, she'll make some variations of Charlotte DPS more viable than it otherwise would be without Furina existing to buff her damage, kind of thing, right? Thanks, game. I appreciate those stupid. I've gotten. This is the second cracked, well, potentially cracked artifact I've gotten from boss farming for Furina thus far. I also got this, no, not that piece, this piece yesterday, which, I mean, this is a 4-line 0 dead stat piece. This is absolutely cracked. Like, to be clear, it can roll shite. It could roll entirely into attack percent. But even then, it's still a useful enough artifact. I'd probably not throw it away, right? Like, it's based. This is one of those artifacts that's like can't roll badly. This one is not quite as good, but it also is quite hard for this to roll bad. I mean, max roll crit rate, high roll crit damage, and max roll attack. Like, good lord, man. All right, we'll take that. This is a perfect piece for Noelle on 4-piece gladiators, except for Noelle, if you're using Furina, probably doesn't want 4-piece glad. She probably wants Marshal Hunters over glad substantially, so that is my guess. But I haven't actually calced how much of a difference that is, to be clear. And again, if you're playing with Noelle more quick swappy, you get there's more downtime on the crit rate buff with Noelle. Not necessarily enough that it's that much of a concern, but it's a factor. So, anyways, do you have fun recording? Oh no, like fun recording, I assume is what you meant. I mean, I enjoy recording. If you were gonna ask a question like, oh, would you stream a different game or play a different game than Genshin for your YouTube channel? If I had the magic ability to be like, what what video game would I love to base my channel on? I don't know. There's no like particular video game. I would much rather be someone who makes videos more generalist in the sense of like appreciating games in general. But what my channel has turned into is Genshin, because Genshin is what popped off and YouTube operates in niches. If I put in the work too, I can make a different channel that's more generalist in nature, but I just haven't done that at this point. So I wouldn't say I, always love making videos for Genshin. Sometimes it feels like I do it just because I feel like I have to. But in general, I enjoy recording. So, anyways, bye, Jason. You joined when Risley's Manor was new, so you're new. Oh, really? Okay, interesting. Do you have... Oh boy, that's an interesting question. Is Furina worth getting as someone who's like literally brand new to the game? Oh, it's hard to say. It's likely, like, if you're new to the game, she's likely a character you'll find valuable long term in some form. And particularly if you're coming off of like being brand new. I don't know if did you get Risley, Alberto? Thanks for subbing. If you got Risley, Alberto, I'd say all the more reason to get Furina. Furina should work pretty well with him. The biggest downside is like Furina really wants like options for healers, and you might not have that many options for healers right now. But the thing is, her banner does have Charlotte, and Charlotte, particularly with C1, Charlotte she's a little bit annoying to build. But at bare minimum, like you can craft prototype Amber for her, and it's not bad. For her, because it'll refund some of her energy, right? And so like Charlotte has free-to-play accessible, like free-to-play new player accessible options for building her, and will be a decent healer to pair with Furina. And then, she also will work quite well with Risley. I don't have Risley to test, but yeah. As you would make videos on Genshin or Roblox. If I do videos on any other game, it's going to be like a different channel, right? So like even I don't know, some Genshin creators have managed to diversify. I don't know what I'm doing, by the way. Oh, Sylveon, I need to probably, I'm going to wait until I farm the boss one more time, but Sylveon, I need to enter your world if you're available. You can message me your UID, or you can put it in chat, whatever's best for you, Sylveon. So, yeah, I don't know. As far as like, is Furina worthwhile? I think you'd probably find her worthwhile, but the only hesitation, like for me, like being like, oh yeah, like Furina's worth it for like a long-term valuable character to get if you're brand new to the game, is like, particularly if you're not as familiar with like the mechanics of the game, right? A character that is going to like make your team more fragile might feel a little rough to use to you, right? And you might not end up liking Furina because of that. And your own playstyle preferences are something you might not know solidly until you played this game for months and months. That's just how Genshin be, and the diversity of like characters and like different options for playstyles available. So you have Chi-Chi. Interesting. Oh, you have Charlotte too? Oh, okay, so you already wished a little bit. So yeah, I don't know whether or not you continue wishing is up to you. The fact that she comes with a decent healer for her is good. For Furina is good. So whether or not you want to continue farming for her is really up to you. But like, we'll enable the health drain here, and you'll see like it's no joke. Even when I've got Bennett is not an ideal healer for her because he's only gonna heal the on-field character, but like, is no joke for trying to deal with the downside of her health drain, right? But the damage bonus can give you is potentially really valuable, and Furina genuinely will enable teams that... Ow, can you stop? Will enable teams that were otherwise not really possible. Can you stop, please? No. No. You're gonna die. There we go. Okay. Beto is really good too. Beto is a really good defensive option, you're right. Keep on getting 2 drops, but I suppose that's fine. Okay. There we go. Let's go send Furina. Took me about 4 months to know what playstyle I enjoy. That's pretty fast, honestly. I think I took much longer than that. I wouldn't even say I have a particular playstyle I enjoy, but I know what types of characters I enjoy. Quite solidly. I probably knew around, like, after using Yai and after getting a Elon, I pretty quickly learned in, like, oh, this character, this game, 3 out of the 4 characters you have are off-field. I learned that I like off-field characters. So that's my main preference. And off-field characters, they never release. So anyways. I ignored you? I didn't mean to ignore you. What did you ask? I start talking, again, sometimes I miss it. And it's not like, oh, I just hate that guy's name. That's why I ignore you. Like, that's not, it's just not what happens. I just don't see it because I'm talking or I'm reading something else and it just passed by in the chat. Or YouTube didn't update it and it just got pushed behind. So, is she worth pulling if I have Newbie C0R1 and Yolan C1R1 already? If she's that important, I'll skip then. I mean, her biggest downside is her Hydro application, and like those characters do consistent Hydro application. Furina is about her damage % bonus and not her. What am I doing? Oh yeah, these. I need 3, I believe. Furina is about like her damage % bonus and like enabling like martial say hunters on other characters, as well as just contributing a little bit of off-field damage. But like, I pretty much have the vibe that this might change. There might be ways we find that because of her Hydro application is weird and has like burst of Hydro and then it has gaps and then it has more burst of Hydro suddenly. She might find unique situations where the way that her Hydro application works is not that much of a downside. Like Hyper Bloom doesn't mind as much, for example. Nilu Bloom wouldn't mind as much. But like, those teams generally don't care about her damage bonus as much. That's not necessarily like the ideal place to use her Hydro application. But point is, I think people are going to find teams where her Hydro application probably uniquely works best. But in general, like thinking about her using her in the traditional way most Hydros would be useful is not how you want to think about her. You want to think about her in terms of how useful is her potential buff. And in a particular team, you're thinking of how hard is it to keep up her buff consistently, right? Because you like Bennett is not the ideal healer. If you're using Baiju, it is a good healer, but then like Baiju has energy. So like, it's complicated. She's a weird character to think about. So like I think she's quite skippable right now, and particularly in context with the fact that, you know, this character is so weird and has so many unknowns. Like that's what I'm trying to emphasize. Like I really don't think people are going to solidly get the community is not going to get a solid vibe for how truly relevant she is for potentially weeks, months of her being out. And in particular, we're going to need abysses that aren't just like tailored to making her seem good as well, which is going to take a few months. And by the time her rerun comes, we'll probably know, right? So like, if you want to be safe, like if you're on the fence, like I would just wait for a rerun. And Archons always get a rerun in two patches, like 6 months after they release, which is 4 patches, right? So Furina, assuming they follow the same pattern they have for every other Archon, should be getting her first rerun in 4.6. Like, it's something you can very easily plan around, right? And then we'll know by then. And you'll know more based on what you've seen from various videos, right? And yeah, so right now, it's just really hard for me to tell. I think she's going to be more niche than expected, which makes it even harder to just like recommend her. But I think she is in the same tier of characters that enable creative things like Kazuha and Bennett, but she doesn't have near the same level of universality as those characters have, where like you can just kind of slot Bennett into a team and Bennett will help your team, or you can slot Kazuha into a team and without having to think about it much, they'll help your team. Furina, like, if you need the Hydra application to be consistent, you're going to have to like think about that as a factor. You're going to have to think about her healing drain as a factor. You're going to have to think about your healer as a factor in order to keep up the way that she works, which is giving damage % bonus. Like, she takes much more effort. Like, her biggest downside, in my opinion, is actually probably the fact that, like, anytime you're like, I'm going to use Furina on this team, in some form, she warps the team around her, right? And I think it's fine for balance, but it also makes her, like, hard to be someone you can just be like, I'm going to make this team. Yes, I'm going to use Furina in it, right? Because you got to think about it a bunch. In the context of, like, if you want to use Furina with Nuvilette, it's much, because Nuvula has his own like really quick instant drain gain mechanic, means he's going to basically always max Furina's stacks even if you don't end up using a healer with him. Or not necessarily max, but get close to max. Like, it's not as much of a concern, basically, in that like specific combo. And if there's other characters that have health training mechanics, Risley is actually an example, one that works pretty well with her too, without necessarily having to force a healer in the team to balance Furina's drain. But you get the point. She warps teams around her, I think. Hopefully it's obvious. How important she will be to particular teams, I don't know. Like I said, I think there's going to be teams that she uniquely enables. Why did I come here? I think I needed to just craft more things, right? Oh yeah, I need more Whopper Flower Guts. Okay, that's easy enough. She's going to warp teams around her, and by nature of doing that, she's going to have teams that uniquely want her to function, right? She does a number of unique things, and because of that, there's going to be, like, on the baseline simplest level, right? If you want to use Noelle on Marshall Hunters, you need Furina, right? Like, if you want to do Wet Rock Noelle, you're really going to want Furina. It is kind of it. Like, and I think there's going to be more teams that people find that take more advantage out of the little subtle nuances as time goes on. And we're probably going to see future characters that are released over 4.02, like 4.x patches that have synergy with Furina as well, in some form or another. Not just in like they drain their own health aspect, but in other ways. Like Cloud Retainer is rumored. Where is my frickin'? There they are. Yeah, so like Cloud Retainer is rumored to be a healer, right? And like she's probably gonna have healing that synergizes with how Furina wants team-wide healing. And she's going to be an Animo healer. The only weird thing is, like, Jean is a really, really good Animo healer for Furina. So how exactly they managed to make Cloud Retainer being an Animo healer more relevant than Jean is up in the air. The number one way they could obviously do is just by making Cloud Retainer have grouping. Because Jean has anti-grouping, which could be a problem. But anyways, like, if Cloud Retainer is an Animo healer, she's probably just going to be like a slightly better Jean for Furina, which means she's not necessarily going to be that much relevant. But so I don't know. We'll see. Point is, we'll see. There's going to be characters to come that will probably, improve Furina. And Furina, by nature of being a supportive off-field unit, as time goes on, the more relevant she might become. Right. And for someone like me who knows they like off-field units, and I know that I like units that creatively enable things, Furina is kind of a no-brainer. Even if I end up not using her very often, I want to have her available to use her when I want to use her for something, right? That's hint. Thanks for the UID, Sylveon. I'll join you shortly here. Claim that. We may as well use that wish. Man, look at my resources. They're already all gone. Under 5 million more. Blam. Level 80. Wonderful. Over 40,000 health. Nice. Okie dokie. 666 defense. Perfect. Okay. For main DPS Furina, what artifact set do you think could work? Golden Truth. It's like, to be clear, you could do something goofy like Fizz DPS Furina. Once I get Furina to level 90, I'll properly test in Abyss this team. If you have C6 Bennett, I'm of the opinion that if you want to on-field Furina, a Burgeon Furina with C6 Bennett is probably going to be your best bet. I'm not even joking. I think it's probably going to be a very good team for her as far as like making her the big damage dealer in your team. Like, she should probably hit some pretty. My guess is that Furina should hit some pretty big vapes in this team while also getting decent normal attack vapes, and while also getting a lot of Burgeon damage that she herself triggers by nature of this build. Like, yeah, and Key of Kajisu is not necessary for this build. You probably want like an EM weapon. Ziphos Moonlight would be a literal perfect weapon as far as a 4-star, but that's also a gotcha banner weapon. In some ways, it's worse than 5-star weapons. But anyways, I don't know that I'm necessarily going to recommend this build because it's going to be annoying to build, probably particularly the fact that it's, you know, she's solo Hydra, her ER requirement's going to be quite high, and balancing crit and EM and whatever is going to be a pain in the arse. Key of Kasha's suit kind of uniquely enables this to work probably quite well. So without Key of Kasha's suit, you know, there's Ziphos Moonlight is a good option. Like any weapon that gives like an overly high amount of stats, like a combination of stats that Furina could want in this team, which is EM and ER, and then she also wants some crit. So any weapon, and HP of course. HP is very, very similar to crit as far as value to her. So Key of Kasha's suit gives a bunch of HP, which is just damage, and then also a bunch of EM. And then in artifacts, I just got to make sure I have enough ER and then have some additional crit is kind of what this build then comes down to. If I was using Ziphos Moonlight, well then I get some EM from the weapon and I get a bunch of energy recharge. So I'm still going to have some energy recharge and substats, but you know, I'll need less than otherwise. So you get the point. I'm not going to necessarily recommend this team, but if you're looking for like you're so dedicated to her that you want to on-field normal attack her, I think this is probably going to be the one most viable teams that lets you on-field her a bunch, and everything she's doing on-field is contributing to a lot of the damage you have. In this team, you could argue, and in this team, you could argue that because she's on-fielding, you're not getting the benefit of 4-piece Golden Troop for anything. You're not getting the additional 25%. You're only getting the 45% skill damage bonus instead of 70% skill damage bonus. So there would be the argument to do like 2-piece skill damage and 2-piece EM or something in that situation. Otherwise, like literally every other team option wants Furina basically on 4-piece Golden Troop. And if you're doing something goofy like physical DPS Furina, which you know you can do, the problem is like the more you spec into something else, the more you're sacrificing Furina's skill damage. So it's not necessarily better like in any meaningful way. So it's just like, which number do you want to see be big number? And if you want to maximize big number for her normal attacks, it's going to be hard because they're attack scaling and whatever. But like, by nature of this team, by the way, this team will see decent normal attack damage, even with like an HP timepiece and whatever on her, or an ER team piece like I have on her, because Bennett gives a whack ton of attack, right? And her normal attacks are attack scaling. And she's probably going to vape some of her normal attacks because of C6 Bennett's infusion, so she's going to get big number of normal attacks in this team as well. Not as big as like other hits would be, but just because they're small multipliers. Anyways, main DPS Furina, I don't know, main, like if you're maining Furina, the best things to put on her, that's the most versatile, is just 4-piece Golden Troop and call it a day. Anyways. I guess let's go fight this again because I rambled for a bit. And then I'm going to join Sylveon. Sylveon's probably just waiting in there. I'm sorry, Sylveon. You've probably been having your world open for freaking 10 minutes. I'm sorry. I keep on rambling. How do I fit Furina in your Aggravate team without Baiju? That's a good question. Let's look at that in a second. What Aggravate team are you thinking? Like, with the... Like if I was gonna do it, like, that's actually a good. I haven't thought that much about how I want to make. I let Nahi die. Oops. Can I heal? One heal. Not healing. Okay. Oh, I have Drain going. Let's not do that. Okay, we're fine. I hate this boy. Why do you move so much, dude? Can't wait for this to be an abyss. I don't dislike this boss. Like I for like its hard hits. Like it's gonna hit like a friggin'. It's gonna pack a wall with an abyss, right? It's gonna hit like a truck. But the bigger the bigger issue I have is just its movement mechanics are kind of not great. I don't like it. Alright, let's do this. Really? Bro? Kill me through Bennett's burst. Okay, I'm doing a bad job at getting rid of these. You really gotta get rid of these. He might have some kind of stun mechanic that I don't know about, by the way, that I haven't noticed, but it's fine. Anyways, it's an interesting boss. I'm sure there'll be ways to deal with it. But yeah, so Furina with Aggravate without Baiju, huh? And it's an interesting question. Sure. Almost close to a perfect piece again. If Sylviana will join you as soon as I finish this. Let's go to a new team here. So we have, of course, Fischl. Oop, why don't you? There you go. Fischl, and then you have Yai on my account, and there's obviously other Aggravate options. I'd say they're two of the best Aggravate options for characters right now. You also have Kaching.
Let's go. Time is against us.
Without Baiju with Furina, so... I mean, you need some amount of Dendro, right? So your options are like... Right, if you want to do double Electro, you're more restricted, right? Like, I like to use Yai with Fischl a lot because... One of the things that's really strong about Fischl with Aggravate is Aggravate... You proc Aggravate with, like, all Electro damage, all Electro damage that applies Electro. You don't need to, as long as you have the Quicken aura the underlying Quicken aura applied every, like, 8 seconds. And you can get a lot of Aggravates, more than you can, like, out of reactions normally in an easier fashion. And Fischl can output a lot of damage when you're doing Aggravates. So, like, this would be the most restrictive I could imagine, right? So if you don't have Baiju, the best option is probably going to be Yao, realistically. And in this team, it won't be a problem, right? Because Yao, right, off-field character, off-field character, off-field character. You got to swap into them occasionally, but this should probably work fine. And you can on-field Yao heal up a lot. Yao is literally the strongest healer in the game, as long as you can afford her on-field time. And in this team, you could, right? So it would just be working around the downsides of how Yao functions, right? So I could still do double Electro in this case, right? Obviously, Baiju can work fine here as well. The Baiju just requires less on-field time, which would give me more flexibility to do something like Kaching, right? So Kaching might be an example. If we're imagining instead of Yai, we're doing Kaching, Furina, and we don't have Baiju. Yao might be a little bit worse in that situation. So, like, let's say you have Nahida. Let's say you want to use Nahida because Nahida is strong for Aggravate. Obviously, now you have a problem of, like, Nahida can be a healer with Prototype Amber, but that's probably not going to be enough. So you'd want a different healer. And, like, okay, you could sacrifice Fischl for Kuki, but, like, Kuki's not the ideal healer for Furina at all. So it's like, okay, what other Electro healers do you have? Well, right now I don't think... Oh, we have Dory, actually. Like, Dory actually has healing potential in the same, like, quick swappy manner as, like, Bennett. But Dory also has problems being only on-field, unless you have C6. But then C6, Dory requires healing to be while you're doing normal attacks with Dory, so that requires field time again. So, like, here you can see the problem, right? In where you're just not going to have enough healing. So you have to... Like, you're not going to use Nahida in this situation if you want double Electro. But even if you do want... So if you want to, like, force Nahida instead of forcing a healing Dendro, if you don't have Yao or Baiju, it's going to be annoying, basically. Is probably what I would say. So, and even this team, like, without Baiju, right, Yao should still work here, in my opinion, because Kaching is relatively quick swap. Like, Sino would not. Sino would feel like shite. Like, I don't have Sino on this account, but, like, Sino would probably really want Baiju, but, you know, it'd be interesting. To try to see if Sino could work without... I don't know. I think Sino would probably be the worst example as far as, like, Aggravate with Furina goes, or quick. If you're putting Furina on an Aggravate team, by the way, you're turning it into a quick bloom team, basically, which is not a bad thing. It's actually probably a good thing, and it's actually a situation of... This is actually a good situation where, like, Furina's Hydra application isn't nearly as relevant because, like, her Hydra application creating additional extra cores is good for just making additional damage, but then her gaps in Hydra application are actually kind of nice for making it easier to keep up Quicken, because if she applied way more Hydro, it would be much harder to keep up Quicken, right? And so that's relevant. But yeah, you're probably, if you're using Furina team, for Aggravate, by the way, you're probably forgoing you're probably foregoing Animo. Is probably honestly the biggest trade-off. Like if I go back to that Yai situation, right? If you're doing Yai, Yao, Furina official, you don't have Animo here. And Animo is, like, VV has a really, really big buff to your aggravate damage. Like, probably a very similar, if I'm using Kazuha instead of, oh, Kazuha's dead. If I'm using Kazuha instead of Furina, like, being that so much of the team's damage is coming from Visual and Yai and all the aggravates, like, Kazuha might actually be more of a damage upgrade than Furina in this team, even with her potentially giving 100% damage bonus, right? Or like 75% at C0. So, you know, like, it's just like figuring out the downsides and factoring in it's weird because you're also getting the quick blooms, right? So, like, it's weird. The biggest sacrifice, I think, is probably going to be the Animo. You could still force Animo in this team, obviously, by, like, swapping out Visual, but then you're losing Visual's damage, right? But the benefit could be you're getting VV, you're potentially getting double swirls on Hydro and Electro, rather than just focusing on the Electro swirls, which could be good, and be a completely valid trade-off. What I would basically describe it as is, like, Furina is just, like, making it more restrictive, she's again forced. If you want her damage bonus, right, you're forced to, like, use healers around her, and that restricts your options. I'd say the biggest loss is probably Nahida. Like, it's hard to make Nahida work probably with Furina more often than not, unless you're doing double Dendro, which is valid, but again, then you're not doing Animo or a second or your and Fischl, right? And, like, losing Fischl for aggravate is a relatively big loss, but it doesn't mean it's not functional. It just is a loss. So it depends what you want to do, right? What's more important than, like, how restrictive it is just remembering that, like, it is something you can do that's, like, new. It's another option for aggravate that wasn't available before in the same way. Like, you could turn aggravate teams into quick blue teams by throwing the likes of, you know, Xingqiu or whatever other Hydro in those teams, but you were usually sacrificing too much. But because of the fact that Furina can enable Quick Bloom to happen, which is good, and then also does her own damage, and then also doesn't interfere with getting Quick and Aura up as much, and then also gives a bunch of damage percent bonus, which is relevant for many characters in the team, it's potentially very, very good, right? It has much less downsides to throw a Hydro in the team, like Furina, in an aggravate team, than it normally would. So I think it is an option that should uniquely work well, that works better than previous options did, right? It has less downsides than previous options did, but it still requires tweaking the team. Again, we're back to, like, Furina warps any team you use her on. She warps any team you use her on around her in some ways. And depending on your account, that might be more of a pain in the arse than other accounts. For my account, I have enough options and versatility for healers, and I'm particularly lucky because of the fact that I vastly prefer healers over shielders. So I've leveled up more healers and invested more in them and whatever. So, and I'm used to playing with healers versus shielders. People that are used to playing with Zhongli all the time might not love the fact that, you know, Furina wants healers, which means you're probably not using Zhongli usually, and therefore forces them to play differently, and they might not like the fact that they get interrupted all the time because they're so used to never being interrupted by Zhongli. So, you know. Anyways. Yeah, I'm not going to say it's better than, you know, using Animo, or better than using Fischl, or better than using whatever else. But it's another option, and more options is good because it means, you know, depending on the characters you have in the account, the more likely you are to have a viable team that could be composed together. Because not everyone has all the options that, like I mentioned there, that I was going over with Fischl and Nahida and Dendro healing options and whatever, right? More options is good. She enables more things. That's good. That's the takeaway. Congrats on getting your first 5-star weapon. Okay, I think I talked about that for a while. Does Quick Bloom still use attack as scaling, or do you know you need EM and Electro? That's a good question. It depends on the character. Someone like Yai, Yai can scale. So Yai, for Quick Bloom, it's not going to change how you build her, in my opinion. Other than, like, because Yai doesn't vary unless you're on fielding Yai a bit. But even then, it's going to be a little bit hard to get Yai to be the one that triggers the bloom cores consistently. She will sometimes trigger them, but not necessarily like super reliably if you're just using Yai in that sense. The Yai works just as well on an EM timepiece as she does on an attack timepiece, but specifically in the context of in AoE situations, because in AoE situations she can aggravate most of her hits on her skill, but in single target situations Yai only aggravates 1 every 3 hits on her skill, and that's bad. If you're doing EM timepiece, that's bad. So in single target situations, even with that quick bloom variation, I don't think you want an EM timepiece, but it wouldn't be as bad as it used to be. And in AoE situations, EM timepiece is basically equivalent, if not better, in some ways. In particular, in the context of quick bloom, because she will trigger some of the cores, just not super consistently necessarily. EM timepiece can genuinely be better. For someone like Fischl is more likely with her like A4 procs to hit the cores, in my experience. So Fischl in the quick bloom team probably would want an EM timepiece in most situations over an attack, but I don't think it's going to be so much worse. Right, you're going to want to balance your stats. The point is, if you're triggering a significant amount of blooms, yeah, you definitely might get more value out of having an EM timepiece for sure. And it just depends. What's my favorite character and element? I'm gonna say Dendro's. I don't know. It's weird. Like Dendro characters aren't my favorite characters, but I'm gonna say Dendro's actually my favorite element. The reason for that is because I think Dendro's what like actually invigorated my interest in like the creative landscape of Genshin. Before Dendro, like I thought Genshin was quite mechanically boring, and then Dendro like made so many wild, weird variations of options available for different teams and things that it's what got me super into the Genshin on a mechanical level, and like actually made me enjoy it as a video game and not just like a gambling simulator where I wander around the open world and explore a little bit. Like, yeah, so I say Dendro is my favorite element for all the crazy shit it enabled and renewed interest it gave me in the game. My favorite character is probably Yai. On a characterization level and balance of how her kit functions, I use her a freaking lot. I don't think she's the most interesting character mechanically by far. I think Kazuha is the most interesting character and probably one of the most useful characters in the game. Nahid is very useful and interesting. Well, Nahid is not that interesting. She's just very useful. She's mostly very useful because they refuse to make other characters anywhere near as good as her, in my opinion. So, like they're just like, no, Baiju cannot have any range on his normal attacks because that has to be something only Nahid can do. Like, why? Like, ugh. Anyways, whatever. And Furina's super interesting, you know, so I don't know. I really like Dia. She's garbage. Absolute garbage, but I really like her. I love Candace. I don't know. I like a lot of characters in this game. So anyways, as far as like a mechanical level, but as far as like balance of mechanical functioning and characterization, I like Yai the best. So yeah. Lisa with C4 can also target cores on bursts. Yeah, that's... Wait, it targets cores on... Lisa's C4 targets cores, like, directly? What does her C4 do? Also, I need to join your world, Sylveon. It unleashes 1 to 3 lightning bolts when it attacks. Interesting, okay. So these lightning bolts target cores for some reason? That's interesting. That's good. I don't think many people have Lisa's C4, but, you know, some people do. So, anyways. Sylveon, what's your UID again? It's been like an hour since I said I wanted to join your world. Wait, do I have... I might have Sylvia on this. Do I? Don't think I do. Okay. Never mind. I'll send you a friend request, Sylveon, for this account. Let's see any questions I missed. Also a Yai main, and I love Dendro. Yeah. Also like Dia, she's garbage. Agreed. Boy, would I have appreciated if the game gave me a C1 Dia instead of like a Chi-Chi or a Mona when I wish for like both Venti and Furina here. Like, it's just yeah. Yeah. I sent you the request. I might have actually just been able to join off you. I didn't see the button for joining, but anyways. Yeah, I don't know. My problem is, like, I really would like C1 Dia, because, like, making Dia slightly better would be nice, because then I could, like, use her slightly more viably. It wouldn't fix her, but it'd make her slightly better, and that could make it just nicer to use her in more situations. So, yep. I don't know. We'll see. The greatest Alhaitham man, apparently. Says the C6 Lisa Hammer. Really praying for Navia to not end up like Dia. Based on what we initially know, I don't think she's going to be. I think she's going to be fine. She's not that interesting, but I also don't think she necessarily had to be that interesting. I think she's underwhelming. Oh boy. This is funny. Hello, Sylvia. Thank you. Thank you for running all the way over here. She just beelined it all the way and ignored everything else. That's hilarious. All right, I appreciate it. Yeah, Navia I don't think is going to end up like Dia. Navia is going to have a decent amount of versatility. She's going to be a Geo that doesn't really care about that much about working with other Geo units, other than maybe for being a battery. Or generating more crystallized cores, but my vibe on Navia is that it seems like her burst is intended to... Navia's burst is intended to be the one that generates the crystallized cores for you, and then you use Navia's skill as a quick... You swap into Navia, use her skill, and do a bunch of damage with her skill in a quick burst, and she has some AoE potential, because her kit, based on what we've currently seen from her kit can pierce through enemies. So, level 1 out, hit them. Perfect. So she has some AoE potential, kind of the same way like Nubilet can do AoE in a line. How much you can control it, like a big thing with Nubilet's AoE is the control over it is really high. I'm gonna guess we're not gonna have as much control over like Navia, so I'm not trying to say like Navia's gonna be Nubilet here by any means. But she seems like she's probably going to be fine as far as... Where's Elon? Is fine as far as, like, balance goes. And, yeah. So, and she's going to be relatively versatile because of the fact that she works... Basically, Navia's requirement for dealing damage, she wants Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, or Electro members in the team so that crystallized cores will be generated, right? And as long as you're generating crystallized cores, you should be doing significant damage with Navia, is my guess. And so as long as you can afford, the team has Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, or Electro to generate some decent amount of crystallized cores, and you can afford quick swapping into her whenever her skill is available, which I believe is like 9 seconds is her cooldown. Then Navia should be like pretty useful, and that versatility is really good. Geo units have had the issue of not being super versatile in the past, right? So other than like 4 mono Geo things, so that's a good thing. But she's also just like kind of just 5-star Ningguang as far as like how she functions. She should be better than Ningguang, to be clear, but she's not that interesting. As far as like, I like Furina because she's an interesting, versatile character that enables new things. What does Navia enable that's new? I can't envision anything. She can just slot into teams. Navia will slot into teams that already kind of worked as an alternative option, kind of thing. Like she'll be fine. she'll be perfectly functional. That's kind of Navia in a nutshell. Is my impressions of her. But we'll also have to see what she looks like in practice. There's unknown factors to her, to be clear. We don't know how annoying her energy requirements are going to be. We don't know how badly... Sorry, I'm reading chat. What was it saying? energy requirements on on Nava. We don't know. We don't know if her burst her burst has multiple hits that like last over 10 seconds or something. So the intention from my point of view, seems to be like you use her burst as the off-field like crystallized core generator, and then after you generally crystallizes for a second, which grabbing crystallize makes her skill do a bunch more damage. Then you use her skill and you deal a bunch of damage with her skill, right? And that's kind of that. So my read on Navia's kit is that you use her burst, and then you'd use her skill, do a bunch of crystallized cores, shoot out a bunch of bullets basically, and murder things. And we don't know exact multipliers to be clear, but it'll probably be good enough that she'll deal not insignificant damage kind of things. But if her burst only generates like, let's say her whole burst, despite lasting 10 seconds, only has the ability to generate 3 crystallized shards because it only applies Geo 3 times or something, then that means Navia might actually want a second Geo in the team, both for like potentially battering her to get her energy and her burst back, but also to generate more crystallized cores, because if Navia doesn't apply enough Geo with her burst to sustain core like crystallized generation, then like yeah. So that's an important unknown, right? As far as how useful she's going to be and what her teams will look like, to be clear. But she's not going to be Dia tier. I'd be surprised if that was the case. Can you do a video smasher pass? It's not the kind of content I've been trying to like go towards my channel, but I'm not gonna say I'm never gonna do it. I have a tier list video planned, and my plan is it's going to be when I freaking motivate myself to do it. I've already got it outlined in how I want to do it. It just takes the video idea is the ultimate Genshin tier list, and it's basically it might be like an hour and a half to 2 hour long video, because the gimmick of the video is basically to be, I think tier lists are stupid, and the video, other than like with new characters, is going to be this. It's going to be like, all right, enemy tier list, artifact tier list, food tier list, region tier list, character tier list, element tier list. It's going to be every tier list that Genshin like could have, and I'm probably still going to forget something, and I'd be like, ah shit, I forgot this was a category of things in Genshin. But like, it's going to take way too much work, and it's going to be way too long of a video. So I might do a stupid video like that, and I might do a stupid video for Smash or Pass. I don't freaking know, man. I'd probably have to have some kind of gimmick that I have about it that's more than just, yes, Soul's Smash or Pass video, because I try to make my videos be more than just, about me. I appreciate anyone that watches me for my personality or something, but I don't think I have necessarily the same live stream personality that certain people have that makes people watch my content just for me. So I try to make my content itself relevant. So therefore, just doing a Smash or Pass is not that relevant to most viewers, and I doubt it would do well unless it has some other gimmick, is kind of my point. Smash or Pass at 2 million subscribers. I mean, it'll probably happen before that point, but who knows. Is there a 5-star blessing slot for DPS Furina? I mean, yes, but asterisk is that like it's a good weapon for her. But like it's basically only for her. Like this passive says this is for Furina. That this wall text says Furina gets 24% elemental skill damage bonus and 28% for some reason HP. And only Furina gets that. You could theoretically use this, to be clear, on other sword characters if Furina is on the team, because she would increase or decrease their HP, and therefore they could get stacks on it. But there's no other like sword characters that really care that much about their skill damage or care about max HP in the way that Furina does. So like right now, as it is, this sword says this passive only works for Furina, essentially. And it's niche AF. And it's paired with a really, really garbage weapon. Baiju's weapon is worse for Baiju than Prototype Amber, in my opinion. Honestly, it's barely an opinion. I could very heavily argue objectively it's worse, but I'm not going to get too into it. But Furina's weapon, yes, is her best weapon for like doing the most damage with Furina. The problem is there's going to be teams where she's going to have very heavy ER needs. ER needs that might only be like dealt with by putting an ER weapon on her. Like, I find it quite weird that they didn't do something like they did with Nuvilette, where they gave it like energy refunding, right? Like if it refunded 12 energy total or something like that, or even just 10 energy total. Her weapon is much more universal and much more relevant, but for like Furina herself, I mean, not just other characters. Like there's my point is, like, even if you have Furina's weapon, you're probably going to find situations where you're going to end up being like, ah, well, I still need to put Fab on her. So, but it depends on how you end up using her. So if you end up using her in teams that always have double hydro, you're probably never going to have that issue. So yeah, how many things am I at, by the way? I have enough. All right, thanks, Sylveon. I'm gonna blink out of here. Appreciate it. You're awesome. 1.5 hour long shitpost video. Yeah, that's basically what the tier list video would be. Going for this weapon feels very underwhelming. Yeah. And a lot of people are comparing it to Festering Desire, rightfully so, because like it's her weapon. Like her weapon is only like 10% better than Festering Desire. I don't think Festering Desire is really worth talking about though, because Festering Desire, for those that aren't aware, is an event weapon from version 1.2. Like, I don't know how many players are playing this game that were playing from launch. I certainly wasn't playing from launch, and I don't have that weapon. And therefore, because I just think it's not worth mentioning, basically. So the real comparison is, as far as like free-to-play accessible weapons, is the fishing weapon, the pipe. And I think her weapon is something like 20% better than the pipe, maybe more than that, but like, it's not that much for a signature weapon, especially considering the risk it entails in going for it when paired with Baiju's weapon, basically. So if you really want her weapon, my advice would be to probably wait and see. Like I'd be willing to bet that her weapon banner will be better on her rerun, because their goal when they rerun Furina is going to be to bait people into pulling for Furina Constellations and to bait people into pulling for a weapon. And right now, I imagine the reason they made it a crap weapon banner is because they know that people pulling for the weapon anyways are probably the people likely to be big whales anyways, and it doesn't really matter if they pair a weapon with a good weapon in Furina's first run. But on Furina's rerun, there's much more people that might drain their resources risking going for a weapon if it's paired with a better weapon. So that's my guess is their strategy, is they're going to pair her weapon with a better weapon in her rerun. So if you really like are so dedicated to her that you really want her weapon, I advise waiting until her rerun and seeing what it gets paired with. Like, I honestly don't think there's a worse weapon it could be paired with than Baiju's weapon. Like, let's look through the 5-star weapons real quick, and I'm just gonna see, is there a weapon that's worse than Baiju's weapon for her to be paired with for 5-star weapons? Summit Shaper, I think, would literally be better. J Cutter, obviously better. Fruit and Sword would be better. Miss Splitter would be better. Haran would be better. Key would be way better. Key is one of her best options. If I think Key will be better than her signature in mini team comps Furina's in. So, Foliar's, I mean, Foliar, Miss Splitter, and Haran and Freedom Sworn are all kind of on her. J Cutter is fine. It's good for her, but it's not like the craziest, most useful, and she's going to have so much crit rate that it's actually going to be slightly annoying to not overcap crit rate potentially. Like the artifacts I have for my Furina, I would be overcapping crit rate right now, I think, with Jade Cutter, and I have Jade Cutter. Unforged, I mean, that's probably Unforged and Summit Saber. I do think are better than Baiju's weapon, but they're not much better. Broken Pines would be better. Redhorn would be a lot better. Beacon of the Reed Sea would be much better. Jade Spear would be better. Vortex Vanquish would be better. Homa would be way better. Engulfing would be better. Calamity Queller would be better, in my opinion, but not much better. Like as far as like unideal weapons for her to weapon run with, like obviously Queller, Unforged, Summit Shaper are not ideal. Staff of Scarlet Sands is good for her to run with. Lost Spirit would be not a bad weapon for her to run with. I mean, the other donut would be not great for her to run with. Memory of Dust, again, it's not amazing, but it's not the worst weapon. It's not as bad as Baiju's weapon. Thousand Floating Dreams would be fine. You know, Nuvi's weapon, Riseley's weapon. Elegy is really good. Thundering Pulse is pretty good. Polar Star is pretty good. Hunter's Path, Aqua, First Great Magic. Yeah, so like, I don't think, like, there's other bad weapons for it to be paired with, right? But I think they're going to run it with a better weapon in the rerun, so. Not that it's guaranteed, but I think it's much more likely. And it's hard, I don't think there's any worse weapon to be paired with, at the very least. At the very least. But yeah. Okay, let's go fight bosses for the 100th time. Let's make a team that makes this a little bit more mindless. The problem is I'm not super invested into pyro DPSs on this account. So like I don't actually have teams that are necessarily that amazing for dealing with this butthole, but you know what? This team should actually wreck it. Do. Next rerun's gonna be Kokomi Furina. I mean, they might. They might. That'd be funny. Tignari wasn't ideal, by the way, but like I didn't feel like he has ranged ability. That's why I didn't mind it. And more importantly, the thinking was like range ability. I don't have to F with Yeah, there you go. You see, I didn't have to F with chasing him around. So that's the solution to teleporty buttholes, is use things that don't require me to move. What a world. Can I get more than 2 drops, please? I'd appreciate it. Right, you know what? I don't know. I'm getting the vibe that I'm going through all of my fragile resins, but that's fine. Oh, I have a wish. I have a wish. What a world. I'm sure it's going to make... Yeah, okay. Wow. What a debate. No. I mean, I'm really tempted to go for C2 right now, but I don't know. I got to get a better vibe for Furina. Someone would have to beg me for the Gamba content in order to... I mean, I'm not going to say it, but there is an argument that could be made that could convince me to pull for C2 Furina in this very stream. I'm not going to say what it is, though. You got to figure it out for yourselves, chat. Anyways, let's finally get this stupid lady finished leveling up. What's my total drop set? So, okay. I mean, I'm not going to get enough of these, but we'll see how many I get before I crafting those. Let's go craft enough of these. We need 13 more of those. And I have... Yeah, I'll have enough resin. Okay, I'm guaranteed to get her up. Alright, good. Get her to 90. And we can properly test her, which is good. Oh, for anyone that's... I did some testing with... I cut it out from the video. I actually tested it in the... Like, that stupid 30-minute wishing... The video of wishing and then the testing. I had, like, over an hour of testing footage that I cut down to, like, 15 minutes. And one of the things I tested was Key of Kasha Suit on... Because I wasn't really sure if the passive would be triggered consistently. Because Key of Kasha Suit, you need to hit, like, 3 separate times with skills, but they have to be 0.3 seconds separated from each other to get full stacks on it. And, like, if it didn't get triggered and, like, quite quickly from Furina's summons being on field, having to force her to be on field for an extra few seconds to get max stacks on Key would be a potential significant downside to Key. But it is, from what I tested like 4 or 5 times, and every single time, from what I could tell, her summons, you get 1 stack immediately from cast of her skill, and then, because you do damage on cast, and then her summons after a second fire, but they fire slightly delayed enough from each other that every single time I tested it, I immediately got max stacks as soon as all the summons did their first attacks. So her summons separated, first attacks are separated enough from each other, from what I saw, to basically consistently always get max stacks on Key on her, which makes Key a very, very, very good option for her. If that wasn't the case, it would be still very good, but less ideal because of having to remain on field a little bit with her more. So, C2 full Solaris for 100k HP. That is not the thing that could convince me to pull for C2 right now. It is something I want to do. I have checked, and like if I just slap my Nulu artifacts on, because I have C4 Yelan. Without C4 Yelan, you could still do it, but it's still very hard. C4 Yelan giving up to 40% extra HP, right? But C2 Furina with her 140% HP, and C2 Yelan without any food buffs, with my Nulu artifacts with 2-piece HP, from what I calced, would have like 99,800 HP or something. So I would just need like a couple more flat HP rolls or whatever, or an extra HP percent roll. And like I don't have that insane of HP percent. I have a lot of HP percent on my Nilo artifacts, but like it's possible to have like 25-30% plus HP on a single artifact. So you know, it would be there's no actual reason to do a 100k HP build for Nilo or for Furina, but C2 Furina does enable without any goofy food buffs. Or even without C4 Elan, although C4 Elan would take insane artifact investment. Like you would need the 30% plus flower and feather on 2-piece HP, and then also have like 1,000 plus flat HP on every single one of your HP percent main stat pieces to get 100k with the C2 Furina. But it's doable. The point is it's doable, and I would absolutely do it as a meme option. Oh yeah, by the way, since Furina gets Kiyokashi's suit, Nilo forever gets the box cutter. But the box cutter looks pretty nice on her. I think it's funny. Anyways, I think we're just kind of waiting for respawns at this point. So you know what I'll do? I think it's already respawned at this point because I spent enough time rambling. But I think what I'll do is I'll go seek out some waypoints in between respawns here. But yeah, if you have any teams now, since we're almost done leveling Furina, finally 2 hours in the stream, good lord. I knew this would happen, to be clear, because again, I wanted the stream to be like questions about Furina and whatnot, so it's fine. It's what I planned on. 2 hours in the stream, I still haven't actually tested Furina in a team. It's just my preference. Here, by the way, here's a good example. You can see where Yai does trigger, or sorry, Fischl. You can see, I think, was the one triggering most of those. If I don't use Fischl here, you see, I'll generate some cores, and you see Yai triggered, I think, the cores that spawned really close to him. But Yai's AoE is pretty small on her hits. Fischl's AoE, I don't remember the exact size of it, is a bit bigger. So we got 3 there. Hopefully I can save a little bit of resin. If I could save, I would be a very happy boy if I could save. I'm going to have to use, yeah, because I'll use 2 more resin, and that's, even if I get 3, that's not going to be enough. So I'll have to use at least 3 out of 4 more resin. But if I can save a little bit of fragile resin, I'd be a happy boy. But anyways, you can see, like, anyways, point is, Yai or Fischl will trigger some blooms there. But it's the question of, like, okay, if you put Furina on the team, how many blooms is she going to trigger to a degree that is worth doing EM timepiece over attack timepiece, even in single target situations? I don't know. And it's going to depend on, like, if you have a really good EM timepiece, like, for example, I have it's actually a slightly better EM timepiece. Well, it's about the same, actually. I have a really good EM timepiece, on an onset EM timepiece for Yai. I'd steal it from Tignari. That would work really well on her, right? Like, in a quick bloom variation for my Yai, I probably would end up using EM timepiece is my guess, but it's going to depend on what you have available. I would probably lean more towards, if you're doing a quick bloom Yai, instead of trying to do EM for single target situations in particular. If you're in AoE, it's kind of a no-brainer to try to do an EM timepiece with a quick bloom Yai team configuration. But it would probably make, in single target, it would probably still make more sense to do attack percent timepiece. But then if you want to get more EM, just focus on EM and substats and do like 2-piece EM, 2-piece EM, right? Something like that. So do 2-piece Wanderers, 2-piece like Flop. Flop is a valuable domain that, like for example, I haven't farmed much Flop, but you know, I think I have like 1 or 2 good DPS pieces in Flop, right? Like, yeah, like I have this piece is a pretty good DPS piece in Flop. And if you ended up farming Flop for Flop is the bloom damage buffing set. So like if you're really invested in a Hyper Bloom team and you want to make Hyper Bloom better, the Flop is worth farming at least 1 full EM set for. And you might end up getting some good DPS pieces there, right? And that would be a good 2-piece option. So you could do 2-piece EM, 2-piece EM, right? And then some EM substats puts Yai at like 200 EM like I have right here. Right, so I have 200 EM, that's from 2-piece EM, and then just all substats other than that, right? So I have 60... Oh wait, what? Where's my other EM coming from? Why do I have so much EM? How do I have 193 EM? I'm confused as fuck right now. 80. 23 is 103, 143. Where's my EM coming from? Where's my extra EM? Oh, a double Dendra. I'm a twat. Yep. Dendra residence. I'm a twat. I'm a twat. Dia team with Furina. That's true. We should test the Dia team. I never liked... When I tried Dia with Mona, I never really liked Dia with Mona. So let's test Dia with Furina. I have no... The question of Dia with Furina is largely going to come down to two issues. One, the ideal... you don't have a good option for like an ideal healer, because like Dia really wants Bennett for a lot of reasons. Dia really wants Bennett. So if you put Furina on a Dia team, you're like the best Dia team is basically Mono Pyro Dia. Where is Kazuha? And that is normally, of course. Okay, that's funny. And that is of course with Xiangling. So the the existing variation to like compare what Furina would do in this team, right, is a Mona variation this team has been used before. It's just worse than the Mono Pyro variation, like significantly, but it lets you get bigger damage out of Dia, and it's kind of a fun use for Mona that actually kind of works well because Dia's burst is short and like maximizes the short uptime that also Mona has. Furina could be potentially much better as far as like damage you could see from Dia. The problem is, one, her weird variable Hydra application means like your ability to vape on Dia's hits is going to depend on like how long it's been since, like, it's just going to depend on the summons and their RNG BS, and depending on how much they're teleporting around might affect when Hydra gets applied. So like the timing of Dia's burst relative to like when Furina's scale attack is used, and relative to when like how the summons have teleported, potentially affecting their Hydra application, like the timing of it's going to be weird. Furina and Dia might not work very well together for making Dia vape, is my point. But she provides a bunch of damage percent bonus. But Mona also provides some like damage percent bonus. So like, is it really going to be that much better? Particularly when you consider the fact that, okay, who do you use for healer? Well, you got Bennett. That's not nothing. But this is not exactly a team that's flexible for Bennett to be swapped out, right? All right, a quick swapping so you can heal all the members of the team, which means you're mostly just healing one character, which means with the C0 Furina, you're not really going to be maxing out fanfare stacks in this team. So like, okay, how do you fix that problem? Well, you could switch to a different Animo, but you're losing a whack ton of damage percent bonus by swapping out Kazuha, which is going to make Dia worse. And Dia kind of needs all the things to make her better as much as you can, because she's garbage. So, you know, you could swap to Jean, and Jean would be good, and you still have VV, and that's probably the best option. And then you can max out stacks easily, but then again, you're losing the damage percent bonus. And you could use Sucrose as like prototype Amber potentially, and we'll see what like Cloud Retainer ends up being. Cloud Retainer might be an option as well, but like, you get the point. Like it's got some problems, but we'll try it. We'll definitely try it. I want to see how it works. So. And now I've rambled for 3 minutes again, so we'll probably have the boss back. Did we go over what indicates max stacks on her burst? Oh, the only thing that indicates max stacks on Furina's... Do I have her burst back? Let's go check quick. The only thing that indicates max stacks on her burst, I do. So, I gotta find something to attack. Oh, there's something right here. Convenient. There's little people that pop up at the bottom of the screen, and that is only useful for indicating max stacks. Right, so you saw the little people pop up here. I think they've shown up either once or twice here. I don't know if they've shown up. Yeah, there we go, 3 times. So they should only pop up 3 times, and now we should be at max damage percent bonus. The problem is, right, like it doesn't show up in the screen anywhere. And that's really annoying. Yeah, that's all it comes down to. Why do you have 40% Dendro damage bonus? Wait, did they change something? When I tested it yesterday, they didn't. Why does it say damage? No, okay, they didn't. What? I don't know why Baiju has Dendro damage bonus on him. Does he have something that gives himself standard damage bonus? He does. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's why. Never mind. All right. So yeah, the annoying thing is right, and it's fine. It should say 74% anyway. So that didn't make much sense anyways. She should be at 74% damage bonus right now. If I recall. Oh no. What is her burst stacks at? I'm forgetting. 0.17. This is C0 Furina, so 0.17. Let's just calculate 0.17 times 300 is 51% damage bonus, right? So like that's my annoyance, is like it doesn't show on the screen anywhere to see like what the actual damage percent number is, and I find that pretty frustrating personally. But you know, is what it is, I suppose. You just die, sir. Thank you. Yeah, all the burst animation is useful for is just indicating when she gets max stacks or when she gets intervals of 100, 200, 300 stacks, right? It is not useful for knowing, like, the annoying thing, right? Because I'm more interested in the nuances of, like, okay, if you're using Furina in less, I need to teleport here. If you're using Furina in less optimal situations, like with less optimal healers, like Bennett with Dia, like I was talking about, right? If we're using Bennett and Dia, or sorry, Furina and Bennett with Dia together, what is the... I want to be able to like pause, right, and go into my menu and be like, all right, this is the damage percent bonus. So like as I use that team, I can go in the menu and see, all right, I'm getting this much damage percent bonus on average. That's like important to be able to try to actually evaluate how that functions. Otherwise, it's just like I'm going off of the vibe I'm getting, right? Or I have to look at the numbers I'm getting and like try to factor in all the damage calculation factors going on with defensive enemies and all the nuances of like how exactly a specific damage number shows up in Genshin is calculated, and like reverse that calculation to try to figure out what Furina's damage percent bonus is. And like that's just stupid. Like, why don't they just show it in the fucking stat screen? So, anyways, the animation was the animation on the bottom of the screen. But I don't blame you for not being able to tell what animation you're looking for, because she has way too much going on, that animation. I still dislike that animation. The bubbles mean basically nothing. I think the bubbles might become slightly more frequent as you generate more stacks, but it's not to a degree. It's not in a way that like actually lets you like be like, oh yes, I have this many stacks. I don't know, maybe they did something like you can count every single bubble, and how many bubbles are on screen counts exactly for how many stacks you have. But that does not seem to be the case to me, so yeah, I don't know. In either way, it's not useful because you're not going to pause and take a screenshot, count how many bubbles you got to see how many damage stacks you got. It's so stupid. Like, just show it in the godforsaken stat screen. So it's not a very useful indicator in my opinion. It just shows you like when you reach 100 stacks with the little people at the bottom, 200 stacks, and 300 stacks. So if you see it 3 times, you know you got to max stacks. The general vibe, depending on what healer you're using on the team, you're going to get max stacks at different points, basically. But it's actually relatively easy to math out your healer when you're going to get max stacks based on what healer you have. You can just... calculating healing is relatively easy in this game. It's much easier than calculating damage. So like you can just look at the healing multiplier, multiply it by the character's HP, and multiply it by healing bonuses going on. Add a little bit extra to approximate for Furina's healing bonus that she gives, and you're kind of off to the races. As far as calculating healing goes, and then you know that you can use this much healing every X amount of seconds, and therefore you know that you'll hit 300 stacks at X time, right? So knowing when you reach max stacks with particular healers, or if you're not going to reach max stacks, is not the problem. It's a problem of like, at X time during Furina's burst, what amount of stacks am I at in X team, right? And having her damage bonus show on the stat screen, or having any actual reliable UI indicator for exactly how many stacks she has, or very close to exact, like Raiden's stacks generation, her stupid ring thing, which I don't like that visual indicator that much, but it's much better because it shows like in intervals of like 10 stacks. Furina's only indication is intervals of 100. It's not very useful. And it's also easy to miss because it only pops up very briefly. It's fine because it's not intrusive, but also it doesn't really do anything that useful. So, yeah. Hey, diddle diddle. What? Excuse me? The cat and the fiddle, the fish jumped over the moon. I'm gonna ignore these children. But that might be the first children in Genshin that actually talk like children. The stupid commission, man, that has the children where you play hide and seek with them, those are the least children-sounding children I think I might have ever experienced in any piece of media, and it enrages me. It's probably the worst example of Genshin's dialogue being just trash. like, come on, Mahoyo. This is not how children speak in any way, shape, or form. Or maybe that is how children are just that intelligent in China. I don't know. Give them the benefit of the doubt, I guess. Just join. Can I ask if Furina is still considered the Archon? Mechanically, she is absolutely the Archon. That's what I would say. Story-wise, well, I don't know. I haven't done a story quest, and I would request anyone that has not spoil it in chat right now. But like, story-wise, based on what we saw on the end of the 4.1 story, I would assume they're leading up to potentially her not being the Archon. But I don't know. We'll see what she actually ends up as. Yeah. So that's all I can say about that, I guess. I wonder, you know what? I wonder if the wings, the music orchestra wings, look better on Baiju. No, they really don't. Never mind.
Right here.
Can't see.
You know what? I should probably
Why is there a chest
put.
here?
I'm not used to Tignari's voice actor. That sounded weird to me. I should probably put Furina in this team and see what we get for like damage numbers with Furina going on. But let's do that. Why not? Why not? Swap Tignari out. I suppose it's gonna make this boss take slightly longer because obviously it's immune to Hydro damage, but it's fine. But yeah, I would definitely consider Furina the Archon mechanically. In lore, she might not be for, you know, reasons, but mechanically she's, and positions wise and like what they want people to pull for her for, and she's absolutely been designed to be the Archon. I definitely should not have done Baiju first though, by the way. That was a stupid mistake, but it's fine. We're not getting aggravates on this, obviously, but that was some not insignificant damage. Oops. I could have done that better, and he'd be dead already, by the way, but it's fine. I didn't recast Fischl with Burst or anything and whatnot, so I don't know. I definitely saw some not insignificant numbers here. For not doing aggravates, those are pretty significant numbers. Hey, we got 3 jobs again, which means I only need to do 2 more, right? Yeah. Sweet. That's nice. I appreciate that, game. So I'll need to use 1 more resin, but that's fine. Let's get some more waypoints. Is Furina a support? Oh, yes, but like, people have weird conceptions, I think, of what a support is kind of my impression. Is there any waypoints I missed in the other area first? Let me go back there for it. This tower looks super cool up close, by the way. I like it. I look forward to doing stuff in the tower. Looks like I just missed one over there. Okay, one in Lumiduce Harbor. I feel like Deuce is not how you're supposed to say that, but I don't care. Yes, I would consider Furina a support. She enables other things to happen in the team that rely on the way she works to do things. So absolutely, yes, I would consider Furina a support personally. But people have different labels for various things in this game. I consider her an off-field DPS and support is what I would personally label her as. She contributes some off-field damage, and she enables other things to go on. I'm not going to do that puzzle right now. Screw that puzzle. I am planning to do a bunch of exploration in this area, because I actually really, really like Fontaine exploration, but Now that Fontaine is kind of, well, I don't know if fully out is the right word, but mostly fully out. I think I'm gonna try to 100% this region, but I haven't decided quite yet. Maybe I'll do a video on it, honestly. That might be a good motivation. I can try to do a video for a week. I'll do some kind of... I don't know. I could copy the one... Who's the one dude that does, like... This video doesn't end until 100% this region. If I'm gonna copy someone's idea, I want to have my own gimmick with it. But I don't know. I don't know what I'll do, so we'll see. I like the region enough to explore a bunch in it, though, is my point. Imagine they release Focalors and make her 2 times as broken. Yeah. They release Focalors and she's Furina, but has good Hydro application. So yeah, that's the #1 downside for Furina. If you're expecting in a Hydro support someone who you can rely on for Hydro in the traditional way you'd rely on for Hydros, no. No is the answer. Don't. She's reliable Hydro application is the thing Furina doesn't have. And by reliable, I mean like she applies Hydro at a set rate. She doesn't technically apply an insignificant amount of Hydro. It's like irrelevant. But the way she applies Hydro is such that you can't really rely on it. Alright, we'll go to this harbor and then we'll go and farm the boss one more time. Red Nazio, yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Every time I've copied people before with some kind of like title structure, I swear my videos do way worse. So like, I'm not necessarily super inclined to just straight copy the format of this video ends when I 100% Fontaine. But I might do some spin of it if I have an idea for it. Feel free to let me know if you have an idea too. The best way to reach me is on my Discord in case anyone is not aware. I'll probably do another stream similar to this, by the way, on Saturday, because I imagine more people will be available. This is obviously a weekday stream, which means less people are probably available to watch it for various reasons. And I'm probably going to do a stream, therefore, on the weekend, similar to this, but it'll be more... It'll have more concrete thoughts on Furina, because I'll actually have I'll have tested her. Oh, god dang it! I'll have tested her for a while. Swap to that so I don't get drained. And once I test her for a while, I can have some more solid thoughts, particularly on how like I feel about her Hydra application more specifically. And on top of that, she'll be fully leveled up, so I won't have to do 2 hours of leveling up before actually using the character. Which is nice. A distant harbor. Hello, peoples. Where do all these people live? I wonder if they live in Fontaine City and they boat here to work or something? I'm not going to talk to them right now. There's a Oculus up there, though. Let's yoink that real quick. Fontaine 100% exploration, but I pull every 160 Primos. Unironically, not a bad idea. Thank you, Sylveon. I actually like that idea quite a lot. The reason is because, like, the reason I think that's interesting as a video concept, is because, like, I think it'd be a good measure of, like, alright, it took me like 50 hours to finish exploration for this region, and I got 30 pulls out of it. Like, it actually, the end result is something that's hopefully like entertaining while also giving like meaningful information to people that might not understand like the expected like rate of how many primos you get for like time invested in exploration kind of thing. Sylveon, as a reward for giving me a good video idea, you have one request you can make me do. What do you want? What do you want to make me do on stream here? It's not like a make me donate $1,000 type of request, to be clear. I'm saying in the game, in the video game of Genshin Impact. Oh, I gotta copy this down. Sorry. By the way, music here, fantastic. What the heck? I didn't expect Luma Deuce Harbor to have the not Deuce music. You think Furina and Nuvula is good in the same team? Yeah. I guess, okay, I'll add that to the list here. So the teams I'm going to test, actually I can test this team more. I'm going to test this team, which is you know, a Virgin Vape team. We'll test this team. We're going to test my Wet Rock team. We're going to test a variation of Wet Rock where Furina can theoretically vape more. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to like this team as much as this other variation, but we'll see. And then we'll test, of course, Dia, and then we'll test a Nubilet variation. What do I want to do? I mean, Nubilet with Furina is basically you're leaning Nubilet more into the team
to join you.
fully being like Nubilet's damage is the main damage going on. But what makes Nubilet good is not necessarily just like Nubilet's own damage. It's the fact that he contributes good, consistent damage with AoE and also like enables other things to go on. Like he has restrictions, but like I don't know. If you want to do a hyper Nubilet and like full invest on everything as possible, but if you have a C0 Nubilet like I do, keep in mind if you're doing double Hydro in the team, like that's giving him a damage bonus by like Hydro Resonance and whatever, but you're not going to be able to max stacks this. So you're losing this equivalent. His charge attack gets 160%. I'm going down to 125%. That's a big loss. That's more of a loss than the gain is from the Hydro Resonance. But in factoring in the fact that Furina is giving her own big damage buff, he should do more than he would do with that full passive up, to be clear. But with Caesar and Nubilet, it's still a meaningful downside. And it's not to say, oh, you should have pulled for C1 Nubilet. It's just like a factor. I think that's a part of his good. I think it's a good aspect of his design, in my opinion. Like it makes it not full 100% upside to have Furina paired with him, right? But anyways, we'll go like full hyper carry with him, and we'll just do something like Kazuha and Fischl. Right? We'll do a taser variation with Kazuha swirling, trying to double swirl Fischl and Furina and Hydro. So Furina will get increased damage, Nubilet will get increased damage, Kazuha will buff, and Fischl will do Fischl things. This might be the easiest bird in the game to get that achievement, by the way, shooting a bird with an arrow. But yes, those characters should be good. that's although I'm very confident Furina and Nubilet will work pretty well together. Alright, let's go back over here. Furina's still stuck at level 20. I mean, I got all the 60 from this world, which got her to level 70, and then I had to loot my Polearms only account, and then loot my Mods NA account, which she was awesome enough to go unlock the area for me, so, you know. I did it for content because I wanted to actually test this character properly at fully leveled up, you know. Did I use just burst again, by the way? I think I did. I'm like an idiot. Ow! Oh. Okay. Yep, this dude hits like a freaking truck, dude. This dude is gonna be hard in Abyss. I look forward to fighting this butthole in Abyss. By the way, Furina didn't get her burst back, which is interesting. Bro, let me...
Seems like an emergency.
Right now, emerge, right here. By royal decree. Strike above, emerge.
Okay, so it seems like in this team, that's interesting. So this is a team that's kind of interesting as far as like Furina's energy requirements go, because solo Hydra, obviously Furina's energy requirements are going to be quite higher. She's very, very close to having enough energy, I'd say. I have 173 energy right now. But I also have Fischl, and Fischl generates like a whack ton of extra particles. So like, this is definitely not the worst case scenario for Furina. But I think I do need, of course, one away. I think I do need one extra like ER roll in this specific team variation on Furina. Basically, like I need to be at like 180 ER is my guess. So we're gonna fight this boss one more time, and we're gonna see. I'm just gonna slap on. Let's see. You know, I'm gonna put on this piece, I think. So sacrificing some crit damage in exchange for about 10 more ER, right? So this is 2 more ER rolls, two more like low ER rolls, right? So this is 180 ER versus like 170. And we're going to see how this does in comparison as far as getting her burst back goes. But the notable thing is like, right, when I didn't have her burst back in time to just recast it when I swapped to her, so I just didn't recast it basically. But it's a good example where like solo Hydra, her ER needs are quite high, but depending on what you have going on the team, right? I think Baiju's on Fav, right? So I should have had some Fav particles there, but then these two characters are not on Fav, so you know. You could try to purposely catch some particles. There's a lot of effects going on in that fight, so it's hard to pay attention when fab particles were being generated, but if I was trying to pay attention, I could try to like grab the fab particles and funnel them to Furina, and that could potentially mitigate some of the issues, right? But, you know, keep that in mind. Her energy requirements are going to vary wildly depending on what team you put her in. And in a team like Quick Bloom like this one, her energy requirements are going to be meaningfully higher. And again, half the time Fab is just going to fix it. So, you know, when in doubt, use Fab. But even Fab, right? If in this team, I don't know. I mean, if you always get a Fab proc right when you first cast Furina, just Fab's ER might be enough. But there's going to be team variations where you're going to potentially want, you know, you would still want a good chunk of ER, right? Like I would be aiming to have at least 30 to 40% in ER substats on her, even with Fav most of the time, just for universality and not having to worry about it. Because like if I ever slap Fav on Furina, I want to never ever have to worry about her burst being up. Is my thinking, right? But anyways. Finally, someone has Nilu's weapon like me. Nilu's weapon is cracked on Furina. I maintain that. It's going to be really, really good for her. And like the reason to outline why Furina's weapon is good on her, or Nilu's weapon is good on Furina. One, the contrast is great. I love, honestly, like, I really like the orange and blue contrast. I think it looks fantastic. Contrast is good. Like, orange and blue are complementary colors. I think this looks good. But anyways, some people might disagree with that, and that's fine. Less important than mechanically. So, HP... and this gives 66.2% HP, and then it gives 25% HP. When I did calculations for like, this is with my artifacts, so I was checking like actually my artifacts in practice to see what the difference was. Like this artifact, right? This artifact looks really like not that amazing. It's actually cracked. This was a 4-line artifact. It rolled 3 times into HP, twice into crit rate. And the notable thing here is that HP rolls have very similar value to crit rolls, HP percent rolls, I should specify. And the general weight of them from when I did my calcs was that a high HP percent roll, like a max HP percent or a 5.8% HP roll, is better than a minimum crit damage roll like this artifact has. But on average, crit damage rolls should be, right, but once you get to 6.2 crit damage, high crit damage rolls, I believe 7 crit damage and 7.8 crit damage is always better than HP percent rolls. Well, not always. It depends on your overall balance of stats, to be clear. It really depends on your overall balance of stats. Depends if you have like C2 or not, because C2 would reduce the value of HP percent slightly relative to crit. So, you know, the point is, it depends on how many other stats you have in your Furina going on, but HP percent has very similar value to crit. Like, close enough that you should basically consider an HP percent roll the same as crit rolls, crit damage rolls in particular, not crit rate, because crit rate is still important because you need to crit at all to be able to get big damage, right? So crit rate is still more important than the other two, in my opinion, but up to a certain threshold, just, you know, balance your stats, right? Point is, HP percent is very valuable, which is to say, you can functionally treat HP percent, 66.2%, as the very similar to having an equivalent amount of crit damage rolls, right? If we divide how many maximum rolls, right? If we're going off of my math of in general, a max roll on HP percent is similar to a mid roll in crit damage, which is, we'll say, a 6.2 crit damage roll. So Furina's weapon is 88.2 crit damage divided by 6.2. So Furina's weapon is 14 6.2 crit damage rolls, right? and Furina's weapon, and we're gonna bias, or Nilu's weapon, sorry. We're gonna bias towards Furina's weapon, and I'm gonna divide the 66.2 HP on Nilu's weapon divided by max roll HP percent by 5.8 is 11.4 max HP percent rolls. So if max HP percent rolls are generally very similar in value to mid crit damage rolls, then this has the equivalent of 2 less crit rolls, kind of thing. And it still has like the same amount of HP percent as her own weapon does. It doesn't have the skill damage passive, of course, that Furina's weapon does, but it has the big benefit of giving a whack ton of EM, both to Furina in particular, and Furina already wants to be built with a whole bunch of HP. So it gives a whole bunch of HP to Furina, and then more notably, it also gives a bunch of EM, or did I say HP? It gives a bunch of EM to Furina, which is not always relevant. It depends on the team you're going to be using her in. And more importantly, it gives EM to the whole team, right? So like, it significantly increases my Yai's damage, and it significantly increases my Fischl's damage in this team, right? So in any team, which is going to be a lot of teams with Furina, that EM buff for buffing the team is going to be more worthwhile than Furina's weapon, for like what Furina's weapon does. So I would heavily argue that Kyokashi's suit is a better weapon for her than her signature. So, anyways, did I answer your question? How does Hu Tao? I think I missed your question about Hu Tao. Sorry, Vicky. How does Hu Tao work with Furina? Also flex Hu Tao stats with Homo 71, 242. I mean, you're a little bit heavy in crit damage, but that's pretty normal for Hu Tao's. 30k HP, 170 EM. Yeah, Vicky, your Hu Tao seems really strong. It's a little bit imbalanced in crit, but most Hu Taos are. So I'm assuming you have Homa. You know, Homa plus crit damage essentially means it's kind of a pain in the arse to balance Hu Tao's crit rate with her crit damage. Getting much past 70 is hard. Anyways, and it's not really that much of a problem realistically. So, and having 187 EM, I assume you just have an EM main timepiece. Like, if you're talking about a perfect Hu Tao, yeah, you'd want a little bit more EM from substats, but like, come on. I don't, your Hu Tao's at a point, Vicky, that I don't personally think there's much reason to invest in her that much further. Alright. Ah, fuck, I did the goddamn... Whatever, that's fine. I keep on using Baiju first, because I'm used to using Baiju's skill first, but I really gotta use it after I use Furina's skill. You stop being cringe. What? Really? It targeted the little dudes? God dang it, man. I didn't get my burst back still. That's really annoying. That might have been because of the stupid teleporting and like I didn't get particles or something. I don't know. Bro, I didn't think I was within the AoE. I don't know why. Awesome.
Remember, help comes first.
I didn't resummon them. That was dumb. I don't have her burst active, but it's fine. All I noticed is that I didn't get the burst back again, and that was with more ER this time. So, you know, take of that what you will. But here we go. We finally got enough. Sure, I'll lock that. We finally got enough to ascend her. We got 3 again. I guess I'll take the extra. How much you want to bet, though, that this boss drop gets used by literally no ever character ever again. Alright, we can level 70 her. I can level her talents just a tiny bit. I have enough. I'd farm the, you know, you can only farm weekly bosses once, right? So I can level 7 her talents. Or I can actually, I don't know. Oh, Sylveon, did you decide what you wanted me to do? I offered to you what you wanted me to do. Level Lisa. Okay, sure. I see. I had to scroll back. Here, I'll level Lisa. Sylveon requested and level Lisa. Blam. There you go. Perfect. Done. What was it saying? Added together Lisa pulls. It took pretty much 900 wishes and 2 comms from the shop. Brutal. Yeah, I don't know. 100. Yeah, I agree. 187 EM is perfectly fine. As far as how Hu Tao works with Furina, I forgot to finish that thought. I don't Do I have any reason to use this on anything else that's not... Oh, I could farm for Charlotte. You know, I will go fight Charlotte's boss once, I suppose. If I'm gonna make a video on Charlotte, I should do it sooner rather than later, so, you know. Alright, we'll try this team against... I want to try this team again one more time. Against an enemy here. See if we still don't get our burst back. Although Charlotte's boss might be easier and we might just not get energy back, right? So, anyways, let's finish leveling up Furina. Anyways, chat, decide if you want to see... Do you want to see... I was going to level up her skill to level 7 and her burst to level 7. But it might actually make more sense to just level her burst to level 7 instead. Just to get... Because you get a... I would go from 0.17% fanfare conversion to 0.21%. And honestly, that's probably more relevant than her skill damage itself. And leveling up this increases her skill damage, right? Because you're increasing the damage bonus. You're going to get more of a damage bonus by increasing her multipliers just straight out. So it's like, you want to level up her skill and her burst, obviously, but I think it might make more sense for the purposes of this stream to level up her burst to level 8 first, is what I'm leaning towards. Did I end up getting C2? No, I did not binge. Not currently. I haven't wished it all yet. Sylveon could have told me to wish for C2 Furina and I would have done it. Sylveon, I told Sylveon that she could have me do one thing in game, and she requested I level up Lisa. She now sits above all other free wish fodder characters. You're correct. You're correct. You did put Lisa up above the others. Why is Kaya level 21? I have no idea why Kaya is level 21. Anyways. So yeah, I don't really have C2 Furina, but Sylveon could have told me to wish for C2 Furina. She didn't do it. Anyways, it's fine. I gave Sylveon the power and she didn't take it. But let's see. What do I need here? I think I need like three of these. By the way, I appreciate. I don't know if anyone noticed on. You might not have noticed because it might not have changed for your display. This screen now shows more things than it used to before. It shows 2 more columns. So it looks a lot better on my screen, which is really nice. I appreciate the UI tweaking. I really wish there was an option for the UI scale, though, in general, because, like, on my display, running at 4K, like, everything looks a bit too big. Like, I can tell, like, the resolution, for example, all, like, the icons for, like, the wishing icon, the battle pass icon, all that, they all look too big. They look a little bit blurry. So they either need to increase the resolution to actually match the resolution the game is running at, or they need to let the UI scale be scaled down to what it looks like when I connect a controller. Because like the UI scale actually looks properly, and like the icons all look proper resolution when I connect a controller, which is really goofy to me. Anyways. Yeah, I need 3. Actually, I'm gonna need more, don't I? You know, I'm just gonna craft a whole bunch of them because I'm gonna need a whole bunch for her talent level ups in the future here anyways. Peer pressure so potent indeed. Surprisingly, chat has not peer pressured me that much to pull for C2 Furina. I thought they'd want the Gamba content. Alright, I think... Yeah, so we'll level that up once... Oh, you know, I gotta ascend her first, but... I think I'm gonna... Oh, I gotta convert one of those, but I think I'm gonna level her burst to level 8, and then I'll level her burst, or her skill to level 6 next week. And then anything past level 8, I will probably do. I'll at least level her to 9, and I'll probably take her burst to 10. But it's gonna wait for a few weeks, obviously, because I have no power to do that now. This is what it is. Yeah. Oh, I need hydro crystals. Of course I do. Okay. Pulling for C2 gambling content. Yeah, but you gotta convince me to do it, and I haven't seen anyone say the right words. C2 Furina would be interesting to test. Yes, but I'm not going to test it this stream because, so if you want, like, I do want C2 Furina, honestly, for the reason of testing the difference, but I need to get a vibe for, like, how Furina feels, particularly with the non-ideal healers, for a while before I activate C2. So if I get C2 this stream, I can't activate it this stream. I need to test C0 Furina. Like, She's got enough nuances and potential differences between her C0 and C2 that I to be able to like properly be able to answer questions about Furina long term and like say like what the difference is in having her C2. I would need to be able to confidently be like, yeah, since you have C0 Furina, I have C2, but I use C0 Furina for a month, right? Like if I use C0 Furina for a month, in my opinion, that gives me enough experience using C0 Furina that I can confidently have an opinion differentiating the between C0 and C2 Furina in practice, rather than just like on paper, right? That's kind of all I'm saying. Let's convert, do we have any of these? Yeah, I have a whack ton of electro crystals, and I think I really like electro characters, but I think electro characters are the least likely I'm going to be able to use, or need to use anytime soon, so I'm going to use my electro crystals, convert them over. Let's convert that. Oh, no, I almost converted a hydro to an electro instead of a electro to a hydro. That would have been dumb. 100k HP. Yeah, I know the 100k HP is the reason. I think people gotta think on more like simple levels and on how you can motivate me to get C2 right now. Not that I'm gonna use C2 right now, but to get C2 right now. And there's it's kind of you gotta hit two key things. The things that I already know of, but there's two things you have to hit that if you want me to pull for C2 right now. One of them is very easy that you should be able to get, and then the second one is slightly harder. And I would be willing to give a hint for if I see someone mention the first one. But I haven't seen anyone. Actually, okay, someone has kind of mentioned the first one. CJ mentioned the first one. The simplest reason is you guys can convince me because there's 40 people watching if you want Gamba content, you know. But the more important reason is the second reason. And yeah, I'll let people work it out for themselves for a second. I've semi already decided if it's not obvious that I'm probably gonna go for C2. Honestly, the main reason is because like I think from this point onward, acquiring characters for me, assuming I'm gonna continue doing Genshin content, acquiring characters for me is gonna probably largely come down more to like a business decision than it is a managing my resources properly decision. C6 Charlotte is a reason. It's not the one I was thinking of, but that is a motivation. And the other reason, anyway, so I almost actually said the thing that you could convince me. So anyways, I've kind of already convinced myself that I wanted to get C2, having thought about it a bit, both for my own testing and some shenanigans and stupid things I want to do, but also because like future characters are going to come down likely to more business decisions anyways. And therefore, like, if it's just something I'm legitimizing as a cost, like I'm getting Navia because I need to have Navia so I can make at least 1 or 2 videos on Navia. Even if I don't care that much about Navia, then like, yeah, you get the point. So it might not even be that important to save my guarantees, my point, but that's not the thing that could convince me to pull right now. Why am I going to? What was I doing? Oh yeah, converting crystals. I need to go buy some shite from the shop. I'll give a hint. I'll give you guys a hint. It's related to a video I made relatively recently. Actually, I just thought of a very good reason not to get Furina C2, and that's because I know I'm going to end up being... If I end up really liking... Why did I go there? If I end up really liking Noelle, I'm going to probably end up being tempted to get Redhorn for her. And realistically, if I'm going to go for Redhorn, I should really save all the resources I can. I'll just get like 20. Or 200. I should really save all the resources I can if I'm going to consider going for a weapon, but... We'll I mean, going for a weapon is going to be a stupid mistake regardless of if I go for C2, to be honest. Going for Redhorn. But I don't know. We'll see. Alright, I need 3 more of these. So, okay, what are we going to do? We're going to... Wait. Let's do 6 of these. And then we can craft 3 of these. Oops, didn't mean to exit. It might get me C1 Dia. I mean, that's relatively unlikely. Because I have a guarantee. So I'd have to get binge luck where I, by the way, binge, after we were done recording, I watched binge's summons for Furina, and I was like, I swear to God, he lost his 50, he got an early Furina winning a 50-50 at like 50 pity. Next 10 pull, got a 5-star, lost the 50-50 to Kaching, went to pity to get a guaranteed Furina, his guaranteed C1 Furina, and then I was like, well, there's your guarantee. I swear to God, if you get C2 and you get another double 5-star, because he literally got C1 Nubilette in winning 2 50-50s in one 10 pull, and this motherfucker gets his guaranteed C1 Furina, clicks, and gets C2 Furina. Fucking butthole. Just saying. Everyone should hate him. I'm joking. I'm glad. The nice thing is, you know what? The fact he was going to go for C2 Furina regardless of how lucky he got. Right? Ooh, don't do red. He was going to go for C2 Furina regardless of how lucky he got. Which means the fact that he got lucky means less money went to Mihoyo, which is a good thing. So, yeah. Blam. It's kind of funny. I'm surprised after I gave my hint. I'm surprised after I gave my hint that someone hasn't gotten the reason for me to go for C2 Furina right now. Again, it's related to a video I made already. Not the video I just made today, a video I made relatively recently. Why do I keep pressing the wrong buttons, man? Send. Blam. Lady's done. I didn't listen to her line. What was her voice line? I actually want to see what her voice line was. Feelings about ascension conclusion.
No, you cared so much about me. Does that mean that you still need my power?
You did had to find cake and coffee. You're right, Binge.
Given the way I am now, there's a chance I won't be able to give you everything you need.
Apparently she has confidence issues. Who knew?
All you really care about is me?
What is this? This is a weird...
In that case, then let us act out our future journey together.
Hmm. Yeah, that's a heavy indicator of where they're going with their character. I like her more if she's just selfish butthole character, less than, we gotta, like, I don't know, it's not like it's bad writing. I just think Donald Trump's existence makes me fully accept someone who's just a total selfish butthole and egotistical narcissist about themselves, and I prefer they leaned more into that. You could give justification for it, and that would be better writing-wise, without having to turn her into, like, she's actually got self-confidence issues. Right. So, anyways. I didn't convert that. Frick, god dang, man.
Parties are a must.
Alright, convert that.
For the well-mannered.
It makes more sense out of the Archon quest. Yeah, I know, I'm not saying it won't make sense for how they wrote her character. My point is, like, that's an indication that how they're writing their character is not necessarily what I think would have made her a more interesting character. So, like, one thing I really like about Yai is how they kind of lean into Yai's personality, right? They don't try to, like, the reason Yai is so, like, you know, teasing about things is because she has self-confidence issues and, you know, she was bullied in her past. That's why Yai teases other people. Like, no, she teases people because she has fun doing it. You could give a reason for the character to be the way they are without, like, doing this generic, well, there's like a stereotype for it, like a gap. I think gap moe is kind of like what people call it. So I don't know. It's fine. I'll see what it actually is like in the Archon quest. To be clear, it's just yeah, that's all. Why does she has less crit rate than I thought she? Oh, because I'm using a different feather, aren't I? Yeah. Oh no. I know. Oh no, I'm using a different. Okay, yeah. Because normally my plan was to use my hope is to use this build most of the time. So now that she's fully used, I gotta level her up all the way. Goodbye, my hero's wits. Blam. And everything's gone. I got enough to level up Charlotte at least to... I guess I don't... Well, I'll level up Charlotte probably to level 80. Got enough to level up Charlotte to level 80, and I can make a video about her at the very least. And there we go. So anyways, yep, 45,938 HP, 73 crit rate, 159 crit damage with 173 ER. This is my current build. I think I'm going to use most of the time on her, with occasional swapping around of things if she needs more ER. But my hope is this is a relatively universal build. In teams where she does not need at all the extra ER, like for example with Nubilat, I'll probably be able to switch to this artifact, right? And her crit is mostly the same, but obviously way less ER, but more HP, so it should be higher damage, but you get the point. So this is more likely what I'll stick on most of the time, and my hope is that 170 will be mostly fine in most teams. But the vibe I was getting based on just using her with this team, which again generates more particles than the average team, might be that I'm not going to be able to run this build, and instead I'm going to have to use, you know, artifacts like this one to be able to get her up to towards 190 ER, right? And we'll see. It's not like her crit ratio is that bad or anything. I just lose a little bit of crit damage and a chunk of HP, so I just lose a little bit of damage in exchange for ER, and if it's needed to keep her burst up consistently, it's fine. It's a perfectly fine trade. So, anyways, I have pretty good artifacts for her to say the least. My point I'm trying to make here is don't under prioritize ER substats. My circlet could use the most improvement, but it's fine. And my goblet is actually just completely cracked. It's disgusting. And this was the main thing that actually caused me a little bit of, like, I only got this circlet like a week ago. Before my best circlet was this cope one. But my goblet was so good that there was like no question. Like there's basically no way I'm gonna get an onset goblet better than this, right? So I've gotten nothing even close. But, well, you know what? Where's that 4-line artifact that I got? Let's roll this. Double me. I mean, high roll, attack is fine. This could still obviously be a very, very good artifact. Could still be a very, very, very good artifact. Alright, sweet. I'll take it. I probably don't have enough to level 20 but we'll take it to 16 for the funsies. I'm disappointed by the attack roll, to be clear, because that means this is probably not going to be an upgrade for my Yai. Because my Yai already had basically this same artifact, but I think it's probably going to be better than this one, but who knows? Who knows? We'll see what this rolls like. Alright, a low roll and crit. Alright. I mean, this is a very good piece. Can this even be... This might... I don't know. I don't even care to do the math. See if I can get it to 20. Yes, it is possible for her to have 100k HP, but not feasible, and there's no actual reason to do it, to be... What was this? There's no actual reason to do it, to be completely clear. So... Alright, well, let's go use Furina in the domain quick. Let's go ahead, actually, this domain, by the way, is actually a really good, like, standard test for, like, clear time, so, like, test how your teams perform. Because it has multiple waves of some tanking and some non-tanking enemies. I honestly think this domain is perfect for testing, like, team performance. Almost perfect. It's probably the best, like, damage dummy we have. Yeah, if I get C2 Furina, I might need to farm a very small amount of additional artifacts, but I should be able to do 100k HP Furina team without having to use food buffs or any other shenanigans going on, right? Why do I keep on doing it wrong? God, I'm an idiot. I'm so used to using Baiju first. I mean, stop hitting me. I didn't have Dendro on them, that was a little bit pointless, but that did so much damage for not having Dendro on them. Okay. Wait, did I even have the... Wait, maybe I'm just like, never mind. I think I might just be convincing myself it did damage when it didn't actually do that much. The reason being is because I don't know if I actually had Furina's buff up at that point. Healing bonus. Healing bonus. Thanks, game. Appreciate it. I guess I'm not pulling for C2 Furina this stream, by the way. No one has said the thing that can convince me. I gave so many hints for it, and people didn't even realize. It's funny. Whatever. There's a good, like I said, there's a good chance I'll go for it anyways, but apparently not on stream, because you didn't earn it. You did not earn it. Stop! Fucking bottle. Oh my god, let me do this. There we go.
Seems like an emergency.
Nothing lasts forever. Right here.
Seems fine. It, yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna say that seems like that much better than, sure, I'll take that. That might actually be a newbie upgrade. I'm not gonna say it's actually gonna be that much better. I should have maybe saved those for talent materials, by the way, but it's fine. I had an artifact level. I don't know. The vibe I'm getting there, like, Tignari obviously makes the team much more, I don't know, Furina's still not that AoE focused. I'm gonna have to use that team more, and I might have to figure out how to make sure I keep up quick and pretty reliably, and get more of a feel for it. There's so many teams I'm gonna have to like use for like a while with Furina to get a vibe for her, and if she's a meaningful improvement to a team, or just another variation. And just another variation isn't a bad thing, to be clear. More variation is good, more flexibility to deal with more situations, right? Like the fact that I haven't had any Yai team before that I liked using a Hydra unit in before. Furina is by far the most likely unit I would enjoy using a Hydra unit in her teams. And very often I commonly don't end up using Animo anymore with Yai, even when I'm pairing Yai and Fischl together. So actually no, I shouldn't say very often. Sometimes. I usually still use Sucrose when I'm doing Yai and Fischl together, but anyways, it's an interesting variation. Yeah. What was I leveling up? I was leveling up a flower, right? So, hopefully I got enough to level this to max. Hey, look at that. All right, I don't think this is a 40 because the game hates me. But that's fine. This actually, okay. This is weird. So, both of my two Yai artifacts I have, these were both basically the same to start, from what I recall. They were both 4-line EM attack, crit rate, crit damage, right? So, as far as like crit value goes, 12.1 times 12.4. Right, no, that was not how I do that. 12.1 times 2 plus 12.4 is 36.6. And have 2 additional EM rolls and then a max attack percent roll. This is similarly this is 2 max attack rolls instead of 2 high EM rolls, but like EM versus attack is relatively similar. Particularly if I'm using Yai with Furina, I would probably prefer EM over attack slightly, but they're equivalent enough that it really doesn't matter. So this one is a higher CV, right? So it's a 38.8, basically a 40. This one also would have been a 40. So the difference between these two artifacts is mostly that like this one has slightly lower roll value in the crit rolls, whereas this one has slightly higher roll value. And I don't know. I don't think I'm going to use it on Yai, but I think it's actually an upgrade for Tignari. So I'd go from 86 to 22 to 82 to 31. Like, it's functionally the same. It's not really that much of an improvement to her. So I think I prefer the old one actually on her. It's just more balanced, right? But Tignari, what do you have? 20. I mean, it's just objectively better for Tignari, like substantially. So I get a very minor amount of more crit rate, very minor amount more crit damage. So like the crit value doesn't really matter, but I should get a significant more attack, and then additional EM roll is obviously very valuable for him too. So sweet, I got a very nice upgrade for Tignari. That's rare. It's hard to get upgrades for characters at my level of investment on this account. So that's cool. Let's see, we go from 1416 attack and 327 EM to about 350 EM, it looks like. Yeah, 348 EM and 1476 attack. Nice. So, I mean, no complaints there. Getting good artifacts is getting good artifacts. I would have really preferred like that on a feather, to be honest, because like my feather options on Wanderer's Troop aren't nearly as good, but it's fine. Upgrade is an upgrade. We take those. Okie dokie. What do you think about Furina's Ascension boss being immune to her damage? I mean, they did the same thing with Raiden and Nahida. Nahida's, I'd say, is a little bit better design in the sense of like making it immune, because Nahida's boss, you still wanted to use Dendro against the boss to trigger the little pillus that the boss spawns, the Dendro cube spawns. But Raiden's boss is completely immune to electro damage too, and I think Venti's boss is also immune to immune to Animo, right? Venti's boss is the Animo cube. So like, and I don't remember what Zhongli's boss is, but I think they're pretty consistent in that, making the the boss relatively immune to the damage the Archon does. So I think it's not that surprising. Oh yeah, we're gonna go fight the butthole. Wait, which butthole is the question? Charlotte's boss. Let's see here. Experimental field generator. Oh, that thing. Sweet. Let's find. Oh, of course, a boss that doesn't drop the crystals that she needs. Yay. Geocube. Geocube is cleared fastest with Zhongli. Yeah. So like I would say like the likes of Zhongli and Nahida's boss are better designed, because like they're immune, but like you still get good advantage from using Zhongli or Nahida with fighting those bosses, whereas like Raiden's and Furina's boss, right? Furina just basically does nothing other than, you know, I mean, Furina doesn't do nothing. She's still boss your team, but you don't use Furina's mechanics at all to deal with the boss, whereas like Zhongli's boss, you like utilize Zhongli's mechanics. And where's the entrance to this freaking building? I hate everything. What? Why? Why? I've never gone into this building. Actually, no, did I? I swear to God, I think I went in this. Oh my God, what? How much you want to bet I was right near the door and I just walked past it? What was I saying? I lost my train of thought completely. So yeah, anyways, I don't know. Yeah, I have no crazy meaningful thoughts. I'm more interested in the boss's mechanic. Oh my God, I was almost there, wasn't I? Jesus Christ. All right then. I'm more interested in the boss's mechanics for like relevance for Abyss than anything. Obviously, if they throw that in the Abyss, you're not meant to use. You're probably not meant to use Furina against it normally, I would imagine. Okay, this boss is a little bit easier than the other boss. Who knew? Why do I keep on getting these weird artifacts, man? High roll crit rate, 4-line, EM, HP %, like it's keepable. But it's also like I don't know when I'm ever going to need that, that's for sure. We'll take it though. Okay. Alright, it's time to finally friggin' test things. Furina, kinda a liability. Her boss does decent damage, right? Yeah. I don't know. I'm interested. That it feels like a consecrated beast tier of enemy in some ways, as far as the potential of this thing in Abyss, which might be what it was intended to be, which is fine. So yeah, it hits so hard that Furina making your team more fragile and it being immune to Hydro. I don't think you're meant to use Furina against this boss, suffice to say. So all right, I'm gonna go to the Teapot quick, and then we're gonna go to the Abyss. We're gonna start testing some teams properly. Chat, you have like 5 minutes before I tell you what the reason I might go for C2 Furina, regardless of if it's smart to save my guarantee. The thing that you could have said to me that would have been like, all right, you got it,
This
I'll do it.
realm is
Why did I do that? Again, it is related to a video I made. I am going to buy the Hero's Wits because I need them. Like I said earlier in the stream, I potentially, if I really end up enjoying the Noelle Furina team, whatever variation of Noelle Furina I end up doing, then I'm probably going to end at level 9 doing Noelle at least. And if I like Liu and Jin in that team, I might end up leveling 9 Liu and Jin. And I might want to level their talents a significant more. I am going to be low on resources for a while here. Oh boy. Is it because it was a C6 in beta? Nope. It wasn't. I already talked about that. I would have already gone for C2 if her C6 was still her C2. I would absolutely already have gotten it. No questions. I'm at 3.5 million more. Oh. Oh. That's brutal. Man, like resources, like I'm gonna lose, another what, fucking 400,000 more just leveling this to 6 or to 8 next week, and then another million more leveling it to level 9, and then leveling Noelle to level 90. And then I also got more Noelle talents to level up, and Noelle wants all of her talents leveled up. Noelle's currently at 868, by the way. Okay. Anyways. You're considering pulling Baiju for Lisa. Baiju seems the most... Well, I don't know. Baiju probably works pretty well with Lisa, I imagine. Okay, this we're gonna first testing this is a easier one to test, so and since I've already been using it, we're gonna test it again. It doesn't make much. No, no, aggravate really does not make sense against the C-words. So we'll test in the second half, which is annoying, but is what it is. Let's test. Yeah, we're just going to test the Yai aggravate variation first, because I am curious on how it will feel. And first half, let's just do, I don't freaking know. I'm thinking. Normally, I normally would just use Tignari. Tignari is who I've used to clear this abyss like every single time, for the most part. But not that Tignari is necessary. It just was easy to use Tignari, and I like using Tignari. But I normally use Tignari with Yai, so I guess it doesn't really matter for past chambers I was thinking about. So let's just do clearing. Oh, I don't know if oh no, Nahe's on Deepwood. It'll be fine. Let's just do the clearing the seahorse fast build, I suppose. I'm gonna throw Sucrose in here because Sucrose will buff EM. This is probably the most like hyper carry I've ever played. Tignari, well, Nahe is on this team doing not insignificant aggravate damage. I don't think I bother with that. You know. Why? Why did it just shoot up there? Freaking. Okay, whatever. Freaking seahorse, man. I think electro shields might be the most annoying shield type in the game at this time. I don't know why I did that. That was just dumb. I swear to God, if the burst doesn't hit it, okay. It's total BS if the burst didn't hit. You be less cringe. I dodged you. Bro, what? Did they change this bomb's behavior? Normally it like jumps back to me immediately. Like it does that right away. Oh my god. Unless I'm just misremembering something. I don't know, man. I'm just molding for no reason, honestly.
Make yourselves a move.
Bro, stop. I swear to god this doesn't. Okay. Out of stamina, so we're doing this the slow way. I could shoot it with Tignari, I'm aware, but I want to leave Tignari shots available to deal with this battle. I don't think I'm actually getting a swirl, by the way, so I think Sucrose is doing, like, shite all on this team.
Minute to memory. The Temple of Wisdom. Good with me.
I could probably get a swirl here.
And Trout. Let's nip that in the bud.
Alright, scuff play aside, that was fine. Okie dokie, let's go here. Blam.
Mind the side effects. Taking a turn for the better.
Right now. Emerge. Right now.
Already got 100 fanfare, already got 200 fanfare apparently. Nice.
A sight to behold. Right here. Emerge. Right here.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Got burst back. Nice, okay. Wait. No, I think we didn't get burst back until like... Because I think Furina's... No, that's 20 seconds, because the skill cooldown is 20 seconds. Yeah, okay. So that's good. We got our burst back, so... This seems to be an appropriate amount of ER for Furina in this team.
Right here. Right now. Time to shine. Show any threat. Right here.
I also don't think I recast official a single time there. Whoops.
Taking a turn for the better.
Can you die, please, bro? Okay, there we go. And see, this is a situation where, like, without doing Hydro, obviously... Really?
Is that all?
Bro, why... The freaking behavior of these teleports, man. Okay. The wizards here... Oh my god, can I just... The wizards here would be really annoying to deal with. Well, I don't know. Officials apply so much Electro really, really fast that, like... it may not have been a problem, but...
Show them. Emerge.
Let's just try to nuke them down. There we go. Yeah. So I wouldn't consider that very perfect play. And I do have Constellations on Yai, of course. And this is a fairly good Furina build. But I can say one thing. We'll continue. Why not? I can say one thing. Like that was obviously basically the perfect amount of ER. Thoughts on the bubbles? Because they don't have the tunnel vision effect, it's fine. I don't like it, but like it's on the periphery of my vision, and I also have I have a 42-inch display that I play on. So, I have a very big screen, and like, yeah. So, anyways, yeah, that was fine. Like, and the noble thing there is like my Yai team, since I've said before, like I don't really like, I never really enjoyed playing Yai with any Hydra variations before. This is a Hydra variation. It's a new variation for like a Yai aggravate team that turns it into a quick loom variation that I think I like more. And that means my Yai teams have like different configurations of Yai teams that I could do that I enjoy playing, have more flexibility to deal with more situations, such as when they throw Pyro Mages together in Abyss, right? Where Yai and Fischl can probably get through those, because Fischl can apply so much Electro like really quickly. So if I play better, like it can be done. But the intention is obviously to make it easy to clear the Abyss Mages by having a Hydro unit like Furina, and it just makes it easier. So more options is good, is my point. Is it necessarily that much better than other variations? Not necessarily. I'll let you heal a little bit. Alright, there we go. Do that. I think this is literally the first time, by the way, I have played Tignari without Yai. Interestingly enough. Stop, bro. Okay, I gotta target this dude. Scuff play all around so far, that's what I can say for sure.
Can't see?
Alright.
Let's nip that in the bud. Keep up.
Grow. Animal test 6308.
Oh, yeah, okay. Sucrose is not the ideal choice for this team,
I'll uproot you.
to say the least. It would make much more sense to do like Beto or something. That's probably what I would think. Beto or, I mean, obviously, you know, I don't know, there's options. There's options. And Sucrose is not swirling Electro, which means I'm not getting... My idea was I could swirl Electro, get the EM from Sucrose, and we're off to the races. Like, EM is good for damage. But, yeah. Okay. Normally do not have her burst back, which is fine, I guess.
The fun is over.
Okay. Furina makes your teams more fragile. Like that's a notable factor. Like that, I didn't think about that in much before. But like Furina's gonna cause things like that, right? Where like I didn't get to heal up my team. Like yes, in like sustained sequences of combat in like optimal Furina teams, you have enough healing that you're not gonna be constantly at 50% health. But you are gonna have effects like that where you finish a floor in Abyss, then are at half health or potentially lower at the start of the next chamber, which means when a boss has a big hit that it does like that, if you didn't heal up yet, because I was waiting to heal until I got Furina's burst up so I can get Fanfear stacks, right? It's fragile, right? Your team is going to be more fragile with Furina. And I just failed to compute in my brain that I needed to dodge more. And be careful there, because my characters were very close to dead. Just missed that shot.
Everything.
Sharing my knowledge. Stand with me.
Yeah, that didn't do anything. Bro, my Tignari's damage is gross.
I see everything.
To be clear, I have C2 Nahida is doing a lot for increasing the damage I'm getting from my Tignari.
Uproot you.
Ow.
Terrified.
I'm just gonna do that to iframe this butthole's move.
And trap.
How are we not dead?
I hear everything.
Oh, you're alive. Hello.
Committed to memory.
One thing
What?
after
How did you hit me?
another.
There we go. She's selling the heal team by 25% HP card. Yeah, I know, right?
Right now. Emerge. Right now. By royal decree.
I'm just using that before the burst. Alright, there we go. How did I die? Excuse me? Fuck's sake, man. This might be the most annoying thing about Frida, genuinely, is that like she's just gonna make situations like Jesus Christ. You know what? I'm just choosing the goddamn. I don't need the energy recharge. It's fine. I mean, the energy recharge actually might make it a little bit more annoying on the other end to try to actually like get things. But anyways, whatever.
I'll uproot you.
Let's play pretty little. Sharing my knowledge.
Frame that to do. I don't think we're gonna swirl, so Sucrose is doing literally nothing in this team, but it's fine.
I see everything.
Ow. I don't know why I did that. It's kind of pointless. I don't know why I'm doing all this. I was kind of hoping to get Cookie's burst back so I could swirl, but I think it was just a waste of time.
I hear everything.
Oh yeah, but anyways, the damage dealing is not the problem we're having in the second side, obviously. The dying before we deal damage is the problem. I
Animal test 60.
don't know what I'm doing.
Trap. Let's nip that in the bud.
Really? Alright. That was a terrible clear on that side, but whatever. Let's try to not die. You know what? Frick it. Do this. actually use her healing mode for a second. Okay, switch it to this. Don't die, budget. Jesus fucking Christ. Alright, and now we're doing this. So this is non-optimal in all kinds of ways, but hey, we didn't die. I mean, to give some amount of kudos, like, that...
Mind the side effects.
I found a situation where, like, her burst was useful. Or sorry, her burst. Her Numa mode was... I used it. Like, it was useful there.
A bitter pill to swallow. Remember, health.
Also, you know what? I just realized the burst restoring 30% HP card is actually potentially kind of cracked with Furina in Abyss. I hadn't considered that before either. I forgot that was like a card that often.
Right here, right now. By royal decree.
I'm not going to use another burst. It's just pointless. Alright, I'd have to test Tignari against that boss. Like Tignari with the eye. That was quite strong, to say the least. But yeah, I don't know, like, the thing that surprises me there is, like, right, it's weird because I feel like it's almost like, what's that, like, where people start to, like, they're held hostage and they start to, like, not feel like they're a victim kind of thing. It's kind of what I feel like happened there, where, like, hey, I got value out of the Numa mode, making it easier to stay alive by just using it for a second, right? But it's also like, this wouldn't have happened if the Abyss wasn't structured goofily. Like, I don't know. It's weird. So the fact that this is the first I've used Furina in Abyss, and I had an instance where her healing mode was very minorly useful, in a way that lets me mitigate dying and having to redo, like, that makes her fragility aspect less bad, right? Because if we have that situation that happened to me where I have low health going into the second chamber, just to use you're sacrificing some energy, you're sacrificing when you're getting your burst back, like happened there with me, but you're able to make that decision of being like, okay, just use the healing mode for a second to make sure my eye doesn't die again, and you're fine. Stockholm Syndrome, yeah. So I feel like it's kind of a Stockholm Syndrome of Genshin character design that made me find use in that there. But at the same time, I somehow got use out of the Numa mode in Abyss. Like, and I think it's really only going to be useful in the situation where, like, you go into the next chamber with low amounts of health, and you're particularly going against bosses like that one where they can one-shot you when you're on low health. So a little bit of healing at the very start can be the difference between dying right away and not dying right away. So that's interesting. I don't know. It's interesting. I didn't expect that. That's a good thing, to be clear. Do that while she's teleporting. One thing I love Tignari for is he gives zero shites about teleporting buttholes. Should probably be normal attacking with what's her bucket? Yeah, let's attack you. I should be normal attacking with Nahida when there's a little bit of downtime in this team with Tignari, but I just missed. So. I like the tech, by the way, with Tignari, where you can aim at the ground and you still have the homing shots that hit, by the way. I really like that aspect of Tignari. Oh, okay, I was trying to wait for the burst in the back here. Okay, no, that was just pointless. This is the first time I played Tignari without a good Electrode, like, off-field to pair with him. And it's not an ideal Tignari team, but it's working better than I thought it would. Like, it's working well enough that if I didn't have C2 Nahida's, like, increasing his damage by like 20%, I think it would be still more than competent, right? But I also am a lucky butthole, and I somehow got Tignari's weapon, which will probably never get a rerun. and I got it in a single 10 pull. So like that's also a difference maker. So compounding with Nahida there might be helping more than I expect, but I don't know. It's not hard for me to I'm not. I don't know, point is, I'm not going to evaluate that team that specifically. We're here to test Furina today. Okie dokie. Let's see how this goes. It'll probably be fine. Let's just do that. We'll wait for health drain a little bit, and then we'll do Baiju. It's weird trying to evaluate if I should use Baiju right away to like get Aggravate up, or oops. I don't know if Yai just got one shot there. Again, Furina makes your team more fragile. I haven't used Yai against this boss, and Yai is a more fragile character. This is actually the first time I've used Yai against that boss. So like, anyways, that's all I can say. What we are learning today is that Yai is a fragile character. Who knew? And she becomes more fragile with Furina. It's not an irrelevant factor. If that's something you are not fine with, you may find Furina really frustrating. It's probably the... Can you not? It's probably the biggest reason to skip her. I did not do that. Alright, let's see if I can get some swirl going. Got a little bit of buff from Sucrose for a bit. Getting you on heal a little bit to heal. That was a much better clear on that side. I don't see many people talking about the issue of Diaz and Tignari's weapons probably never getting a rerun. I mean, I don't think it's that much of an issue because 5-star weapons shouldn't be in the game anyways. But I think it is really weird. Yeah, I don't know. It's really, really weird. I don't get why they didn't, like, if you're gonna introduce characters in standard banner, and like if they didn't have a plan for when they're gonna rerun these weapons, why didn't they put the weapons on standard? Because they wanted to make them better and bait people into wishing on a weapon banner. FOMO seems to be the only reason. It's definitely asshole design, but it's fundamentally like I think the fundamental problem with 5-star weapons is that they probably shouldn't exist at all.
Remember, health comes.
Emerge. Right now.
Oh my god, okay. Yeah, that is, okay, it was just this butthole almost one-shotting guy is the problem here. Yeah.
Right here.
So I gotta play against this boss a little bit better, is all it comes down to. This boss has obviously the has the mechanic of you just jump to dodge the shit, but I gotta be smart. Yai is proccing way more blims than I thought she would, by the way. Like I said, I haven't played that much with Quick Blim Yai. That was a very fast clear on that boss. And like, yeah, I don't know. Like, to be clear, the 4 5-star, 3 5-star characters, and then Fishhole, which may as well be a 6-star as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, it was pretty strong. I'm pretty sure that was stronger, like, in single target than when I use Tignari in this team. Like, if I do this same team at Tignari, I mean, it's not an ideal variation. Like, I don't know. The closest single target comparison I probably have to do is, like, Baiju, Tignari, Yai, and probably Kazuha or Sucrose. But I'm pretty sure it's better. So, you take that for what you will. The damage 20% bonus, how much did I have during what points of it? I don't know. Again, C0 Furina. Like, so, at most, that was... what is our... We got talent level 8, so... At most, we got, and Baiju's obviously quite good with Furina. 0.21 times 300. So at most, we had 63% damage bonus going on there, which is a potentially significant increase both for Furina's, Yai's, and Fischl's damage there, right? And like her buffing damage for all the team is a very important aspect of why Furina's buff is potentially very strong. I don't know. The most notable first-time takeaway from using Furina Abyss is that fragility is nothing to be a joke for. It's something I don't mind that much because like I don't mind dying in this game that much. I don't mind dying in games in general. I like games forcing me to like try to play better. I think it's good design, and I think for the benefit she gives, the fact that it makes your team fragile and is interesting about her. But the most notable comparison, as I said this earlier, is if you're the type where like you love using Zhongli, you just adore using Zhongli, and because you don't have to think about dodging, you just use a shield and you do your character's things. Furina's kind of the opposite of that, is my initial impressions. I think I like it about her. You might not. I am surprised that the first time I used her in Abyss, I found a situation where I actually wanted to use this. Like, you don't want to stay on it ever because it doesn't generate energy. It's not going to be like your healer for the team. But the fact that it was able to like help it so I kept my Yai alive by getting a couple ticks of healing was relevant. So, is Furina C2 the best character in the game? That's a weird question. She has very high constellation value. I will probably go for C2 and be able to answer that question in a month or two. Like I want to use Furina as C0 or C1. I might activate C1 in a week or so. But I want to use Furina at least because C0 versus C1 Furina is not fundamentally that different for how you can use her. The most notable difference as far as like supportive utility is that you always have some damage percent bonus up, even if you don't have like any healing going on, right? With a C1 Furina, but it's not necessarily something you'd want to do normally, but you can do with C1 Furina, but C2 genuinely has the ability to change the utility of how good healers can be with her, on top of it increasing Furina's own damage potential. But the thing is, like, Furina's a supportive unit made to like improve your team damage. Her own damage contribution isn't irrelevant ever, but like I think Jeff in one of his recent clips mentioned, like, if you're comparing it for like damage improvement for Furina, like how much of a damage improvement does C2 Furina give to herself relative to like how much of a damage improvement does Raiden give to herself? They might be relatively comparable, but the thing is, Raiden C2 is relevant in the context of Raiden hypercarry teams, where Raiden is doing a very, very, very large chunk of the team's damage, and therefore increasing Raiden's damage by a very big amount is increasing the entire team's damage by a very big amount. As far as the damage improvement you get from Furina C2, it's harder to evaluate on that level because it does benefit team damage significantly, but it's going to depend on what healer you're using. Because if you're using healer situations, like Baiju's pretty good at getting to max stacks with Furina relatively quickly, well, then getting to max stacks even faster is not super relevant. But then you do get the bonus damage from Furina herself. But again, Furina herself in this team that I was using with Yai, Fischl, and Furina, her damage isn't irrelevant, but it wasn't like Raiden hypercarry doing 80% of the team damage, right? So, which means a 50% improvement to a character doing 80% of the team's damage is like a 40% improvement to the team's damage. A 15% improvement to a character dealing 20% of the team's damage is a 5% increase to the team's damage. That's kind of how the point I'm trying to make here. I like, to be clear, I like Furina C2 100 times more than Raiden C2 because I think it has supportive relevance. And I like constellations. As far as constellations that can justify their existence, I like constellations that have relevance for things other than just making the character that got the constellation do more damage, right? So, yeah. Same concept as Ayaka's weapon for her being essentially a 30% increase in team damage. Yeah. So depending on how the team is configured, and Furina is a character where you're generally not configuring teams around Furina to be made just for Furina's damage. So a very big increase to Furina's own damage is less relevant than the supportive utility, and that's part of why I started, and I've talked multiple times in the stream, Furina C2 is more relevant and more interesting for supportive relevance than it is just for her damage increase. Even if it is like a big damage increase on paper, relative to other things, it's not necessarily. So whether you get more value out of it over a new character is really down to your preferences and what your like investment level on your account is. I think I could get meaningful value out of it just for the sake of like some meme video potential and the fact that it might make her a little bit more versatile to be used with less optimal healers like Kuki or Bennett. It is kind of my leaning towards why I want it. But yeah, I by the way, in the context of like talking about her C6, outside of me being a little bit salty that I think the reason they swapped C2 and C6 was because people didn't understand her C6, which, I mean, I don't blame them, look at it. But like, I kind of don't blame them. I do kind of blame them, but it pissed me off so much seeing people complain about the fact, like, oh, you don't get to on-field her enough with her C2. And I think that's why they might have changed it to C6. But C6 is most relevant because the biggest downside of Furina is that you need a healer, right? You need a healer and you need good healing with Furina. C6 Furina, she's not only enough healing to make it so you don't need a healer with her, she becomes the best healer in the game. Now, there is a minor cost to that. The cost of that, and this used to be C2, the cost of that is that she needs to be on field for a few seconds because you need to do normal attacks. So, and she has, it procs in 6 instances. So you need to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2 to be able to proc all stacks of either her healing, her extra damage or her extra healing in her C6. But like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Right, it's not that long of time. Like if I use her, let's use her skill and watch the cooldown. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Like that was like 2.5 seconds, right? 3 seconds maybe of field time. Or no. 3 seconds of extra field time, right? Maybe only 2 seconds. I don't know. Like we're talking like a few seconds of extra field time, and she becomes the best healer in the game, and now the main restriction that makes Furina hard to use is no longer a restriction. So, on a balance level, I think I'm actually kind of fine with them making her what used to be her C2 in the first beta, be her C6, because because a lot of people having C2, like it completely would have changed her in like the kind of teams like she could have been used in, and like optimally using this to like maximize damage and like changing how she can be built around is really interesting to think about. Like I was very interested in it being her C2. I would have loved to mess around with it, but like I think it's a bit too strong with C6 in particular because C6 requires getting all the other constellations along with it. It was less strong at C2 because you didn't get all, C4, C3 through C5 along with it, right? But now that you require all the other constellations in getting C6, which means it's even stronger than it was originally. It was less strong when it was just a C2. But yeah, like Sack Sword resets it. Yes, you can all. Yeah, that is an option. Like one thing I was considering when Furina was first leaking was for maximum drip. I was considering using getting C2 Furina and using a level 40 Sack Sword because level 90 Sack Sword doesn't look as good with her. Look at level 40 Sack Sword, level 80 Sack Sword, 40, 80, 40, 80, and as soon as you level past 40, it gets purple. So like. I was considering using a level 40 Sack Sword with C2 Furina when her C6 was her C2, where you can on-field her more and get even more healing and even more extra damage, and then you can completely change like what your build is towards her. Like it was a wildly interesting constellation that completely changed how you could use her in various teams and in as far as playstyles for her. And now instead we got like a really boring C2. Like Furina was a much more interesting character when she was in her initial version, but I think she was a worse character. Particularly at C0 and C1, she was a worse character. Like took longer to get damage percent. She took longer to get stacks up on her fanfare basically, and she's not wildly different from that original version to be clear, but they made her a bit more well-rounded from her original version. But her original beta kit was more interesting. That's what I'll say. So, anyways, let's go test some more things. What do you want to see next? What do you want to see next, guys? This is already a 4-hour stream, by the way. I knew this stream was going to be long, but like, good lord. I'm done testing this team. This is a team I'll play around more probably, but like for now, I think I'm good with that one. That team it's good. I really like having a nice quick bloom option for Yai. I like that it makes the cost is it makes the team more fragile, but the fact that it forces me to be more aware of things is a good thing in my opinion. I like that. I think that's fun. Personally, you want to see Dia? Okay. We can do Vape Furina. I will do Vape Furina. Let's do Dia. Someone said Dia first. So, let's do it. Alright. Let's put you back on this. And then I think the rest of your artifacts are probably fine. Probably. We'll find out. Actually, no. Oh, fuck. I just remembered Dia. Fucking Dia. Shit. I'm gonna put Fav on you. You're on Freedom Sworn still. That's fine. Okay. I think with C1, Furina is probably definitely better than Mona is my guess, my impression. But we're gonna see. We're gonna see. I didn't like how Dia felt with Mona. I don't know if I'm gonna like how it feels with Furina. And this could be a team variation. I suspect that if you might like be able to play it better by using Dia's burst at specific timings to make sure like it's timed when Furina's summons get a decent bit of Hydra application, because you don't want to use her burst when there's, you know, a 3-second gap occurring, because that happens with Furina's Hydra application. But we'll see. We will see. So, anyways, we got Kazo on Ziphos. Dia on that. Dia might have to be on Fav. I'm not joking. Fucking Dia. Because, yeah, she might need to be on Fav. I'm gonna try Dia on a higher damage version first. Because, well, I put Furina on Fav. Hopefully the extra Fav particles in Ziphos Moonlight is gonna be enough, but my Dia with 175 ER, whatever she had, actually, let's double check Dia's artifacts are correct. My Dia's artifacts were good. Alright, yeah, she's all correct. Are good enough for Monopyro Dia, and also good enough for the Dia variation that I used with Candace, because that one didn't use burst every single rotation, so it functionally made her ER needs drop like a cliff. But do a single pull every time Dia dies. Oh god, sure. Sure, I will. You know what? Fine, Zillion, I will. But yeah, this is gonna be something. All right, let's do you. You know what? We're gonna flex on the seahorse and do Electro. Why not? And all right, Dia, Bennett, Furina, you. Let's go. Let's go. Have you tested Noelle yet? No, I have not tested Noelle yet. She is on the list though, don't worry. Oh boy. I could have done Dia, I guess, against the Seahorse, by the way, but I didn't want to deal with the cringe Seahorse movement, so just wipe through this butthole first.
Taking a turn for the better.
Right now, right here. Shadow Raven.
Can't see? I'll uproot you!
I swear to God, if this hits the wall. God damn it. Fuck you, game.
Mind the side effect.
Right now. Emerge. Right now. Odds reveal.
Oh, I meant to.
Remember, health comes first.
I hear everything.
Nothing lasts forever. Right here. Emerge.
Why is he so resistant to Electro? What a butthole.
Keep up. Let's nip that in the bud.
Right now. Right here.
And shroud.
Die, please. Die, please. Thank you. Okay. What a way to get C2, indeed. Alright, surely Dia won't die 100 times. Alright, what's the rotation here? Dia into Furina, into Kazuo Swirl. It'll probably double swirl because we got a lot of enemies going on here, into Bennett, I think. Dia skill into this.
Birds come.
Teamwork is dreamwork. They're dead meat.
Vaporize, nice. I mean, we vaped a decent amount of hits there. And now we're gonna have the healing problem that I mentioned before. So, oh god, the corrosion, man. Oh god.
Everybody stand back. You asked for it.
We are vaping more reliably on Dia than I expected.
Strike a pose. Time to shine.
But also the healing. Oh boy. You die. I really don't want to have to. Dia, you know, Sylveon, I think you chose the wrong character to pick to die. I think Dia is the only character that might not die. Also, I think I didn't go to the right spot, did I? Okay, I effed up here. Whoops. Alright, well, whoops. I'm gonna restart this because that was just dumb. I forgot that backside is not, you gotta go to one of the other, I was gonna say corners, there's no corners in a circle. But like, oh, we got our burst back, notably, so that was enough ER, which is good. I did have Fab on What's Her Bucket, so was that a 92k vape? I don't know. I didn't see how big the vape was. I didn't look at the damage numbers that closely, but that was that felt a lot better than Mona feels to me. The problem is though the HP. The HP was a little you know. Well, you know what? If we don't die, we don't die. It might be good enough.
Can't see.
Emerge. Right now. Right here.
Alright, see if we can get a shield down before he goes in there.
Keep up.
Yeah, let's go. Wow.
Right now. Emerge. Wings of darkness.
I don't know why I did that.
Come on now.
Oh, god damn it.
With the force.
Remember, health comes first. A bitter pill to swallow.
Right now. I summon.
I'll uproot you. Can't see.
I don't know why I did that. I was gonna pointless. Do 2 electro damage to it.
One
Yeah.
thing after another. I hear everything.
Alright, I should probably kill him. There we go. Alright. Alright, let's do this again. Oh, I did that. I should have done skill first, but whatever.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my nights. One with nature.
Going in. We go. They're dead meat.
Let's go. Okay. So, I don't know. I saw, like, no vapes there. That was interesting. Not seeing any vapes there, but... Okay, can I switch my characters? Okay, I just had a whack on a leg there. That was great. Oh my god, the leg, man. It's brutal.
Gloves off. Off we go.
Yep, okay. You know what, because I'll respect Sylveon's intention. We'll say every time a character dies that isn't Dia instead of Dia dying, because Dia is the main character being on field is getting healed the most. She's the least likely to die actually in that variation. So 1 pull. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Right
Yeah, this team has the problem I thought it would have, basically. Right, if you're using Bennett as your healer with Furina, you really, and we're against the corrosion doggos too, so this is like a worst case scenario, to be clear.
Can't see.
We can try Dia against the seahorse, I guess. But like, it's a good illustration of the problem,
I hear everything.
where it's not really a team that has the flexibility to just swap between your characters, right? So it's not a quick swap,
Remember,
and that makes Bennett very not good with Furina as a healer option. But Bennett is someone you kind of really need to use with Dia. So
I'll uproot you.
I don't know.
Right now. Right here.
One with the force.
Try it again here. Vapes dependent on RNG of Furina's pets. This is the real experience of Genshin RNG. Yeah, I know, right? But that first attempt there was like, look at all the vapes. And the second attempt, no vapes. Weird. Oh, I don't know why I did that. The difference there, though, notably, was I did cast Furina's skill second. Okay, now I effed up my timing. I cast Furina's skill before burst versus after burst. So that could be something that you can control the timing a little bit, right? Love that Dia went outside of the fucking burst range, by the way. The Bennett's burst range. Oh well.
Everybody stand.
One with wind and cloud. The wind strike.
No idea if I got a Pyro Swirl there. Also, don't have burst back. There we go, got it back. Okay, got it. Yeah, got some vapes there. Didn't get a vape on the end hit. Well.
Into the wind.
Teleport me. Teleport me. Please, 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 please teleport me. Oh, let's also not die. Let's heal our characters a little bit while Furina deals with the buttholes. I'm not using Dia's burst for hopefully obvious reasons. There we go. Why does she get stuck in the charge attack mode? I mean, okay, like, I cleared that one more solidly time-wise than I cleared the other attempt, but to be clear, I don't know. Like, I do think that cleared faster than the I team, interestingly enough. The I team is a little bit more single target focused, and like Dia, that was like a not optimal as far as fragility goes, but it was an optimal situation as far as Dia's damage output for AoE because of all of the wolves crowding around Dia and she'd be able to smack the F out of them. We're gonna choose Burst Restore HP because this is actually a case of like, I think the Dia team's gonna work much better now that Burst Restore HP because we won't have the issue of, you know, we're just gonna have our HP back. So this card, when you're doing weird non-optimal Furina things, is gonna be a godsend. Good lord. That's my guess, at least. We'll find out.
Right now. Right here.
seems like an emergency.
Odds reveal that.
I hear everything.
It feels a lot better than I thought it would feel. It's just a very big fragility concern. I don't think I have official active. Die, please. Thank you. Okay.
Emerge right now.
I meant to devise you. That was just dumb. Let's just do
I'll
this.
uproot you.
Remember, health comes first.
Right here. Right now.
And shroud. Yeah.
By the way, I should definitely have prepared music for this, but whatever. I didn't think about it. I'll try to remember if I do more testing on Saturday's stream. I will do so. No, stop, snap. There we go. Yai's burst looks so satisfying. Yeah, I love her burst. Alright. This is going to be interesting though, because these things pack a punch. I don't think I swirled pyro there, by the way, but no, I think I did.
You asked for it.
Got a big vape there. Got a vape. Got a vape. I think I vaped every hit there, I think, on Dia's burst. I'm not sure if Furina's burst is going to count the fanfare stacks, anything generated during that sequence, by the way. Oh, energy. Okay, that was not as good in the second rotation. Oh boy, I didn't have... Yeah, okay.
Strike a pose.
Wind strike.
Going in.
Clouds high. The birds call.
Let's get it on. Hi.
I'm just gonna do some normal attacks. C6 Bennett things there. That is the best I think I've ever felt with a Dia team's damage output.
The inside shall be punished. Emerge.
One with the force. Let's nip that in the bud.
Seems like an emergency. Mind the side effect.
And that is a C1 Dia, to be clear. Yeah, 70k being the highest vape. Yeah, it's quite good. And we vaped every hit in that first rotation. There might be some like play optimization again, like with because you can do weird things like potentially resetting Furina's like summons hit pattern by trying to like switch modes or whatever else. So like there might be like optimal ways to like try to work around it a little bit, but genuinely, like, the fragility aspect is a really big if, or a really big asterisk on that team. But it's actually interesting thinking, because like Abyss is the only hard content in the game, right? And Abyss having the potential to give you those cards where I restored HP on burst. Like, yeah, my characters are at half health here, and I'm not going to generate a necessarily optimal amount of stacks, but again, I maintain that this is the best a Dia team has ever also felt. So, you know. And that's without any, like, I thought kind of like a C2 Furina situation was going to be here. Where like, this team's probably going to be not function properly, not going to generate stacks ever really well. If you don't. I don't know. It's interesting. Okay, right now we're applying too much pyro. Oh, and we got some. Okay. Oh boy. There's some lag there. Okay. Didn't get Dia's burst back. Yeah, my Dia needs a little bit more ER on this team. This could be solved, by the way, just by like the easiest solution, actually, other than Fav, for that the ER problem in this team Dia is at a time that well. The easy solution is actually just to put Dia on emblem. I have Dia on her signature artifacts, but particularly the fact that I have C6 Bennett allows me to get not insignificant, like an interesting situation happening there. I don't know if you saw that, like some of the damage numbers I was getting from Dia's normal attacks. I think I saw like a 20k vapes on Dia's normal attacks there. Like Dia's normal attacks have relatively high multipliers, right? Like, I have them at level 6. They're not insane. They're worse, but like, you know, Dia's big hit at the end of her thing that got 70k in Abyss there was a 257% plus some HP multiplier, versus, you know, her normal attacks can get 106 to 162% attack. So when you're having Bennett's burst up and you're having VV potentially and you're having Furina's damage bonus, she can get not insignificant damage in context with C6 Bennett, you know, giving a pyro infusion. And that's how I got like not insignificant damage. And that the notable thing there is that mitigated the issue with like not getting Dia's burst back, because I could just on-field Dia and do some normal attacks for a second to try to like finish off an enemy without having to use a burst again or whatever else, which I think is relevant. Yeah, that felt okay. That's really interesting. This is the most interesting. I mean, I've only tried 2 teams so far. But the EI team was like interesting in like the downside for the upside. It felt strong, but like there was definitely the downside of fragility. Obviously, this team definitely had the downside of fragility, but I managed to do it, and it didn't take me that long. And I guess we only had Furina die once, I think, or was there? I don't know. How many polls do I owe? I don't think I tracked that much of characters dying. Oh no, I think someone else died at the end too. So.
Don't stand too close to me, or you might get hit by lightning too.
Sylveon, you can tell me how many polls I owe you because I said I would do it. But anyways, yeah, I don't know. That felt so much better than I thought. I would need probably Dia on Emblem because she'd probably want towards more 200 ER than the 175 I had, realistically. But it wasn't that bad, right? And most people are running Dia on Emblem near 200 ER anyways, probably. I do have the ability to do a pretty decent, you know, Emblem build. That would probably work better in that situation. I just have to yoink some artifacts around, but yeah, I don't know. That felt really, really good. As far as like how it performed, without me having to, because the concern was having to think about like the timings of her summons hits too much, but it didn't seem to be that much of a problem. And I think part of the reason for that, I didn't see how much like damage Furina herself was getting there, but I think part of the reason for that was like in the situations where I was applying a decent bit of pyro, and I wasn't vaping with Dia. Well, who else? Well, that means we're applying extra pyro, and if there's extra pyro on enemies, someone else gets to vape. So, which is to say, like the team damage performance is really good, I think. As long as you're okay with the downside of this is a team where realistically Dia is still not necessarily contributing the most damage, but it felt really satisfying to play. Like, it felt good. It's just squishy. But, like, Dia's not squishy. Like, Dia was perfectly fine there. And if you can abuse things like the Abyss cards, like, you're not always guaranteed to get the HP card, but or are you? I don't know. I've never looked much into, like, how the Abyss cards generate. I know the Abyss in the final chamber always gives you 25% HP back, like just the one time 25% HP. But there might also be like if that card where you get bursts you get 30% HP back when you use a burst, is always in the second floor. I've never actually paid enough attention to it. If that always occurs in the second floor or has a very high chance of occurring, and those cards reset per day, by the way, but if that card is guaranteed to appear, especially, but even if it's just likely to appear, that means like you can really mitigate that downside. Like it would have been much harder to clear that if I didn't have that card in the second chamber, because I would have had like no HP, and I would have had to like I still would have cleared it, I think, because this Abyss is not that hard, but I would have had to like spend time just healing my characters with the Bennett instead of dealing damage, kind of thing. Dealing much damage at least. But even then, like, even if I was just spending time healing characters with Bennett to make sure I didn't die, Furina would still be doing damage, and like I still could have like swirls going on with pyro for like stuff to happen. So like it would still, I don't know. This seems like the most competent version of a D of 8 team that I've tried. It's fragile, but there's interesting ways around it, and the most interesting thing was definitely that card being more relevant than expected. Yeah, the cards reset every day, but I know, but there's weighting into the cards, right? So, and I know that the third floor, you are guaranteed to have one of that third card where you restore 25% HP when you start the chamber. I know that card is guaranteed to show up in the third chamber. It's possible. I've never paid enough attention to it. It's because normally you don't take that card, right? You normally don't care about the restoring HP when you use your character's burst card in most optimized teams. But because of the fact that it gives you damage percent bonus and makes your Furina teams less fragile, that card becomes a lot more relevant. So, I don't know, someone can try to look into it for me and let me know if that burst card guarantee shows up. It wouldn't surprise me if it does, because I think the format they have for the burst cards is like a guaranteed one that is like get a offensive benefit for some downside for only this specific chamber, and then get a card. The one on the left side is always a card that's like, normal attack bonus, crit bonus, ER. It's a guaranteed, it benefits the entire floor, not just the individual chamber. And then the third one I think seems to always be healing oriented, and it's possible that the second chamber always has that healing on burst card. I've never actually noticed if it does or not. But yeah, they reset every day, but I don't know if that healing one resets, is kind of my point, right? And I obviously can't test this until I do Abyss on different days. So if actually, you guys can test this, though. If you go into your Abyss and go to the second chamber, see if the second chamber of floor 12 in particular, because like, let's be real, anything before that doesn't matter that much. But check floor 12 in particular. Does floor 12 in particular always have that healing bonus for you, or does it have it for you today? If everyone in chat goes in right and checks their Abyss and floor 2 says they get that healing bonus on burst card, that's very relevant. Because that means like using non-optimal healers like the likes of Bennett are much less of a downside than expected. Like you can mitigate that quite. Again, it's only like that chamber, but the point I'm trying to make there is, right, I went to really low health, but then getting that card in just that chamber made it so that that chamber was both much easier and also made sure I had health for the next chamber again, like enough health to clear. So it's really interesting that is relevant. Like it's never been really relevant before, other than like, oh crap, I need to take this because I played badly or took too much damage at the end of the previous chamber kind of situation. Now it's that, but you're going to need it more because Furina's going to make your teams more fragile, and also she converts HP gaining into damage bonus. So like having 30% HP back when you use a burst is potentially very, very good. So yeah, and could allow you to use less optimal healers with Furina in Abyss consistently. That's not something I've thought of before. That's really interesting. But it all depends on how consistently that card shows up. If that card is guaranteed to always show up in floor 2, I am pretty confident on that line of thought. If that card only shows up 50% of the time, and sometimes it's on floor 1, and sometimes it's on floor 2, then it's much more iffy, right? Because then you'd have to like, oh, I'm going to play Abyss today. Oh, the cards aren't right. I'm not playing Abyss today with Furina in this team. Like, that would be lame, right? That's annoying AF, and it's not that relevant. But if it is guaranteed in some form to show up, it's potentially very relevant. And either way, I don't know. The fact that was, like, kind of almost a worst-case scenario with the Wolves, and it still only took me, like, 2 or 3 tries, I think it's... Yeah, I don't know. I have a much more positive experience with this team than I thought I would have. The big downside is just, realistically, a big part of the reason it works is because Furina is contributing not insignificant amounts of damage herself, versus, when you use Mona doesn't really contribute that much damage herself. So, yeah. Anyways. Oh, no worries. I'm not saying everyone has to go check right now for me. Just like when you guys have a chance, if you have a chance today, go on my Discord, let me know on my Discord. Just be like, yeah, Abyss had that card guaranteed. Or honestly, if we could just look it up too. Think about it. Spiral Abyss cards. Buff cards. So let's see. This is from the Genshin fandom website. My throat's a little bit sore. I wonder if I got... My sister-in-law has been sick a little bit. Might have gotten her sickness. Let's see. Category... this doesn't really tell me that meaningful of information here. Ooh, I think I found... Okay, I think I found an information page here. I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. Make sure I don't have anything showing in this web browser. Buff cards. Show this. Alright. So, here, let's move that a little bit here. Let's see. Approximate. Okay, this is just an analysis of damage boost. Okay, I need the stats on like when these show up. Defensive cards. Yeah, restoring. Okay. Okay, never mind. This doesn't seem to be what I wanted, unfortunately. I thought this was going to be stats on like what the chance for the cards were to show up, but instead this was stats on the damage increase. This is just someone, I don't know whose website this is. It's GenshinHelper.com. So this is just an analysis on like what the damage value is from certain things on average, but the cards are completely random. It is possible to get the same choices and sometimes in multiple days in a row. I don't think they are completely random. I'm very confident I know that one healing card always shows up in the last chamber. This card, right? Or no, not this card, sorry. The gain 25% of your HP. The max HP plus 25%. But you can see what I was talking about, right? Where like the card on the right is always like a defensive, like usually HP or healing related card. I'm guessing the first and second chamber don't have a guarantee to get the burst restore HP card. So, anyways, I don't know. Point is my request to anyone watching is to check your abysses. It doesn't matter on what day, and see what the cards are. Pay attention to what the cards are, and see if it ever changes. Like for that healing card, see if that healing card always shows up in the second chamber, or yeah, whatever. We need more info on that showing up because it's potentially relevant. Like it's the only hard content in the game, which is where we care about like the optimal performance of teams, right? So if you can abuse cards like that, that's a not insignificant factor that you need to be aware of that can actually change how you configure a team with Furina. Is my point that I'm harping on here. So, anyways, why do you have 212 ER? Oh, because Kaz was in the team with Zivos. There's confusion. I was like, that's too much ER. I like the ER, but anyways, I'm probably gonna stick to this 18 ER feather. I'm thinking, sacrificing. I'm sacrificing 12% HP. It looks like 13% HP, which is a lot. And then one minimum crit damage roll, but gaining 18% ER versus this one. So I think that's more than a good trade-off. And she's still got a good amount of crit. Okay, let's switch. What team next? Anyone who's going to sleep? Because I know there's people leaving the stream. But I mean, Nubilat we can check. I mean, Nubilat we can check. Literally, it'll work. It'll work. The only weird thing is, right, this team, this configuration will make the team more fragile. That's really the main concern. Is how fragile are you wanting to make your Nubilet team? Because in this case, I don't have any healing other than Nubilet's own healing from Prototype Amber, which is not insignificant, but right. So like he'll get plenty of damage bonus. This is just a more hyper carry Nubilet team, so I can test this. I want to check the Noelle variations, and then yeah, that's basically. Or no, we can check this team or not this team, this team too. This Vape Furina team, Vape Virgin weird goofy Furina team. I don't know what to call it. I'm inclined to do Noelle. Noelle is a team I'm not used to using though, so it might be. It's gonna be weird because it might be a little bit worse for me to evaluate when I'm getting used to playing Noelle properly or something kind of thing. But all right, no one says. Oh yeah, I gotta do my polls that Sylveon said I had to do. Okay, 2 polls apparently. Blam. Wham. And a blam. Wow. What world? All right, there you go. There's your poll, Sylveon.
Adore me so much.
I adore you. I mean, you're better than I expected thus far in the teams I've tried it with. And that Dio team is the most surprising. It feels that good. Yeah, fragility is absolutely the name of the game when it comes to Furina. Is kind of what I'm feeling pretty significantly right now. Alright, well I'm just going to try Noelle Wet Rock. Oh, I do have Yelan Constellations, but Yelan, to be clear, is on a very not good artifacts for this team. Like, I'm running Gilded Dreams on Yelan, which on this team, being that Yelan is not going to do any reactions where the EM is relevant, this is the same as running Yelan with no set bonus. So, is that enough of a damage downgrade? And you know what, actually, just to make it even more of a damage downgrade here, we'll put Fab on Yelan. So there we go. I think the fact that I have Constellations, right, but a very not optimal artifact set, and obviously powering her down by not giving her Aqua, I think this is going to make her damage be much closer to what, like, it's probably going to be, my guess is it'd be relatively close to, like, a high investment C0 Yelan as far as damage output goes. But I want to do that anyway so that it doesn't, I don't want the fact that Yelan is doing, you know, 20k on her burst to take over the fact that, yeah, so this should be enough of a powering down, I think, to bring her down to, like, high investment C0-ish Yelan levels. But I can't do anything about the fact that C4 is going to buff Furina, though, so, you know, take that for what you will. Noelle is level 80 and not fully talent leveled up, and neither is Yunjin's level 80 as well, so. I haven't played Genshin in a while. How is Furina? I was initially a little bit like, like, yeah, she's probably pretty good, but now honestly she's being much better than I thought she would be. I've tested in Abyss a Quick Bloom Yai Aggravate variation, and I've tested a Dia variation, the Dia Vape team with Dia, Kazuha, Bennett, and then Furina. And that in particular was the one that surprised me the most, because, like, on paper it feels like it should have the most downsides, but it worked better than I expected, and you can deal with the fragility. It worked really well. And if you can deal with the fragility and you don't care about the fact that the big part of the reason it works so well is because Furina is dealing a not insignificant amount of damage, then yeah. So it works better than I expected for what it's worth. What are we doing? We're doing Noelle. We're definitely doing Noelle on the second side. Yeah. I don't know, Mono Geo might be fine against the Seahorse, but man, the Seahorse is just fucking cringe. I don't want to deal with the Seahorse. So, anyways, let's do Noelle. Actually, what does the rotation look like for Noelle? It's probably going to be like, you know, of course, you're basically always going to want to start with her, so her drain starts right away. And probably Yelan, you know, and then who's the other? Yunjin. Where am I? I'm blind. There she is. Yunjin, and then into Noelle. Yep. Okay. And then we'll just continue with doing this to wipe through the Seahorse fast.
Keep up.
Taking a turn for the better.
Hey, sharing my knowledge. Commit it to memory.
Can I switch my characters? Thanks, Internet. Appreciate it.
One with the Force. I hear everything.
Why? Bro, Tugari, it's not that far away. Of course. Ow.
Remember, health comes
Okay.
first.
Grow. Show them. Right now. Right here.
Can't see? I'll uproot you!
Make yourselves at home. Right now. Right here.
Mind the side effect.
One with the Force.
There we go. Okay. Let's see how Noelle is.
Quiet. Here comes the catch. Busted. Your grand finale. I'm late. As a good night show.
Oh my gosh. This is higher damage than I expected to see. From my calcs, actually. Yeah, that's interesting. I gotta... Okay. Not used to this team. Not used to, like, when I have to, like, swap out. Nope, that is not the character I actually meant to swap to, but whatever. It's fine.
Leave it all to me, as a dutiful maid would.
I expected... So, when I did calcs for Noelle, and I did calcs when I, like, with talent levels that are higher than I had, I expected to see... Oh, I'm not healing enough. Oh, the corrosion, that's why. Okay. So the corrosion is causing some problems here, I think. A bit of problems. Not insignificant problems. Oh, fuck me. I screwed up again. Corrosion is cringe. Who knew?
Gotcha. These are about to get spicy. Break a leg.
Okay, yeah. Elon seems to be doing the fairly appropriate. Oops. Okay, so... Interesting that I wasn't getting enough healing there, because I don't think I... like. So you only heal on Noelle when you have her shield up, right? So either her shield broke, and I wasn't healing because of that, or just the corrosion was so much that it was a problem. Obviously that wasn't going to prevent a clear. I would have still cleared fine there if I hadn't died. But it's interesting. But yeah, the damage is higher than I calced it to be when I calced it with higher talent levels on both Furina and Noelle in that team, which is interesting. And if I recall correctly, I actually calced it because I was trying to, when I calced it, I was trying to compare what Bennett's damage with Noelle would look like. I didn't mean to do that. I guess we're doing this. I was trying to calculate what Bennett's damage looked like with Noelle compared to, for Noelle's damage specifically, compared to that Yunjin, like I was using there. And I'm more interested in using Yunjin with her. Because I don't like having to do circle impact things with Bennett. But from what I recall, I calc that I would get like 28k with higher talent level Furina, higher talent level Yunjin. So that's weird, right? I don't know, did I miss something when I was doing calcs? Like I got over 30k, right? This team feels great. I love how this team feels. I just hit a 48k? How did that happen?
Someone needs assistance. Time to shine. Wasn't the best idea. Game's up. Time's over. Gotcha. Your grand finale. Time to clean up.
How did I see it? I didn't have a stroke, right? I saw a 48k.
Observe.
Yelan buff? I'm pretty sure I factored in Yelan's buff. That felt great. I love how that felt to play. Obviously, the corrosion was potentially a problem. I think in that first run there, I just had an issue of the shield broke or something, and I stopped healing, is my guess. But yeah, corrosion plus Furina is definitely hard for mini healers. It is easy, yeah. Yep, I agree with you, Binge. 48k was your shield breaking. Ah, yeah. Okay, yep, you're probably right. That makes sense. Yep. good point. See? Thank you, Binge, for the Binge's Hungerworks Studios, by the way. Should probably have clarified that.
Emerge. Right now. Emerge.
Binge is a much more experienced mono geo enjoyer than I am, or geo character enjoyer than I am. So he knows more about the likes of Noelle. That makes sense. I never looked at numbers for that. But either way, that's higher than I expected. And I don't know what I did wrong in my calcs. Like that's substantial. Those are higher numbers than I expected. Like for
Right here. Right now.
yeah, I don't know. It's really weird. I can't recall doing anything wrong. And I was checking math for comparing Bennett, and I was like factoring crowning Yunjin. Like that's a significant difference to like the numbers I would see. And I think I factored in like level 9 or level 10 on Furina's burst as well as like level 9 talents on like a lot of talents were higher, enough to make a significant difference in the calcs, right? And I saw higher damage with lower talent levels than I count. Like, what are the wolves? The wolves? I guess this might be the factor. Do the wolves have lower resistance to Geo? That's probably why, actually. Now that I think about it, that could be why. I guess we'll see here, because this thing I don't think has any different resistances.
Here comes the catch. Quietly now. Strike is one. And step. Leave it on team.
Oh shit! I didn't have. Okay.
As a good night should.
Oh well. Okay. I probably should just waited to do that.
I'll catch up.
Oop. Wrong character. Oh my god. I just can't switch the right character, man. This is a scuffed attempt here. Just all the mistakes. Yeah, I still have my burst back. Okay, I have scuffed everything about this. Oh wait, we still had our burst up because of... Yeah, just because of Noelle C6 things. Oh man, Noelle's a great character. Spent so much time off field and I forgot that she'd get her burst back. Okay, yeah. That was still 35k. That was still substantially higher than I expected to see. What? Okay. They only have lower res to Electro. Okay. Do you have any Abyss cards that buff? I did have. Oh, I did have the crit damage buff. That's not irrelevant. I forgot the crit. That's fair. I think I had the additional crit damage card on the first chamber. But still, that's... I'm talking like I would have expected to see like 30k at max on like the fourth hit. If my numbers were correct based on my calcs that I did originally at higher talent levels. And I'm seeing 35k with much lower talent levels for all the characters. That's why it's weird to me. But maybe it is just the 15% crit damage making more of a difference than I expect. Could easily be. I don't know why I forgot there's only one enemy.
Emerge. Right now. Make yourselves a home.
And shroud.
Out of my sight.
I hear everything.
The doctor was seen.
Remember, health comes.
Did I scare you?
Come on out.
Did I
Emerge.
scare you?
Right
No,
now.
you didn't.
One with the force.
Thank you for teleporting to
Nip
me.
that in the bud.
Let's try to
Nothing lasts
poop you.
forever. Emerge. Right now. Right here. Roll.
I can still.
That was a very good clear. Geo too good, Noelle cracked, indeed.
Gotcha. Here comes the catch. Unleash.
I need you back. I need you back. I just still don't have it back. Okay, well. Wasted a whole rotation doing not much, but you know, it's fine. I still have Noelle back. Oh my god, whatever. She still heals with her shield up at least, so that's fine.
I'll catch up.
Okay, I think what I have learned is my Noelle probably needs a little bit more ER in this team, but it also just may be a factor of like ending previous Abyss Chambers. Okay, this thing I think has higher geo resistance, which makes sense for what it is. Oh, it went through shields. You know, okay. That's... Oh, oops. Okay. Important factor... This is actually something I like about Noelle's design. Is because she doesn't heal unless you... Noelle's design in particular with this Furina team, right? She doesn't heal unless you have your shield active. You still gotta play well despite having a shield, right? So... That means, like, I needed to make sure I was jumping there to avoid being hit by it. Because... ending the healing is ending the gaining of damage bonus stacks, right? And that's bad because it affects your damage. Not that I couldn't have cleared, to be clear, without Noelle there. Like I could have continued, but that to this. I don't know if I actually had turrets live, did I? No, I did. Okay, good.
Remember, health comes first, mind the second.
Can't see? I'll uproot you! Who do you think you are?
Healing card isn't guaranteed? Okay, good to know. It's still something to keep in mind, though. Like, because, again, that definitely helped with how long it took me to clear with Dia there. I could have theoretically, I think, cleared without that, but it would have taken longer, obviously. And notably, if you're like me and you have... I don't have C1 Furina activated, but like C1 Furina, even when I'm not having any health drain going on, would always give some amount of damage buff to Dia, right? Which is nice. And Dia would have her own health gain that be triggering, which also is going to build up some stacks of Furina for Furina. So I still think that team is much more viable than the Mona variation for sure. It feels so much better to play to me than the Mona variation did, and yeah, I don't know. And just the point of the cards is like the cards are just a factor then. A factor to be aware of. I didn't hit any of Yolon's abilities there. That was really dumb. Oh boy. Oh, okay, I'm just gonna spend a whole another rotation like, doing nothing. Ow. Okay, can I like have a brain? Oh, I meant to switch to Noelle there. How do I not have battered you back? Oh my god, Noelle. Yeah, that was fun. Oh, this boss is probably fun to just do plunge attacks with Noelle now I think about it. This is really fun. Okay, you know what? Hey, that guy Noelle's perfect. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Alright, let's plungy time. Let's do it. I'm missing. I don't know what that achievement was. Oh boy, oh boy, oh dear. Okay, I'm not gonna say I'm playing optimally with my timings and my jumps. Say that. But it was fun, you know what, I had fun doing it. And I know Yolon is dead, but it's fine. Fragility, what is that? I've never seen this move before. This thing normally dies. Why am I on that mode? Yeah. Oh boy. Losing my best fab generator is not ideal. Alright, no, I got this. I got this. I probably don't got this. Losing my particle generation for Furina is also very not good. Alright. We got it. We know we got it. We got it. Oh, we don't got it. Yeah, frick. Okay, I thought we would. Well, you know what? The team works. I played it bad because I was faffing about and not actually thinking about things because this is too fun. I mean, let's be real. Like, this is not the optimal way to fight this thing. But it's the fun way to fight it. Actually, honestly, you could argue it is the optimal way in some ways. Because, well, I don't know if my... Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, we're just gonna call it quits there. The team works. That's not too much of a surprise. But I'm pretty sure I wasn't triggering the healing, notably when I'm doing the plunging. Yeah, normal and charge attacks. So when I'm doing plunging shenanigans there, even though the fact that you're getting the plunge damage and the low-high plunge is potentially very significant, you're not getting the bonuses from... Yeah, so you get the point. It's... I don't think that was the optimal thing to do there. I think it would have been fine if I, if I had done the smart thing. Jumping to avoid the hits from the attacks from the boss, but then still just doing normal attacks, right? Because I needed to heal. Anyways, this team works well. That's not too much of a surprise. So, yeah, I don't know. Binge, from what Binge tested, theirs was C2 Elon with a proper artifact set, right? My Elon was on... I think my Elon was getting damage that was probably relatively similar to a invested emblem build. I don't think, like, this is really this is basically the artifact set that's like brings Elon down to normal level. And I didn't use her C6, right? She was buffing Furina a little bit more, which is relevant, but the damage numbers I saw, I think, were not that dissimilar from what like a invested Elon does. And from what Binge told me, they got with Wet Rock with like this team variation. I don't think they use Yunjin, to be clear, but Elon's damage, they saw like 14k from the normal burst hits from Milan on an emblem build with Furina and Noelle in the team, which is a lot of damage. But that was with Aqua, to be clear. Obviously, if I put Aqua, it probably would be similar. So I think this is a closer simulation to what Elon's damage would look like in an emblem variation, is my guess. But if I put emblem on my Elon, obviously her damage would go fucking through the roof, like emblem with Aqua, right? So, you know, I purposely powered her down. I think that's a fairly comparable performance there as this team would be for if you just had, you know, Caesar of all these characters. You know, everyone was on Fav except for, well, no, you weren't on Fav. The energy issues on Noelle there probably would want more energy recharge, is my guess. But also just playing better and funneling more particles to her would have been smarter too. Because, like, I think I had more than enough energy on Yunjin most of the time, which is not easy to do. This character's kind of a pain in the arse to build, but not the hardest, but annoying. And I should have funneled more Geo particles in particular to Noelle, but yeah, you get the point. Could have put Furina on Fav to help with Noelle too. It works. I like how it works. It feels really good to play. The fact that Noelle can swap out of her burst is really, really awesome. Like, the fact that I redid a full rotation and then went back to Noelle and she still had her burst was just like, alright then. I like you, Noelle. Noelle was doing a lot of damage in this team. Noelle synergizes like absolutely perfectly with Furina's kit. The main asterisk is you just got to make sure you still play well and like dodge attacks to make sure you don't lose the shield. Because if you lose the shield, you lose the healing. If you lose the healing, you're losing the whole engine of, you know, damage percent bonuses and whatnot. So, like, losing the shield can cause potentially severe problems, but nothing unexpected with that team. Yeah, Yunjin's ER needs makes building her a pain in the butt. Some people recommend building her on Husk, on 4-piece Husk. I have her on 4-piece Husk. I personally, just for ease of making it much easier to build her, I recommend putting her on 2-piece Emblem, 2-piece Husk instead, and then building her normally from there, you know, with defense percent main stats, and then you just want a whole whack ton of ER in substats. And honestly, like, crit rate isn't that relevant unless you have a relatively high refined Fav, and then critting is more relevant, but it also depends on the situation. If you're against AoE situations, Yunjin can generally proc Fav pretty consistently, but in single target, Yunjin does not proc Fav very consistently. And yeah, so I don't know. You saw my Yunjin with 217 ER had basically no problems on Yunjin's side of things, and that's on 4-piece Husk. But this is a very good Husk build for Yunjin, right? Like 31 crit rate is quite healthy. With a good amount of ER in every single artifact, like, yeah. So, anyways. Oh, I never even finished leveling this up. That's funny. I leveled this up relatively recently, but I didn't finish it. Whoops. I'll try to remember to do that. Yunjin was not fully leveled. Or her artifacts weren't fully leveled. Maybe I'll get another ER roll. That'd be nice. Or crit roll. We'll see. Anyways. Nuvilet or 2 more teams before I end the stream. I'm already like friggin' 5 hours, man. I'll test this on my own. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty confident. Like the benefit of this team versus Wet Rock, right, is like I called it Smoke and Wet Rock because you know you're still doing the Geo plus Hydro thing. But the benefit of this team is you can potentially see vapes from Furina in particular, and then you're having obviously Xiangling doing Xiangling things. So like it's either Xiangling vaping or Furina vaping is kind of the ideal. So it takes less focus from Noelle and more to the other characters, and then you also have the benefit of the extra healing from Bennett, which is not irrelevant, particularly in cases where you let Noelle's shield break, right? I think it's probably just going to be a less fun variation than this team, but there are plenty of reasons to do this. There's Noelle variations that you can do, right? I'm going to test this one too, but not on this stream. I think this one, I know I'm going to probably dislike it more just because I hate having to think about staying in Bennett's circle, and it's just going to be situational depending on the enemy you're against and whatever. So the main two teams to test that would be a Nubilet team. We can do that really quick. And then I want to test this team. So I'm gonna end off on the Virgin Vape team. We'll do Nubilet first. Shortest distraction stream, I know, right? This is actually maybe the most like focused I've been on a stream in a long time. And somehow I'm at 5 hours. Oh boy. Okay. Boiling Rock. Yeah, Boiling Rock is a good point. All right. Let's do. Okay. Again, I hate the Seahorse. Again, like these teams could work against the Seahorse. I should probably test Furina against the Seahorse, but I hate the Seahorse. Fuck the Seahorse. No. Sorry. The Seahorse. Gotta use the bleep button when I have a moment, when I have reason to. Okay, let's do... So basically I think it's gonna look like probably Furina into Fish into Kaza into Nubilet. I have a favorite character. You gotta test my Sayu teams, man. Yeah, I can put. I'm down to log on to your account, Benj, and test your Sayu teams.
Right now, emerge. This way through the
Do-do-do.
wisdom. The doctor will see.
And Shroud. Let's nip that in the bud.
Seahorse is not that hard to deal with you know characters that are good for dealing with it. Go figure. But like,
Right here, emerge.
it's just I don't. It moves around. It doesn't feel like a good way to test characters to me. Is kind of what my point is. My point isn't necessarily to clear Abyss. My point is to test characters here, right?
I hear everything. Keep up. Yeah.
The butthole. Stop it. Get wrecked.
Show them. Right here, emerge. Row.
I'll uproot you.
You know. Baiju killed him. Get wrecked. I think it was actually Yada killed him. But. Alright. Okay, good. We got the double swirl. Getting the double swirl reliably with Hydro into official, like with Nubilet or with the leg. I don't think I had VV going because I think things died. Where do my balls go? My balls are over there. Okay. Well, I guess we're just restarting. Yeah, in AoE situations, it shouldn't be hard to get double swirls and stuff. Oh, I don't even think I used Nubilet's burst. Is that why I didn't have any balls? I don't know. We are already to them. Okay. Why did you teleport there? Okay, whatever. Okay, I mean... is Nubilet? Well, we're gonna do one more chamber because I want to see against a single target. Hello?
Right here, right now.
A bitter pill to swallow. Seems like an emergency.
I
I don't mind this Abyss. This Abyss is not the worst Abyss. I think it was kind of fun to deal with. I don't like that this Abyss has been around for 8 weeks, to be clear. I think that's super lame. But, oh, I thought you were dead already. But other than that, I don't mind this Abyss. It's fine. It's not the hardest Abyss, but it's not, like, completely mindless to figure out how to clear. It's just, like, after I figured it out in the first 2 weeks, you know, I would have kind of liked to see something new that wasn't, you know, the same thing for the next month and a half. We've had this Abyss for 2 whole months, so I'm over it, basically.
I hear everything.
Nubilet gameplay in a nutshell. Yeah, no, right. Did I already answer my favorite character? I think I did earlier in the stream. I don't know if it was you that asked, but I generally would lean towards Yai for balance of kit and personality. I don't think she's the best character by any means, but one of my favorite characters. Yeah, I've seen higher Nubilet damage in other teams, by the way. It is probably the most notable thing I can say so far. Not necessarily in the overall team damage. But like I've like if I do Nubilet Hyperbloom, for example, and make sure the flex slot is someone that enables that third Hydro reaction. I've seen higher Nubilet damage with VV. So if I do Hyperbloom with Kazuha, so swap Furina, right, for an Electro unit, or sorry, not an Electro unit, like Nahida, a Dender unit, and I make sure to do, if I do Nubilet, normal attack into Fischl, into Kazuha, need to be quick, but you need, so it's ping dependent. If you're fast enough, you can double swirl Electro and Hydro in that situation, and did I say Fischl? Well, either way, you're Electro, and you're off to the races there, right? And like a Nubilet's done like 40k plus on my build, so that's actually not as much damage as I expected it to be around the same. So it's actually less good than I thought it'd be. It's, if you have C1 or higher, it's probably just like kind of almost objectively better, but it also means it's probably not necessarily that much better than other options for him, right? So it's less of an increase than I thought it'd be at her C0, and with C0 Nubilet, which is not a bad thing. It's, again, just more options for more teams for the characters you have is a good thing. But it's actually just like not as much as I thought it would end up being.
I hear everything.
Which is interesting, because that was one of the more obvious, like, yeah, this should be really good, right? Of course you separated, you buttholes. Can I switch? There we go. I've never actually used Nuvi in a proper team, despite C1 R1. I mean, yeah. I don't think most people with C1 R1 are using Nubilet properly. Let's be real. Camera? All right. Ow. I let Fischl die. It's not going to be a problem. But Fischl dying is not ideal. How can you not? Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, that wasn't... Yeah, with C0 Nuvi, C1 Furina, that wasn't that much better than I expected it to be. And, like, against that boss, and, like, I don't know. I don't think that was my favorite Nuvi team variation that I've tried. That's for sure. They're not a bad combo by any means, but It actually wasn't as good as I thought it would end up being. That's kind of all I can say about it. Honestly, I don't have that much thoughts about it. Nuvi's a strong character. I don't think you're going to struggle with Nuvilet and Furina on a team. With 2 other competent team members, right? But like, it wasn't anything mind-blowing, basically. So I don't know. It's an option. It's not an option I'm going to lean towards, I think, is my point. So, like, this... Zajeff's, like, Hyperbloom, like, as far as a Hyperbloom variation, I love this Zajeff Hyperbloom team variation. This is a really fun Hyperbloom variation that lets you see big numbers on Nuvilet, and gives you some interruption resistance with the C0 Nuvilet. And you get big numbers from him, you get good Hyperbloom damage. I think this team performs better than the one I just tried. Not that you can't do, like, Hyperbloom Nuvilet with Furina, obviously. You could just use Furina as your flex for buffing Nuvilet. It'd be fine, but, you know, that would be basically just putting Furina instead of Dia here, right? And you're losing the interruption resistance and losing the ability to see some vapes from Nuvilet. Furina's probably arguably better, but it's also going to make your other characters a little bit more fragile. But, you know, Kuki being your healer in that context is like, it'll be fine, right? It'll be completely fine. It just didn't seem like it was that much better. So I don't know. I'll mess around more with Nuvilet and Furina probably a little bit more. But that specific variation wasn't, like, that impressive to me. More than not that much more impressive than any other Nuvilet variation is. Like, it didn't seem to improve him that much. So it's fine. It's another new good teammate for Nuvilet. That's a good thing. But disbanding that team because I don't care about it. I want the slot. All right, one more team to try it before we end the stream.
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
Use him as a Hydro player and overwield the trigger Frozen for Shatter for Frem and the swimming passive. Alright, Sylvia. Why did you get C2R1 of this character? I don't understand you. You are an interesting person, Sylvian. Okay. So, yep, last one. So this one is the most interesting one. We're gonna leave, yeah, Furina should be fine on her build, I think. We're gonna leave her on her build. Now, we'll just... Alright, we need the, let's see. What does the rotation look like? It's probably, we need to make sure we infuse. It's probably, we're gonna try something like this. Bennett into Furina into Kazuha. The ideal is we get infusion and hopefully a double swirl, but it might be hard to get a double swirl, we'll see. And then you do Nahida, and then you do Furina on field. That's the general idea. Furina, or actually, it doesn't have to be Furina on field. It can be any 3 of them on field in this team. But Furina can be on field. It's actually theoretically more optimal to have the other characters on field than it is to have Furina on field because you're going to lose damage from Furina's skill if you're using her on 4-piece Golden Troop. But if you wanted to leave Furina on field, you could more, and she ends up being, spending 5 seconds plus on field. You could switch her to like a 2-piece combo, right? So. Anyways, and 4-piece Golden Troop is still not bad. You're still getting 45% damage bonus all the time, even when Furina is on field for her skill damage. So it's fine. Anyways, it's not as because it's giving you an additional 25% damage bonus with the 4-piece, which is more than the 2-piece gives. It's still probably better than doing 2-piece in most situations, even in this team. And we'll do this again, but instead we're gonna throw in the Kirabra. Why not? We're not doing, well, we might do the second chamber. Because we might want to check with, we want to check against a single target situation with the Furina team. Would you do a freeze team with Furina? I don't have a cryo character that I care about build. I don't have Blizzard Stray artifacts. Like, I could put Ganyu, I guess, on like burst DPS artifacts, but like freeze is a thing I don't know. I don't have the ability to really check. It's going to be, I don't know, there's other things I need to check. Like, I've been streaming for too long. My throat is sore. it would take too long. My point is, it's not that I can't get Sudoku freeze. It's that it would take too long. So
I'll uproot you.
we're not doing it.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Oh, he got knocked down. Good.
Right now, right here, emerge.
I hear everything.
Seems like an emergency.
Can't see.
C1 was an accident, Sylveon. I don't. I mean, C1 might have been an accident, but like, his weapon definitely wasn't an accident. There's no BS you can do about that. And also, if you're only gonna use him for freaking Overworld, why did you? I don't know, like, whatever. I should stop pooping. Like, if you want a newbie life for Overworld, he's a good Overworld character. It's fine. just like, you really didn't need his weapon for Overworld, and I definitely have an opinion on that for Overworld, especially Prototype Ember is a way better weapon for him. But anyways. Do this.
Wind and cloud. Wind strike.
Time to shine. Strike a pose.
Clouds high. The birds call. Wind strike.
Everyone hold hands.
As always, fragility seems to be an issue. You not.
Into the wind.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
One with wind and cloud. One with nature.
Lightning, echoing song. Shower me with
There we go. Could you tell what was going on? I couldn't. Yeah, that feels very different than... So, like, normally the variation of this team I play is, like, with the Elan on Gilded Dreams instead of Furina, right? And in that team, there's pretty specific setups, but, like, I can do things, like, in that situation where I can make sure I consistently get, if I rotate properly and make sure I get the double swirl properly, or sorry, not the double swirl, the hydro swirl properly. I don't need a double swirl, I just need a hydro swirl, but I need to get a hydro swirl while also making sure infusing pyro on Kazuo's burst. And if I do that properly, I can get like 300 with the Elon constellations and Aqua Simulacra, blah, 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 but I can get like over 300k, like 300k is on the low amount, on like a nuke on Elon skill, on like all of those enemies at once. And I'm not gonna say that's better because it's very like, but that team is very front loaded as far as like damage. This is more like sustained damage. I didn't notice any like necessarily big vapes on Furina there. In my calculations, I did do some calcs for Furina in that team.
Health comes first.
right here.
Furina should have the capability, just like Yelan, to get fairly large damage.
Let's nip that
Like,
in the bud.
like we're talking like if the crab vapes well over 100k like type damage, and the crab can do AoE, right? But I don't think it's going to be AoE in the same like strength of with the same strengths that like Yelan has, with the ability to do AoE damage in her skill with good setups. Based on my very initial impression there, but I'm gonna have to test that team more.
Mind the side effects.
Should probably use Tignari. It's still fun to use DPS Kirara. I think Kirara still has her DPS build. I have never removed her artifacts since I used her on DPS like for months ago. This is the first time I've used Kirara in a while. I'm pretty sure she's holding my Jade Cutter. Is she? Yeah, she's holding my Jade Cutter.
Remember, health comes first. Mind the side effects.
Thanks, Jason. Okay, let's see. Oh, I don't have any ER, do I?
Fallen leaves, adorn my night.
Time to shine. Now grow, the Temple of Wisdom.
Okay.
Everybody stand back.
Oh boy, almost died with Bennett there.
That hurts. Clouds high. The birds call.
So I think I need to. I should have already known this, but I haven't actually played this team in a while. I think I need to not end the rotation with, or not start the rotation with Bennett's Burst because it's not active long enough. Oh boy. Okay.
I have
Yeah, I think Bennett's Burst is not active long enough, so we're gonna redo this. I'm gonna do skill, Bennett's skill. All right, well, it should be fine. Yeah, Bennett's skill into Furina. Well, I don't really need to do Bennett's skill now that I think about it. It doesn't really matter. So basically, Furina into Bennett EQ into Kazuha QE into Furina on field, I think. Instead of, so it's not that much different though. I don't know,
Seems like an emergency.
right now.
but it's still it's better because it will be better. It'll be slightly better at least.
Nothing lasts forever.
Should have done that after Baiju, but whatever. Oh wait, no, I did do Baiju. Okay.
I'll uproot you.
Taking a turn for the better.
Right here, right now, right here.
Get wrecked by a cat box.
Can't see. I hear everything.
Emerge, right now, right here.
Remember,
All right, we're gonna try to kill him with cat. A few hits on Tignari here. And kill him with the cat boss. Get wrecked. Bye, Jason. The stream's almost done anyways. Okay. Alright. Oh, I got pushed away. That's annoying. Alright. Not hit his burst is a bit annoying. I'm just gonna not use it to keep more uptime. I think I gotta use not hit his burst. Ow. Oh, I don't have her summons up. Jesus Christ. Whoops. I was trying to think about talking. I blame you guys. I mean, I'm seeing some decent vapes that they're getting, but like... Right, okay. Seem to have the perfectly awkward amount of... Oh, okay, I did all this wrong. Okay, I've got to learn how to play this team again. with Furina, specifically. I let Kazuo die. Okay. Obviously it cleared. I let Kazuo die, but like, it cleared. Like, it's not like a... I don't know. That doesn't have the same level of like satisfying feeling to it as it does with Yolande to me. So I'm not very high on that variation of a Furina team. It has the potential to do really big damage with Furina while also, you know, allowing you to spend some on-field time on her while also doing like good burgeon damage, doing decent normal attack damage with Furina's like pyro vapes, while also getting vapes on her summon. It's on the summons attacks. But I think I gotta figure out a better rotation. The problem is like all these characters have stupid long ass animations, right? So like I have to do something like you know, Bennett into Bennett's skill to start doesn't really matter unless I need Bennett energies. But so like probably Furina into, or no, the reason I need a Bennett, because I have instructors. So I need to do something like Furina activation, Bennett's skill to get instructors up, Nahida EQ, and then Bennett burst, and then Kazuha burst, and then on field Furina. Like by that time 10 seconds has passed, and like hopefully the idea is like, okay, some damage percent bonus is gone, you've gotten a whole bunch of damage percent bonus, by nature of swapping or just the drain happening, and then Bennett's versus active. Now you can heal up a little bit, but it's gonna have the problem again of like the Dia problem with Bennett. So like I don't know. It doesn't feel as good to me, like as naturally good to me as the Elon variation felt. So I'm not that high on that, and so I definitely don't think I recommend that specific team variation that much. But I gotta mess around with it more and see if I can find a way that it feels better to play. On paper, the amount of buffs going on though mean Furina can get some absurd damage, and the team will perform well. It's also gonna have the fragility problem that every single team has. So I don't know. To end off the stream, my main takeaway is, she makes teams more fragile, and that's probably the number one thing you need to know right now, and because I think it's the number one thing that might prevent people from wanting to use her a lot, is that she makes teams more fragile. There's a lot of people that play this game don't necessarily want fragile teams, they want defensive teams. I don't really care that much, because it just incentivizes me to play a little bit better, as long as I still meet damage thresholds while playing well, right? Which, for me, meeting damage thresholds is usually not the problem for the vast majority of Abyss cycles. So yeah, I don't know. My verdict on her is I'm actually like, after this stream, having actually properly tested her in a number of teams right now, and again, this was like very, very initial testing, but I like her actually more than I expected. The biggest surprise was by far the Vape Dia team functioning better than I expected. That it's felt surprisingly good and cleared quite quickly. Is all I can say, right? Like, as much as I like my Dia team with Candace, which is the same team but with Candace instead of Furina's definitely a bit better. Like, this is just a funny team variation that lets me, do Sacrificial Sword on Dia, and I forced Candace and Dia together and try to make them work as best as possible, and like it reduces Dia's ER needs so that you can focus more on crit, and like it's a team. I have 36-yard Abyss with this team. You can see the video that I made on this team, but it's not that good. Whereas this team felt good to me. It just was fragile and is not necessarily going to have a ton of damage percent bonus up all the time on Furina, but even without that, Furina seems to deal not insignificant amount of damage. So I don't know how well will it work without Kiev Cautious Suit on Furina like I had, or no, I think I put Fav on Furina in this team, didn't I? I think I put Fav on her. So realistically, I think that was actually a relatively free to play friendly showcase of like a high investment Dia build, to be clear, and a fairly high investment Furina build and whatever, but relatively close to how it would perform for if you just have the C0s of these characters. Well, C6 Bennett was making a meaningful difference there, to be clear. Gotta make a video on C6 Bennett. So, anyways, Kazuha burst animation is so long I sometimes lose Sara buff when doing Lisa nukes. Yeah, it is indeed a long burst. Alright, anyways, this is a long-ass stream. I think by far the longest one I've ever done. Appreciate anyone like sticking around for the whole thing, or anyone watching the VOD. Learned some interesting things about Furina in this stream. I'll probably do more Furina testing on the weekend or something. But yeah, I don't know. I like this character. I like her more than I thought I would at the start of the stream. She's really interesting. I think she's one of the most mechanically interesting characters in the game. But yeah, biggest downsides: fragility, and then warping. Right now, what I think the biggest downside is fragility and warping the entire team's design around her to deal with her fragility and health draining aspects, right? But I think that's an interesting like cost benefit for like what she gives for what she requires to give you the things she can give. And tea parties are a must. So you know what? Nope. Sad. But is there a Charlotte? No, there's a Fabbo. Alright. Give it to me early so I don't have to... Like, I can just be happy that I got it early. No, okay, well. Oh, for fuck's sake. Can I get... I just want C6 Charlotte too. Well, I'm gonna get C2 without getting C6 Charlotte, that's for damn sure. Yeah, so I am gonna get C2 right now. The main reason for this is, and this is the reason that no one said, There's a very good chance I'm going to want to wish for 4 stars. Not in this patch, but in particular for the next patch. Regardless of whether or not I wish for Navia. And I hate wishing for 4 stars when I have a guarantee that can be lost. Like, if I end up wishing for, let's say, Chevreuse, I want to wish for, and let's say I don't want, like, the context of, like, I don't want Navia. Right? And I don't know, I might still get Navia regardless as a business decision, right? So, which would make this a bad decision. But let's say Chevreuse I want, and I have a guarantee. And Chevreuse is running on like Raiden's banner and Ito's banner. I would probably wish on Ito's banner in that case. And if I lose my guarantee trying to get a single copy of a C0 Chevreuse, who is probably not going to be that useful, but I might just want a single copy of her. Awful. Absolutely awful. I hate wishing for 4 stars when I have a guarantee. Which is to say I kind of don't want the guarantee to be on my mind as a factor when wishing. That was the main thing you guys could have said to make me wish and get for C2 Furina in this video, but I'm actually going to get C2 Furina in this video anyways, because of Rosaria. Interesting. I will check when my Rosaria is at. Because I like her enough that I want to test how C2 be. Can you really? Okay, I'm not getting C6 Charlotte, it's fine. Also, my resources are gone. We are literally exactly at 73 pity, if I recall correctly, so screw you, game. That's what I can say. So anyway, we're just gonna do that. This should be my guaranteed C2. Yay. Yeah, there could be a Dia here. I mean, I'd be happy with getting guaranteed Furina, and then getting, hey, a Charlotte. Oh god, now it's a C5 Charlotte. Fuck me. Just give me another Charlotte, please. Charlotte. Okay. Well, there's C2. I'll take it. Why? Why? This fucking game. What's Rosaria at? Rosaria's at C3. C3 is not that relevant. Why? This is probably not that relevant. I hate 4 stars, man. Going to the next 4 star, because the next 4 star is like 3 pulls away. Please just give me C6 Charlotte so it's not a factor, ever. Thank you. We're done. We're done. We're done. We're done. We're done. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Furina's banner, forever. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. So yeah, I will, again, not gonna activate C2 potentially for like a while. Gonna have to live with the red dot for a while. I'll probably activate C1 relatively in a week or two. But then I gotta test Furina a lot more than I tested in this video, before I'm willing to turn on her C2 and give a verdict on how relevant I feel like it is. But yeah, I don't know. It took me literally all my resources basically to get Furina's C2. So, yep, I got enough that like it's not gonna be hard to get another 5-star or like 2 pity for another 5-star without having to spend any money. So it's fine. I'm fine with this, right? It'll incentivize me maybe to do that Fontaine exploration video. So yay. That's cool. And we got C6 Charlotte. That's it. So, anyways. Bye-bye.